Hey guys, welcome to this full stack Java course. Java is one of the most popularly used languages for desktop app development. And if you wish to learn Java full stack, then you're in the right place. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So let's look at what's in store for you. First, we'll learn about version control systems like Git, followed by which we'll understand core Java concepts like operators, loops, inheritance, encapsulation, and so on. Moving ahead, we have a section covering Maven and Jenkins. Now it is crucial to understand front-end app development tools as well. The next section will include tutorials on HTML, CSS, and Angular. And finally, we'll conclude the session by learning database management systems like SQL and MongoDB. So I hope you're excited to learn all of this. Now let's jump right in.
In today's era, the internet and smartphones have become an integral part of our lives. We use our phones for almost all of our day-to-day tasks. Earlier, we used to shop at malls, queue up in front of banks, and make our travel bookings at travel agencies. But now, we can do all this in the comfort of our homes using smartphones. All of this is possible because of a high-level programming language called Java. Hi guys, welcome to this video that will tell you everything you need to know about the class-based, object-oriented programming language Java. Java is an object-oriented programming language that is used in a distributed environment on the internet. It is a high-level language that is easy to read and understand. Java is popularly used in console, graphical user interface, web and mobile applications, game development, and also to make embedded systems. Apart from these, Java is also used to develop software for devices. It is used not only in computers and mobiles, but even in electronic devices like televisions, washing machines, air conditioners, and so on. Online forms, banking, and shopping are possible because of Java. Java is a computer-based programming language invented by James Gosling and Sun Microsystems in 1991. He had a single motto while creating the language. It was write once, run anywhere. This meant that the code would have to be written only once, but it could be used anywhere. They named this language Oak because of the oak tree outside Gosling's office. Later, it was named to Green, then to Java Coffee, which was named after the coffee from Indonesia, and finally to Java in 1995. There are 3 editions of Java. Each programmer can learn any of these editions based on the application they want to make. Firstly, we have Java Standard Edition. This edition contains core libraries like java.lang, java.util, etc. Secondly, we have Java Enterprise Edition. This edition has APIs like JMS, EJB, JSP, servlets, etc. And lastly, we have Java Micro Edition, which is used to program Java in cell phones, set-top boxes, handhelds, and so on. Java is an object-oriented programming language based on C and C++. However, it is improved and simplified to solve the errors in programming. Java files are converted to bitcode format using a compiler and then executed by the Java interpreter. The whole Java code is run on the Java Virtual Machine, which provides a runtime environment. Now, the main concepts in Java are its methods and classes. A method is a block of code that performs a task only when it is called. Consider this example. While watching TV, you use the TV remote to change channels. Each button on the remote performs a different task. Methods in Java are the same. We can have methods to add 2 numbers or email a person or to convert kilometers to meters. A group of methods make a class. Classes are used to organize code just like how fruits, vegetables, and clinical products are divided into different sections in a supermarket. There are a lot of features in Java. Let's start by looking at them one by one. It has a simple syntax and is very easy to understand and learn. Java language is robust. It eliminates errors that occur in the C and C++ languages. Java also has features like garbage collectors and exception handling. This makes Java very unique. The most popular feature of Java is that it is platform independent. Here, compilation happens in bytecode, and because of this, Java can run on any machine. It is a very secure language as it contains no virus. Java has a feature of multi-threading. The feature of multi-threading helps Java do multitasking. Java is a portable language as it can run on any platform, and data type sizes are set permanently. So Java program has a fixed size of the code. The last of all, Java is not as fast as C and C++, but provides higher performance than any other language. Now let's see OOPS concepts in Java. Java has 4 concepts: abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. In Java, we use objects and classes related to the real world that makes the code easier to make and understand. Abstraction means showing the relevant information that is needed for a task. Encapsulation makes the Java code secure. Data is stored within the classes, and it is not easy to access the data. The next feature is inheritance. As the name suggests, the attributes and characteristics of one class can be inherited by another class. Because of this, coders take less time to create the code. Lastly, we have polymorphism, which means using the same method for different tasks. In Java, we can use the same object or variable in 2 different places where their tasks will differ.
Hello and welcome to Git Commands. My name is Chidanand and I am with the Simplilearn team. Today, I'm going to cover a few essential Git commands and walk you through a demonstration for most of it. I begin by installing a Git bash on the Git client and configuring it for its first time usage. Once I'm done with configuring the Git client, I'm going to spin up few repositories locally and work on these repositories using Git commands. Once I'm happy with my local changes, I'm going to commit few of them and then push these changes to a Git server of my choice. For today's demonstration, I plan to use github.com, which is a cloud-hosted free service, and it provides free account registrations for anyone. Eventually, I will cover a few topics regarding Git branching and merging, because these two, in my opinion, are the killer features of the Git distributed version control tool. Git is one of the most popular distributed version control tools of recent times, and like any other distributed version control tool, it allows us to perform various version control tasks without really needing a network connection. Before I jump into my demonstration, let me spend some time explaining to you the Git client-server working model. What does it take for a couple of users to collaborate and start working with Git? The bare minimal thing that any user would need in order to start working with Git is something called as Git bash or the Git client. This comes as an installer for all popular operating systems like Windows, all flavors of Windows, Linux, macOS, and other operating systems. So once you install Git bash, you get a command line utility using which you can fire up your Git commands and ensure that you can bring up repositories. You can work with these repositories by adding files to it, committing changes to it, and all those Git commands would work perfectly well. So you can bring up a small repository and you can work with your repository using this Git bash. But what does it take for you to share this repository with another user who has also got Git bash installed on his system? This is where you would need something called as a Git server. So for user 1 or one user to share his repository with another user, he would need to collaborate using something called as a Git server. So in the present market, there are a bunch of Git servers which are popularly available. Some of them are free, some of them come with a cost because they are licensed. A bunch of these servers that I can think of are GitHub, which is one of the most popular Git servers that is around in the market for a long time now. It comes with 2 variants. One is the cloud hosted one, which is the github.com. And then the other one is an enterprise server, which comes as a black box that can be installed into your data centers. So typically organizations who don't want their source code to be put up on the cloud would go for this GitHub enterprise servers, wherein they buy these servers and these servers are hosted on their data centers. Other popular variant of the Git server is Bitbucket. This is from the famous Atlassian products and it integrates very well with all other Atlassian products like Jira. In recent times, there's one other variant of the Git server called GitLab, which is getting very popular these days because GitLab not just provides a Git server, it also provides something called as a runner. This is a part of the continuous integration strategy where as soon as you have a source code check-in that is going in, you have this runner that kicks up and builds your particular project. So all these are bundled together in a GitLab. And GitLab also provides you with a community edition, which is almost free of cost. Having said that, there are a bunch of these tools available. For my demonstration, what I'm going to do is I've already registered myself on the github.com by providing my username and my password. and I'm going to use a free account. So whatever repositories that I'm going to put up on this server is all public by default. So I want to register myself by using my username or my email ID and my password. So this set of authentication is also referred to as HTTPS authentication. So in order for me to share my repository with, say, user2, the first thing that I got to do is have an access to a Git server where both user1 and user2 are set up. So once I have that, I can push my repository onto this server and provide right kind of access so that user2 or the other developer whoever wishes to collaborate with me on this repository can use his credentials. As long as he's registered properly on the Git server, he can use his credentials and pull down this repository and work with this repository. So this is the HTTPS way of authenticating and sharing repositories. Another popular way of sharing repositories or working with each other is called as SSH authentication. As many of you would know, SSH means nothing but creation of a private and a public key. A bunch of keys, public and private, are created on the client machine. While I create keys, I will be asked for a passphrase. I need to type in a passphrase and remember my passphrase. And then I take this public key and kind of post it onto my account within my Git server, so that whenever I'm going to connect next time using my command prompt or any of the tools, it's going to challenge me for my passphrase. As long as I remember my passphrase correctly, I can authenticate myself and get into the server. So both HTTPS and SSH are popular ways of communicating with the Git server. Having said this, let me just get started by installing the Git bash on my local system and then fire up some of these Git commands and build up some repositories, make some changes in my repository, commit these changes, and later use my GitHub credential to connect to my GitHub server and push my repositories out there. Let me now go ahead and find my Git bash for my Windows so that I can go ahead and install it. So I just type in Git client for Windows, open up a browser and type in for this. The first one that I find is a GUI tool. I don't need this GUI client, I need this one. So this is the Git client or the Git bash that I was referring to. It's about 40 megs, and let me just download this. Pause this video for some time so that the download happens and come back to you once I have the download. The download seems to be complete. When I'm recording this video, the version that I have, the latest version that is there is 2.19.0, and this is a 64-bit version for Windows. So I've got that downloaded. Let me go ahead and find it and install this exe. All right, I go ahead choosing all the default options. I want it to be installed in C: program files under the Git folder. Everything looks good for me. I'm not going to make any changes here. Git bash from Windows. Yes, I may want to use Git from Windows command prompt. That sounds good for me. OpenSSH, that's fine. Looks good. Looks good. No, I don't want any of these new features. So what I'm doing is installing the Git bash or the Git client so that I can start using my Git commands. And the version that I'm using is 2.19.0, which, as I record this video, this happens to be the latest version. All right, so looks good. I don't want to see the release notes. I'll say launch Git bash. So what I get is this window. So this is the Git command prompt. So let me check if everything is looking good. Say Git version, it sounds good. Say Git help. All right, a lot of Git help commands. Everything looks good. So I ended up installing the Git bash. I can go ahead with all other commands. Now that I have Git bash installed on my system, let me open up a Git bash prompt and start using it. But before I do anything, I just need to configure it for the first time, stating what would be the username and the email ID with which I want the Git bash to be configured with. The command to do that is git config -- global, which means that this setting that I'm going to set would be a global setting. User.name, and the name of the user would need to be specified within a double quote. In my case, I am using a Simplilearn account, which is the official account, and this is the particular username of this account. The other setting is nothing but git config -- global. This is also a global setting, and this would be the email ID. the email ID need not contain a double quote. So in my case, this is the email ID that I would be setting up Git to work with. All right, let me check if the configurations were set correctly or not. All right, if you see this, the username and the email ID has been picked up the way I wanted it to be picked up. Looks good so far. All right, so what do we do next? By default, whenever you open up the Git prompt, you're placed into your home directory. Let me create a folder here, which would be a repository folder from where I'm going to create all my multiple Git repositories. So I will create a folder called, let's say, git_demo. All right, there's already a folder called git demo. So let me just delete that in the first place and let me create this git demo again. All right, let me navigate to this particular folder. So this is the folder. Let me open up that folder using a command prompt. This is my git demo. So this would be a folder. So I would use this folder as a base folder for creating all other repositories as a part of this demo. So let me create my first repository. A repository is nothing but a folder. So let me create my first folder called first repo. And let me get into this repo. All right, as of now, this is just an empty folder. If at all I navigate to this, you would see that this folder is empty. There's nothing much in this folder at all at this moment. Okay, so let me create a repository out of this. How do I create a repository of this? It's pretty simple. I just run a git init command. When I say git init, it means it's going to initialize a repository. As of now, the folder contained nothing in it. It was an empty repository. So it initializes an empty repository in this particular folder. If at all I look at my content, you would see that there's a hidden folder. This would be a hidden folder since I've configured my Explorer to view all hidden folders. I see it, otherwise you wouldn't see it. So a folder by name .git is created within this first repo. And this was created because we ran the command git init. If I get into this folder, I see a bunch of directories and other configurations. If you see, there's something called as a hooks directory, a couple of configuration files that are here in this directory. All these relate to one or the other type of a client hook that can be enabled. And there's info, there's objects, there's references, a bunch of stuff that is there. So what is this folder? This is a magical Git folder, and this is created whenever a repository is initialized. So by default, if at all you get into any Git folder or any Git repository, you would see this .git folder. A word of caution, do not get into this folder and try to modify anything, because if you fiddle around with this and corrupt this particular folder, your whole repository will go for a toss. So let me come out of this and let me show you another thing. Now, if you notice here, when I was in the folder, the repository did not have anything after this. Now, when I say git init, there is something called as a master that shows up. So typically what happens is whenever a Git repository is created for the first time, it creates a default branch. The name of the branch is called master. And that is why you would see master within braces. This doesn't mean anything else other than we have a repository out in this particular folder. And by default, there is a branch called master and we are currently on that branch. If at all I create multiple branches in this folder, whenever I navigate to different branches, the branch name within these brackets would change. All right, so far so good. So we created a folder, we made it a Git repository by initializing that with a git init, and then I've not put anything yet in the repository. So let me try to do that. Let me create a few files within this particular repository. So I use a touch command. Touch is a Linux command. It kind of creates this particular folder. If at all you're not comfortable with the file creation by this way, you can always use a file explorer and create some files in this. So I create a file called touchmaster.txt. I'll open up in the notepad. Okay, so this is my first file. That's what I'm going to write inside this. I save this and I come out of this. All right, now let me do a git status command. So what does this tell you? There's no commit set, you're on the master branch, there is an untracked file, and this shows up in red. It also gives you all the commands that is supposed to be run. So if at all you want to add this file, you would say git add and the name of the file, and then you're going to commit it. So what happened is that when the repository was initialized, it was an empty repository. Now that a Git notices that there is a new file in this repository called master.txt. If at all you want us to let Git know that you want to track this file, we need to add this to the repository. So the command to add that is called git add. I can specify either the name of the file or I can give a wild character saying git add dot. Now if I run the git status command again, it says there's no commits yet. Added a file, and the file which was earlier in red now shows up in green, and it says it's a new file, master.txt. All right, it also gives you something called git remove command if at all you want to unstage or undo your changes. So what has happened is the file which was earlier untracked is been added into the git index, or it is ready for staging, or it's in a staged state. Now I can go ahead and commit this file if at all that's what I want to do. So let me do that. I'll do a git commit -m and I give a message that I want. I would say this is my first git commit. All right, I run the git status command again and see it says on the branch master, nothing to commit. It's all nice and clean. So typically what happened was I created an empty directory, made it into a git folder by doing a git init. I put a file into it. I made some changes to the file. I added that file into the repository and I committed to the repository. If at all I run the git log command, it says this was the commit ID or the commit number or the commit hashtag, and this is the author. If you notice, this is the email ID and the username that we set earlier. And this was done on this date, and this is the commit message that is there. All of it looks so good. Let me do one more commit into this repository. So I will touch master1.txt. I'll put in another file. I'll open up this particular file, write something into this. All right, I save this change. Let me also open up the older file, make some more change into this. All right, so what I did, I modified the older file that existed. I also added a new file to my repository. Now, if I run the git status command, it says modified this file, which is showing in red, and it says you have one more file, which was an untracked file. All right, now let me add both these files because these are the changes that I want to incorporate. I would say git add dot. I run the git status command again, and it says now this is a modified file, this is a new file. Looks good to me. Let me go ahead and commit this. So git commit with a message that says this is my second commit. All right, if I do a git log now, it shows both the commits. The first commit is the one that shows up at the bottom, and the topmost one is the latest commit that is there. So far, so good. If at all you notice, I'm doing all these git commands without really connecting it to any git server. I don't need any network connection for doing any of these things. I can keep on doing more and more git commands and run git commands the way I want to without really having any connections to the git server. Now that I have my changes the way I wanted, and I've checked in all the code changes into my local repository, I may want to share my repository with somebody else and work in a collaborative way. So the way to do that is, as I mentioned earlier, to host this repository or to push this repository onto a Git server. I already have a GitHub account wherein I've registered myself using my username and password. So I log into my GitHub account using my username and credentials, and let me go ahead and create a new repository. My repository is already there on the local system, so what I essentially need is just a placeholder for my repository so that I can link them together and push the content from my local repository to the server. If you notice, the name of my repository is this first repo. So let me copy this. I would create a folder structure or a repository structure on the server with the same name so that when I pushed my repository from my local box, it will go ahead and get created in the server. So the repository name should be the same as what I created on my local box. Description I would say this is my first GitHub repository on the server. This is just an optional description that will show up. And if you notice, I can't have any private repositories. So whatever repositories that I'm going to create here would be a public repository. So I choose public, and I don't want to initialize this with a README file or anything of that, because I already have a repository with some content, with some code checked in. All that I need is a placeholder for my repository on the server. So with this option, with just the name and with an optional description and the repository being public, I go ahead and click on the Create Repository button. So if you notice, it gives me a bunch of commands that I would need to run in order to create a repository and push it onto the server. And also, important point, it shows me two URLs. One is the HTTPS URL and the other one is the SSH URL. As of now, we do not have any SSH keys that is set up. So let me use this HTTPS URL to connect my local repository with the repository on the server. So I've done all these things. I already have the repository set up. All that I need is a placeholder for me to connect my local repository with the server URL. So this would be the command that I need to copy, which essentially links or adds an origin with the URL of the Git server. I just copy this command and run it here. Git remote add. The name of the remote is called origin, and it points to an HTTPS URL, which is nothing but the placeholder that I've created on the server. All right, so let me check if it's added correctly. Okay, the URL looks good. I'm all set. I've got 2 commits in my repository. I'm done with all the changes. So let me try to push my repository onto the server. The command for doing it for the first time is git push -u. This is for linking the upstream origin master. So git push -u upstream linking origin master, link the master branch of my local repository with the master branch on the server repository. And where is it going to push? It is going to push by default to an origin, and the origin points to this URL. All right, let me try doing this. So it essentially opens up an URL asking me the credentials with which I need to log into my GitHub server. So let me just copy and paste the username and the password with which I have registered. I would say login. Okay, success. So I'm able to create a repository on the server, and the content seems to be pushed, and it created a new branch called master. It has linked the master branch from the local repository with the master branch on the server. So let me go back to my server and refresh this page and see if all my commits have come in. master1.txt. If at all I see the commits, there seem to be 2 commits. This is my first commit, this is my second commit. And if at all you notice, each of this commit comes with a hash key or a hash ID, which contains the details of my commits. In this commit, the files were added. This was the line that was added. If you look at the second commit, I added these lines. I made this, one line chain that was there. I also added this new file which was not existing. These are the 2 commits that existed. And if you see the timestamp of the commit, this is the commit which was committed 15 minutes ago. So what does this mean is that the commit is the timestamp when we actually committed the code in the client. The pushing is just after we have committed the change, we have pushed it. So there's no timestamp of the push that happened. This completes the first part of the tutorial, wherein I created a repository on the client and then I pushed it to the server after creating a repository skeleton on the server. Now let me demonstrate to you the SSH configuration that is required for creating a pair of SSH keys and ensuring that I connect to the GitHub server using the SSH mechanism. So for doing that, I need to first create a pair of private and public key. The command to do that is ssh keygen -t. I will use the RSA mechanism for creating my keys, capital C, and I need to specify the email ID using which I'm going to connect to, or I need to create the keys for. Alright, so generating a private and public key pair, it says, let me know what folder should I create the keys in. So by default, the keys are created in the user home directory under a .ssh folder. So this is pretty good for me. So let me go ahead and say that, that's fine. Enter a passphrase. So let me enter some passphrase. Keep in mind that I would need to remember my passphrase because when I'm going to authenticate myself using SSH mechanism, it will challenge me for this particular passphrase. I need to enter the right passphrase so that I get authenticated. So the key is generated and by default it is created in this particular folder. So let me go over to that particular folder. And this is the folder where the keys is generated. You would see a public key and a private key that is created. Let me open up the public key with a notepad and then copy the contents of the whole file. And now I would need to stick it in on the server so that I can get myself authenticated using SSH keys. So I've logged in to GitHub using my credentials and go to my settings. And you would see an SSH and GPG keys. Let me click on that. As of now, there are no SSH key or GPG keys. So I will click on new SSH key and let me paste my public key that I've copied. And I would say add SSH key. It prompts me for my password just to make sure that I've got the right kind of authentication to be adding a new key. So this one looks good. That means the keys were added successfully. Let me check if my SSH keys are working well. So I do SSH -T. I would say git at github.com. This is just to double check if my SSH keys are authenticated correctly. Are you sure you want a connection? Yes. You want to continue? Yes. All right. Now a check for my passphrase. Let me enter my passphrase. I hope I remember it correctly. All right. Pretty good. I've been successfully authenticated. So that means now my SSH keys are good. And just by using my passphrase, I can connect to my GitHub server using SSH. All right. So for the second use case, what I would do is create a repository on the server with some content in it and then clone that repository. Cloning is nothing but making a copy of that repository, linking the origin so that I create an exact replica of the repository which is there on the server on my local drive. So let me first create a repository on the server. I will create a new repository. Let me give a name for my repository and let me kind of initialize that with the README file. I would call this my second repo. Give some description. This is my second repo that is created straight on the Git server, on the GitHub server to be precise. It's a public repository. This time I'm going to choose this option. The reason being that I don't want to create just a skeleton as of now. I want to create a repository with some README file in it. A random README file with no content in it, but then I want a repository to be created on the server. All right, I say create a repository. So a random README file with some content in it gets created and I can see there are two URLs to this repository, HTTPS and SSH. So this time, let me copy the SSH URL so that I will use this URL to clone this repository on the server, rather from the server to my local box. All right, so let me navigate to my root folder, the folder that I created for making all my repositories, Git repositories. If you see, my first repository is already here. So let me clone my repository, the second repo that I created on the server. The command to do that is git clone the URL of the repository that I want to clone. Oops, looks like I didn't copy the URL correctly. Let me copy that again. Copy this URL. All right. So if you notice, there is no HTTPS to it. I'm just cloning the URL that is SSH URL of the repository. It asks for my passphrase again. Okay, so I just had first repository earlier. Now I have something called a second repo. This is an exact replica of whatever was the repository content that was created on the server. So if I get into the repository, there's just a simple readme file that is there. Let me try to add a new file out here. I would say notepad, second.txt, some text file I'm going to put in here. Yes, definitely you will not find that file there. This is my second file that I will push onto the server. I'm going to put in some content out there. I'm going to save this. And if I do git status, it says this is a new untracked file. Do you want to add this file onto the repository? Do you want to track this file? Yes, I definitely want to track this file. Let me also commit my change to the file with a message. This is my first commit for the second repo. I give in some particular message. And this time around, since I cloned my repository from a server, the origin is already set for me. I don't really need to add the origin and all that stuff, because what happened in the first case was that I was creating a repository from my local box and then pushing it on the server, which is why I had to set up the upstream branches and stuff like that. In this case, I have cloned an existing repository from the server. So when I clone, I get the replica along with all references to my repository. So I don't need to do anything more other than push the content. I would just say git push. To be on the safer side, I would say origin and master. It asks me for the passphrase. Okay, it pushed the content onto the server. Let me see if the contents have come in here. Okay, wonderful. I had only one commit. Now I see my second commit. So what was added as a part of the second commit? It says a new file was added. All this line that never existed got added. This is the second file, the content exactly what I pushed onto the server. Now this completes the tutorial when I created a repository on the server, cloned it, made some changes to the repository and pushed it to the server using SSH. A quick recap of all the git commands that we ran till now. Git init is used to initialize a repository. So if at all you're creating a local repository, you can get into any of the folder which is not a git repository and run this command. Whenever you run this command, a magical folder by name .git gets created in the folder, and from that time onwards, Git will start tracking any changes that happen to that particular folder. It also creates a new repository and a branch. By default, the branch that is created is called the master branch. Git add dot is a wildcard character for adding any number of new files into your Git repository. If you have a bunch of files, 1 file, 2 file, 10 files, a folder containing multiple files in it, all of them could be added into the repository using this command. So once you add any number of files into the repository, you can keep on adding more and more files into the repository. Once you're done with that, you want to commit the changes that has happened in the repository, you use the git commit command. Git commit -m with a meaningful message. This will commit all the work items that you've done in terms of the files that got changed, the files that got added, all this with one particular message. Git status will give you the status of all the files and folders, any file that got added, any file that got created, any file that was deleted, all the status of the files will be obtained using the git status command. Git log will show you all the commit history with the latest history or the latest commit showing up on top. Git add remote origin. This command is used whenever you want to link any local repository to a server. And this is when you want to really push a repository from the local to the server for the first time. Git push -u origin and master. This is the command that you would use whenever you want to push contents from the local repository to the server. Git clone and the URL of the server. This is the command that you would run whenever you have an existing repository on the server and you want to make a fresh clone or a fresh copy of that particular repository onto your local box. More than often, many developers or Git users find themselves in situations where they would want to go back in history and modify or change some of the files that they recently committed or checked into the repository. Now, from a perspective of Git, this is a very simple activity. However, from a perspective of version control tool, you will have to be really cautious about the change that you're going to do. In case the changes are pretty local, none of the developers or none of the other users who are collaborating with you would be affected by this change. You're good to go ahead and make this change. However, if your repository is being pushed to the server and you're trying to modify something from history, this would have a very bad or adverse effect on all the other users who will be using it. You need to be really cautious while running these commands. In case your repository contents are local, you've not pushed your changes to your repository, and if at all you made some changes to the repository, maybe to fix a defect or to include a new feature, and you missed few things, you can go ahead and modify this with some of these commands. Let's say I have this simple repository called undo repo, and if at all I look at the logs of these, I have the commit histories which are like this. I have about 5 commits that is there in my repository, and in C1 I've added a file, in C2 I've added another file, in C3 I've also added some file, in C4 I've made some changes to M1 and M3, and in C5 I've added another file called M4. Now this is my commit history. Now let's say I made these 2 commits, but possibly I want to club them together along with some other changes, because whatever changes I did not really fix things the way I expected it to fix. So there is a git command called git reset. This would allow me to go back in history, to go back to any of the snapshot, get rid of all this commit history or the commit messages, but retain the changes that were made as a part of these commits. So if at all I need to go back in history and go back to this particular commit, and however I just want to get rid of these commits that are there in terms of the commit messages, but I want the changes that were there as a part of these commits to still exist, I would do command called git reset --soft. Now this would go back or unwind my changes back to this particular snapshot, getting rid of all the commit messages that were there as a part of these 2 commits, but a soft would ensure that the file changes that were done as a part of these 2 commits would still exist or full remain. So the command for that is git reset -soft, which is the snapshot that I want to get back to. If this is the commit that I want to get back to, I just copy this and I paste this. Alright, it doesn't give me any message, but if at all I do a git log pretty one line, what it says is C1, C2, now the head, which is nothing but the current pointer, which was earlier pointing to C5, it's gone back to C3. Now what happened to the changes that were there as a part of C4 and C5? If at all you do a git status, if you see the changes that were a part of C4 was some changes to M1 and M2, and C5, a new file got M4 got added. If at all I do a git status, you would see those changes still exist. However, from the git history or the git commit history, C3 is the topmost commit that exists as of now. C4 and C5 have been gotten rid of, but the changes that were there still exist. Alright, now I can make some more changes that I want if as a part of my commit, and possibly go ahead and commit this whole thing as a new commit altogether. Maybe I'll open up a notepad and possibly create a new file called m6.txt and say one new file that was missed out. I make this change. I go to a git status. All these files are still there. I would say git add dot. I would say git commit -m C4 rewriting history, and I do a git log pretty. There you go. So C1, C2, C3 still existed, and whatever was a part of C4 and C5, the older ones, I've gotten rid of this. Along with those old changes, I also added a new file. I made some changes and I was able to commit it. Now if you look at my git history, it's all nice and clean. However, do this activity only when you don't push your git repository to the server. One other most powerful and useful command while undoing or resetting the history is something called as revert. This is a safe way of undoing some things. Remember what I talked about when exactly you can do a reset? It's only when your changes are local and is not being pushed to the repository. take this scenario wherein, let's say I have a Git server and I have the changes which are C1, C2, C3, and possibly C4. Alright, so this is a bunch of commits that has happened. This was the oldest commit and this is the newest commit. And if at all developer 1 is the one who's responsible for pushing these contents in the first place. So he has got C1 to C4 on his history. I'm going to jump all these C2 and C3 and get into C4, and he's pushed all these contents out here. And there are a bunch of people from the server who has pulled this repository, and all of them are at the same level. Now imagine a use case where developer 1 then figures out that by mistake he put in the C3, which was the wrong thing to do, and possibly he could have done a better job of fixing this in a different way. So he wants to get rid of the C3 or C4 or any one of these commits. If he's going to do that and push it to the server, first of all, the Git server would not allow him to go back in history. But assuming that he forcibly pushed something, what would happen to all these people who are looking to work ahead from C4? All of them would be affected in an adverse way. So in short, never go back in history. If at all you need to undo something, go ahead and put in a new commit to undo something. Let's take this example. Maybe if at all a developer 1 wants to get rid of C3, better way to do that is by adding a new commit which is ahead, say let's say C5. And what does this commit do? This commit possibly gets rid of C3. Instead of going back in history, it actually is taking your Git history ahead. But as a part of this commit, you're undoing some part of the work that was done as a part of C3. In short, you're removing a commit, but to remove a commit, you're adding a new commit. And this is why you're doing it, because there are a bunch of other people who are using this repository collaboratively and who are planning to get ahead in terms of history. They cannot afford to go back in history and modify something in history. All right, the command to do this is called the git revert command. So let me take up this repository which has got a bunch of commits in it, and if at all I do a git log, pretty one line, I have these bunch of commits. In C1 I've added a file, in C2 I've added another file, in C3 I've added one more file, and in C4 I made some changes, and this is the latest commit and this is the oldest commit. So if at all I see the contents of the git folder, it contains M1, M2, M3 and M4. And let's say looking at the previous use case that I mentioned, I may want to get rid of this particular commit. I want to get rid of the C3, which is nothing but I've added a file called m3.txt, but I added it by mistake. I need a better way of fixing it. Possibly I'll look at it later on, but for now, I don't want this particular commit and the changes that were made as a part of that commit to exist. So the better way to do that is using the git revert command. So git revert and the commit ID, whatever I want to revert. So if I want to revert this, I copy this particular commit ID, and bear in mind that considering a reset, revert works on one commit at a time. So I can do one commit revert at a time. I can club a bunch of them together and do one commit, but otherwise the revert always works on one commit at a time. So git revert, paste this. Essentially what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to undo this particular commit. While I'm undoing this commit, what does git do? It safely adds a new commit, and a part of this new commit, it undoes whatever changes that were done as a part of this commit. So if I say git revert this, all right, I forgot to mention a message, which is why this window is showing up, but that message is good for me. I say write and quit. All right, and if I do a git log, all right, if you see this, C1 still is there in history, and our history is going ahead from C5. I see another commit, but what was there as a part of this commit actually is getting rid of this commit C3. So if at all I see my files here, there's only M1, M2 and M4. M3 was added as a part of C3. Now I've gotten rid of M3 by getting rid of the revert command for C3. So this is a better way of undoing things. Now that we have acquainted ourselves with few of those basic Git commands, let me get into a very interesting topic regarding Git, which is about branching. The topic is interesting because Git deals with branches in a completely different way compared to any other version control tool. In most of the version control tools, whenever you create a new branch, a complete copy or a subset of the whole repository is created, which in my opinion is very cost inefficient because it is a very expensive operation both in terms of time and the disk space. However, in Git, you just create a very lightweight movable pointer whenever you create a branch. There is no folder or no copy of the repository that is created. In short, the branches are very inexpensive in Git. So go ahead and create any number of branches that you need. However, once you create your branches, do all the work relating to that branch in that specific branch. And once you've completed your task, go ahead and merge your branches back into your base branch and then delete the branch. Let me go ahead and create a repository with some branches in this and give you a demonstration of that. So let me go back to my base directory, which is git demo, and then I'm going to create a new folder here. I'll create a folder called org details. Alright, this is my folder here. Alright, I navigate into this folder and let me create a repository here. I initialize a repository and .git folder is created without any files in it. So let me create a few files in it. Say notepad name.txt. Organization name. I create a name.txt within this. Maybe I'll create one more file in this. Notepad employees.txt. Simplilearn has over 3k employees. I just put in some content in this. Save this content. Alright. So if at all I do git status, I just see two files in it. So let me go ahead and add these two files and let me commit my changes. So git commit -am or -m. First commit. So if I do a git log, I see only one commit and there are two files and you can see those two files that is here. Alright, so at this stage, let me go ahead and create a new branch. And the command for creating a new branch is git branch name of the branch. So let me name my branch as Bangalore branch, BLR branch. And this created a branch. But I don't see any changes in the folder structure or in the file that exists here. I've just created this branch. So if at all I do a git branch, I see these two branches. And whatever star means I'm currently in this master branch. So let me go ahead and get into the BLR branch. At this moment, the number of files that exist in this repository is same. There's absolutely no change in any of the branches. Both master and BLR branch point to the same snapshot. So let me get into the other branch, and the command to do that is git checkout BLR branch. Now I actually switched into Bangalore branch. If you see the content of the files, there's exactly two files the way it was earlier. Because I've created a branch from my base branch, which is the master branch. And when I created a branch, there were two files existing here. If you see the content of these files, they would all be the same. Alright, so let me create a file that is specific to Bangalore branch. So I would just say notepad. Maybe I want to put down the address of this organization specific to Bangalore in this address.txt. So I say notepad address.txt. I'll say Simplilearn Bangalore office, say located in some address, I would say Bangalore. That is the content of this file, and I'm creating all this new file in this BLR branch. So I would say git add dot, and I would say git commit -m Bangalore branch commit. Alright, if you see this, now I have an address.txt which is there only in the Bangalore branch that I'm presently on. Now let me switch back to my master branch. The command to do that is git checkout master branch. If you remember, when I forked out or when I created a new branch from the master branch, I didn't have this address.txt in it. So let me go back to git checkout master branch and keep noticing this particular. What happened to the address.txt? It kind of disappeared. Now, how did that happen? It's all because of this magical git folder. So what happened is, now git knows that when you are in the master branch, the file that was there in the Bangalore branch, which was called the address.txt, didn't exist. So git is playing around with the file system snapshot. So if I come back, let's say I come back to git checkout Bangalore branch. If you see this, the address.txt file appears. So this particular file is only present in the branch, and git is playing around with the file system snapshot by moving the pointers across and ensuring that whenever I'm switching to Bangalore branch, I see this address.txt. When I go back to my master branch, I don't see this Bangalore branch contents, which is the address.txt. Alright, now that I created this branch, maybe I may need to push this onto the server. So let me go ahead and create a particular repository structure on the server, similar to whatever we did in our previous exercise. So the name of the folder needs to be exactly this one. So let me copy this and let me create a repository very quickly. I'll go here and say new repository. All right, this is the name of the repository, git branch demo. This is what I'm going to put in as a description. I would say public. I don't want any readme files in it because I already have a repository. I would just say create a repository. All right, let me use the SSH URL. Yeah, this is the SSH URL. This is good for me. So let me copy this URL. Let me add it here. I'm linking my local repository with the server, and let me come back to my master branch. Let me first push my master branch. So I would say git push -u origin master. It asks for my passphrase. All right, I pushed my master branch. It looks good. It says new branch master is created. So if I go back to my server and I do a refresh, if you see, it says only one branch, and it says what is the name of the branch? Master. If you see the contents, there is employees.txt and name.txt. Now let's try to push the other branch that is there. The command to do that is a little different compared to the way we created it on the client, because on the client we created the branch with a git branch command. Now this branch doesn't exist on the server, and I need to push this new branch onto the server. So the command would be git push -u origin and the name of the branch that I want to specifically push. All right, now it created a branch out here. Let me do a refresh of this. All right, it says 2 branches. If I get into this Bangalore branch, I would see the address.txt. If at all I go back into master branch, I would not see this address.txt. Wonderful. Now let me do one thing. Let me try to get the changes from the branch that I created back into the master branch. That is what I would mean by merging. I would want the changes that is there as a part of the Bangalore branch to come back into my master branch. So if I go to git checkout Bangalore branch. I see this address.txt. This is there only as a part of Bangalore branch. Now, assuming that I'm done with the changes from the Bangalore branch, I want to get those changes back into my master. So let me come back to my master branch. And the way to merge in the changes is get merge. So what is it that you want to merge? I want to merge the Bangalore branch changes. And where will it merge? It will merge it into the current branch that I'm on. Presently, I'm in the master branch. So this command would merge the changes from the Bangalore branch into your master branch. So with this, if you'll keep looking here, the content that was there that was added as a part of Bangalore branch, which was nothing but the address.txt, this file should appear as soon as we do a merge. All right, so it happened quickly, and you would see this address.txt that is here. So if you see, let's check the contents in terms of the git log. All right, so there was only one branch that we had earlier, which had only one commit. Right now, we are at this Bangalore branch commit, which was there as a part of the Bangalore branch commit. So with this change, let me push this change onto the server as well. Git push origin master. Okay, those changes were pushed to the server. And now, if at all I do a refresh out here, okay, I'm in two branches. The branches is master. Even if I'm in master branch, I should see this address.txt that is there. Even if I'm in the Bangalore branch, the content is all same because we have merged these two branches. Now that I've merged this branch, I don't need this branch anymore. So I would go ahead and delete this locally as well as push it onto the server so that it gets deleted from the server as well. So delete branch locally. The command is git branch -d and the name of the branch. Only thing you need to ensure is that you should not be currently on that branch which you're trying to delete. So I would say git branch, and I'm presently in the master branch, so I can go ahead and delete the other branch. So git branch -d Bangalore branch. All right, this got rid of our Bangalore branch locally. If at all I do a git branch -v, it shows there's only one branch as of now. However, this branch would still exist on the server because server doesn't know anything about the changes that we have done. We need to specifically push our changes onto the server. Okay, there are two branches still here. So let me go ahead and push these changes so that the branch gets deleted from the server as well. The command to do that is git push origin -delete and the name of the branch. All right, so this went ahead and deleted the branch from the server. Let's check that. Okay, if you see now, there's only one branch. These are the basic steps that you would need to know before you work with any of the branches within Git. And as I said before, the branches are very, very inexpensive in Git. Go ahead and create any number of branches that you want, but just ensure that once you create your branch, finish off your task, and once you finish off your task, go ahead and delete the branch. And before you delete the branch, please ensure that you merge in the branches so that you get in or take in the work that was done as a part of that particular branch. To summarize, the Git branching commands are as follows. To create a new branch, you issue a command git branch, the name of the branch, and this would automatically spin off or create a new branch from the existing branch from where you issue this command. If you are on the master branch and if you execute this command git branch new underscore branch, it creates a new underscore branch from the master branch. Once you create a new branch, in order to get into this branch, you would type in git checkout, the name of the branch. This would automatically switch the file system snapshot between different branches. Now the branches that are created are by default created on the local repository. In case you want to push any specific branch onto the server, you would have to issue a command git push -u origin and the name of the branch. So this will ensure that the contents of the new branch are pushed onto the server. At any time, if you want to list out all existing branches on your local repositories, the command would be git branch -av. Assuming that you did all your work in a new branch and you're happy with the changes, you would want to bring back those changes into the master branch. The command to merge the contents of any new branch into a master branch would be git merge and the name of the branch. And this would automatically merge the branch contents that you specified into the branch on which you currently reside. If at all you're on the master branch, and if you issue a command git merge new underscore branch, this would merge the contents of the new branch onto the master branch. So once you merge the contents of any branch, you would possibly want to go ahead and delete this branch. So the command to delete those branch locally is git branch -D and the name of the branch. This again would delete the branch locally. In order to make this change on the server, which is in order to remove this branch from the server, the command to do that is git push origin -delete and the name of the branch. This would also delete the branch that you created on the server.
Hello guys, this is Vikesh. So when we talk about Java, it is one of the most popular programming language out there, and it was created way back in 1991, but it was publicly released only in 1995. It was developed by one of the famous developers of our generation, who is James Gosling at Sun Microsystems, and then later Java was acquired by Oracle, and today Oracle owns Java. Java is very simple and easy to use, and we will look at different aspects of how it is easy and simple to use. It's a write once, run anywhere type of programming language. Again, we will look at details into this particular concept as well. And when we talk about the usage of Java, you can use it to build web applications, mobile applications, desktop applications, even command line applications. And at the same time, you can also use it to build complex applications like gaming applications, building microservices, or building distributed computing, etc. Let's talk about the features of Java. So one of the most prominent features of Java is that it's an object-oriented programming language, which means that everything which happens in Java happens around objects. Objects enable the execution of the program. Objects talk to each other to exchange data and messages. We will look at the concept of objects in details in the upcoming lectures. It's a platform-independent language, which means that, again, going back to the previous point of write once, run anywhere, it basically enables the program to be run on any platform once compiled. So once you have prepared your program and you have compiled your program, then your compiled program can be run on any platform. It is a strong type checking language, which means that it will force you to respect the contracts of the variables to the data types. For example, if you have created a collection which should accept strings, then you can only insert strings in that collection, and it will not allow you to add a number or an integer into that collection. So it's a strongly type checking language. So when you run your program, it's a two-step process in Java. You compile the program and then you execute the program, which we also call as interpretation. So you have a Java compiler and you have a Java interpreter. You first compile your program and then you run the program using the help of Java interpreter. Java also provides automatic garbage collection. It's a really important feature. And if you talk about the languages prior to Java, like C or C++, they did not offer this capability. And this capability made Java really popular because it could automatically find the unused objects and variables and remove them from the memory to free up memory space for the program execution. It also provides multi-threading support, which means that you can build multi-threading applications like a gaming application. If you take the example of a racing game, for example, so there can be one thread which is monitoring your leaderboard score. There can be another thread which is displaying the speed of the car. There can be another thread which is displaying the graphic. There can be another thread which is displaying the sound. So you see all of these threads are working parallelly, and Java provides the support to create such applications using the multi-threading capability it has. Java is secure by default because there are no pointers in Java. So there are no possibilities of having any memory leaks or any reference leaks from the application. Again, if you take the example of programming languages like C or C++, you had the concept of pointers. and we witnessed a lot of scenarios and a lot of incidents where there was a memory leakage happening in the production application, which was really a bad experience for the organizations. So Java removed the concept of pointers totally from its programming language. It's also a very robust language because it provides a really great exception handling framework out of the box, which developers can use and implement to build really resilient applications. So now let us understand how a Java program is run. So at first you basically write your Java program and you store your Java program into a .java file. Then you compile your Java file with the help of the Java compiler. Once the program is compiled, the compiler is going to generate another file, which is a .class file. And this .class file is basically the compiled file, or also known as the bytecode file. So this bytecode or the .class file code can be run on any platform, be it a Linux platform or a Windows platform or a macOS platform or any other platform. To give you some more context, the first two steps where you write your Java program and you compile your Java program can be run on any machine. Let's take the example that you ran these two steps on a Windows machine. So you write your program and you compile your program on a Windows machine, which generated a .class file. Then you transported this .class file to a Linux machine and it also worked there. You transported your .class file to a macOS machine and it worked there as well. And that's what brings the platform independence concept of Java, that you can write the program once on any platform, and once you have the bytecode available, then you can run this program on any other platform of your choice. Okay, so that was about how the Java program execution works and how the platform independence is actually achieved. Now let us spend some time to understand the anatomy of Java. So once you download Java and install Java on your local machine, you will hear the term JDK. Actually, we'll see that in the next lecture, that when you try to download the Java, it will say JDK download. JDK stands for Java Development Kit. So the Java Development Kit is the installation of the Java. This is what you're going to install on your machine. Once the JDK or Java Development Kit has been installed, the JDK will provide a lot of other components as well, like Java Runtime Environment or JRE, Java Virtual Machine or JVM, some class libraries, and some other supporting libraries. So let us understand what happens when your program is run and how these components work together to make sure that your program runs as expected. Let's start from here. So you install JDK or the Java Development Kit, you write your program, and then you compile your program with the help of Java compiler, which is provided by JDK. Once the program is compiled, your .class file will be generated, and then you can run that .class file using JRE. In fact, if you just run your program on your local machine, JRE will automatically kick in and run your .class file. So the Java Runtime Environment or JRE runs your .class file with the help of these three components. Let's talk about first component, which is Java Virtual Machine or JVM. So the Java Virtual Machine is actually the virtual environment inside which your program runs. This is the real main environment inside your .class file is running. So when this program is running, how does it achieve this environment? For achieving this virtual machine environment, it would need some runtime libraries, and that is provided by these class libraries. For example, there would be a runtime jar or rt.jar as a shorthand, which will be supplied to the program at the runtime to make sure that the program runs smoothly. Then there are other supporting libraries as well, which your program may be using. For example, if this program, this .class file is, let's say, a calculator program, then it might be using a square root function from java.math package. So how does the java.math package get supplied at runtime? It would be supplied by the other supporting libraries which are present inside JRE. So JRE will make sure that your program runs inside the Java virtual machine. It gets the required runtime libraries, and it also gets the libraries which are referred in your program at runtime. And this all together will make sure that your program is running. So you can see JDK basically provides GRE automatically and JVM automatically, but you can also install GRE separately. If you talk about that use case where you compile your program on a Windows machine using JDK, and then you exported your .class file to another machine, and there you just install the GRE. You don't install JDK there, you just install the runtime environment, and you can run the .class file just using the runtime environment. Let's get started with inheritance. So inheritance is basically one of the most important properties of any object-oriented programming language. It's basically a concept, and the concept says that what if you have a scenario where you want multiple classes to share similar behavior and similar properties. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Let's take the example of a bank. When you go to a bank to open an account, there are multiple types of accounts. There can be a savings account. It can be a type of current account. There can also be a different offering for personal account and commercial accounts, such as for businesses. Then you may also have loan accounts, which are having different kind of properties. So all of these types of accounts are still technically accounts, and they will share some similar properties. For example, all of them will have to maintain some sort of an interest rate, for example. All of them will be used to either deposit money or withdraw money. So there would be some kind of similarity across all of these types of account classes. But at the same time, there will also be some sort of differentiality amongst these classes. The way you will calculate the interest rate for a current account will be different from the way you will calculate the interest rate for a savings account. And the same applies for commercial account, personal account, loan account, etc. So you see that we have some common behavior, but at the same time, we also have some different behavior. So whenever you have such scenario, always think about applying the concept of inheritance in your application. There's another simple way to spot whether inheritance can be used at a particular place or not. Inheritance is also called is a relationship. So whenever you read the requirements from a customer, just try to find the words which use this particular phrase is a. For example, car is a vehicle. Savings account is a type of account. Similarly, you will find many other types of similar examples. So whenever you will see that is a relationship between two different kinds of objects or two different kind of entities, that means that there might be an inheritance relationship being applied between them. And that's how you will spot the usage of inheritance. So far we have understood this concept that there would be some sort of relationship between the two classes. What will be this relationship? The relationship will be of parent-child type. There will be a parent class. Some people also call that as base class. And then there will be a child class. So the child class will be inheriting the properties and the behaviors from the base class or from the parent class. I will be using base class and parent class terms interchangeably during this session. But the basic idea and basic premise is like that only, that there will be a child class and there will be a parent class. And the child class is extending from the parents class. Remember the word extend because we are going to use that. And I've just shown you the what you see here is basically the official definition, which is given by Java Docs here. We can read the definition as well. And the basic idea which I told you lies in the parent and child relationship. And this is how you can conceptualize it, that you will have a base class or a parent class, and then you can have multiple children of it. And then those children can again have their own children, and so on and so forth. So this hierarchy, this whole inheritance hierarchy can go as deep as you want it to be. And that's the basic idea and basic conceptualization of how you understand and how you visualize inheritance. Now let's move to Eclipse IDE and try to understand this with the help of an example. So for this particular case, I have created a set of classes basically, which we will be using to demonstrate the relationship of inheritance. And I've taken the simple example of a bicycle. So a bicycle is again a very generic definition of any two-wheeler, and bicycles can have multiple types. There can be an all-terrain bike, there can be a mountain bike, there can be a city bike, there can be a bike which is specifically made for ladies, and similarly there can be multiple different types of bikes. But all of these bikes will have some similar properties. For example, all of them will have two wheels. All of them will have a seat. All of them will have brake. All of them will have some sort of a speeding mechanism, whether they can accelerate or de-accelerate. So there will be some commonality, but at the same time, a mountain bike's features might be very different from a city bike feature. A mountain bike mountain bike might have gears, for example, whereas a city bike might not have gears because you don't need that much of a variation in inclination and declination when you drive down the road. So I'm trying to conceptualize the same example here where I've created a class called bicycle, and this is my base class. I define two properties in the bicycle class, which is gear and speed. We will come back to protected in a while, but let's leave that there. So I have two properties, which is gear and speed. I have a constructor where I'm initializing the starting speed and the starting gear. And then I have three methods here, which says set gear, apply brake, and speed up. When I apply brake, the speed is going to get reduced. So that's why you see minus equal to unary operator. And when I'm trying to speed up, the speed is going to increase. That's why I'm using the plus equal to unary operator. So when you use the method speed up, the speed is going to be increased by the value you supply in the method. Similarly, when you apply the brake, the speed is going to get reduced by the amount you supply in the method argument. And that is my base class: bicycle, gear, speed, and three methods. Now let's have a look at the child class. So the way you will define the inheritance relationship in Java is by using this extends keyword. Remember, I told you to remember the extends keyword. So what you will do, that you will write your class name as usual, and then you will use extends keyword, and then you will use the parent class name or the base class name. So here I'm saying class mountain bike extends bicycle. And here I'm providing an additional property. Remember the whole commonality versus differentiality equation. So a mountain bike might have an extra property to adjust the seat height. So that's the extra property which mountain bike is having. And then since this mountain bike is extending the bicycle class, this mountain bike class has the responsibility to initialize the bicycle class as well. And the way it will fulfill that responsibility is by taking all the arguments of bicycle class plus the mountain bike class in its constructor. And that's why you see three different properties here. You see the start height property, which is the property of this particular class, which is the seat height. And then you see the start speed and start gear property, which directly are not available in this class, but this class is inheriting those properties from the base class. Remember the keyword inheritance here. And then once you do that, how do you initialize the base class constructor is by calling the super method. This is again a keyword in Java, and you will use this super keyword to refer to the base class constructor in this way. So what you will do technically is that you will write super and you will supply the arguments which is required by the base class constructor. If I go back, the base class constructor requires two arguments, start speed and start gear. So I write super and then I write start speed and start gear. So whatever I got from here in the constructor of mountain bike, I'm supplying those values as is to super. And Java will automatically take care of invoking this particular constructor the moment it encounters this kind of statement. Another thing to notice is that this super keyword or super statement has to be the first statement inside your constructor. Remember that whenever you are dealing with inheritance and whenever you have to initialize the super class constructor or the base class constructor, use the super constructor invocation as the very first statement inside your child class constructor. Otherwise, Java will not compile the program. And then you will initialize the local variable. I should call this as this. Remember, we discussed about this in the classes session. Okay, and then it just has a method of set height. So there's no extra method which this mountain bike is providing, but this mountain bike will have access to all the methods which have been provided here and all the properties which have been provided here. This mountain bike can access everything from the bicycle class. And that's the whole idea of inheritance, that the child class can access the properties of the base class by extending the base class. Now let's look at how do we invoke this particular class. So for that, I have a simple class name as inheritance demo, which has a public static void main method. And then I am initializing the mountain bike class. I'm supplying three values as 20, 10, and 1. So the 20 goes to start height. The 10 here goes to start speed, and 1 here goes to gear or the start gear. And that's how I'm setting the values. So when I call this particular constructor here, the mountain bike constructor is going to, this mountain bike constructor is going to get called, and which in turn is going to call the base class bicycle class constructor as well, and everything will be set accordingly. And then let's try to access the gear property. Remember, gear is not directly available in the mountain bike class, but I'm still able to do mountain bike.gear because child class can access the parents class properties. Similarly, the same thing goes for speed as well. And seat height is the local property of this particular class, mountain bike, so it will anyways be accessible. So I can access all the properties of the base class and the child class itself seamlessly without any differentiation. Now let's try to call a method. So here I'm calling the method apply break. Remember, apply break was defined in the base class, not in the child class. It's defined here. So I'm calling the apply break method, and I want to reduce the speed, the current speed by 1. And then I'm printing the current speed, saying that bike speed after applying brake is mountain bike.speed. So let's run this particular program and observe the outputs. Okay, so the first statement which gets printed is at line number 7, which says gear is 1 because it's coming from here. Then the seat height is mountain bike.seat height, which is 20, which is the first argument here. And then the bike speed is 10, which is coming as here and getting printed here. And then when I apply the brake, let's go back to the apply brake method. The logic is that whatever is the current speed, reduce it by the value I supply in the method. So if I supply 1, 10 minus 1 becomes 9, and that becomes the current speed. If I supply 5 here, the current speed will be 10 minus 5 equal to 5. Let's assert that particular assumption as well. Yes, we can see that. And similarly, you can access other methods of the base class as well. If I just do control space here, and you can see apply brake is accessible, set gear, set height, speed up, all the methods which are defined in the base class are accessible in the child class as well. This is the power of inheritance. One more thing which I said I will come back to is around the usage of protected access modifier. Remember when we discussed about the access modifiers in the previous session, I said that protected is used when you are dealing with inheritance, that whenever you define something as protected, it will be available to be accessible in the child classes of the base class. So if I define this particular variable as protected, then this particular property will be accessible in the child class mountain bike as well. Let's play around this. Let's make this as private and see what happens. So if I make this private, now when I say private, the scope of this particular variable is within the class only, and nobody outside the class will be able to see it. And you can see the effect of it. I can see an error being coming here in my inheritance demo class because now mountain bike object cannot access the gear property because the gear property is defined in the base class and now it is private. That's why the child class now, mountain bike class, cannot access the property gear. And the moment you make it back to protected, it will be accessible. The error is gone. There's no red line here. So that's how you can use the protected access modifiers. It is always recommended to use them when you write any kind of inheritance logic. And in inheritance logic as well, intentionally, if you want to hide a particular property from the child classes, just make it private. And that's all I want to cover in this particular session, where we dive deep into the concept of inheritance. We had a look at an example using the bicycle and mountain bike kind of construct, and you can apply the same kind of construct on any kind of other kind of business requirement. Remember, the is a relationship. So that's all I want to cover in this particular session. And in the next session, we are going to talk about another very interesting concept of Java, which is about encapsulation. Let's get started with encapsulation. So again, let's understand what is encapsulation in general, and then we will apply that concept to Java. Encapsulation, if you try to break that word, if I just write it here in the form of a comment, it's encapsulation. Just trying to break this word into to make it more visual. So you see a word called capsule here. So if you try to imagine a capsule, why do you create that, and what's the concept of a capsule? Capsule tries to pack a lot of things inside a small tube-like shape. And the concept of encapsulation is sort of inspired from that. Not exactly, not literally, but that's the basic idea of this root word, which is called encapsulation. So encapsulation basically means to restrict accessing the properties of a class to the outside world. If you want to protect the properties of your class, how do you do that? You do that with the help of the concept called encapsulation. So here this is a sort of a security feature. You can think of it as a security feature that you want to protect the properties of your class, and you will use encapsulation to protect the properties. How you implement encapsulation? Let's have a look at that now. So basic idea is to encapsulate the objects, create sort of a capsule around the object which can provide that protection layer. And you will define how the outside world is going to access the properties of the class if needed. So I've created a simple class here, and it's if you remember one of the previous examples when we discussed about classes, I used the same class, which was the student class, and I'm just using the same class for continuity. So I've created a student class here, and I have created 3 different properties of this particular class, which is name of the student, age of the student, and address of the student. You see, intentionally, I have used the keyword private in front of these 3 properties. And that is the first thing which you need to do to implement encapsulation on your object, that you hide all the properties from the outside world. Remember, the moment you make anything as private, only the class, which is the student class itself, only the class itself can see these variables or these properties. Nothing outside the student class will be able to access the name or age or the address directly from the student class. It's not possible. That's the whole idea of making it private, because you don't want the outside world to access these properties. So you make those properties as private. Then you create a constructor. The constructor has to be public so that anybody can initialize the student object, because you want your object to be accessible. Remember, so you want the objects to be accessible, but you want the restriction on the access of the properties of the object. And these are the properties of the object. So you have restricted them by making it private, but that doesn't solve the problem, because there will be some illegitimate consumers of the student object which should not have access to the student properties, but there will also be some legitimate consumers of the student object which should be having access to the properties of the student. For example, the payroll application will need access to these particular properties. The examination application will require access to these particular properties. So how do you do that? You create getters. We call them getters because they start with the keyword get. So you create a getter method for each of the property. You create the method called as get name, and this is the naming convention which Java promotes, that you write get and then you write the name of the property in camel case. So you write get name, and this property is supposed to return the name property of this particular object. And here you say return name. So you're returning the name which is being stored by the current student object whenever somebody calls student object dot get name. And this is the way you have restricted the access of this particular object as well. So remember, you made it private so that nobody can access it. And then you defined your own way of providing access to the name property of this particular class. Now, if anybody wants to access the name value of your student object, there's only one way to do that, which is via calling get name. So you have provided restrictions, and you have also provided prescriptive guidance on how you are going to expose the properties of your class. That's the second thing which you need to do to implement correct form of encapsulation on your object. That is to provide the getter methods with the right visibility. You want to make them public so that anybody can call them, but since you are governing what is written inside the method, you have full control on what kind of exposure you want to give for this particular property. Similarly, you create a getter for age, calling get age, which returns the age, and then you call you write get address and return the address. Here it is simply returning it, but if you want to do more stuff here, feel free to do that. Like I said, you govern the control of how do you want to return the name. Maybe you don't want to return the complete name and you want to just return the initials. Then you can split the string, trim the string, and return only the initials. So that's the basic idea of getters. Now, after you have created the object, there might be use cases where somebody needs to overwrite the values of the properties like name, age, or address. What if a student's name was incorrectly mentioned when they called the constructor and now they want to overwrite the name or fix the name? So basically they have to replace the existing value of the name with a new name. So in that case, you need to provide what we call as setters, and they start with set. That's why we call them setters. And we follow the same kind of logic that you provide the setters for all the properties of your class. So you had three properties, which were name, age, and address, and you provided the setters for all three of them. And how do you provide that? You again make them as public because you want the outside world to access this setter method to override the values of the name. This method is not going to return anything, so it is going to be void. Then you write the name of the method, which starts with set, and then the property name in camel case. And then you provide the new value, which is the value which should be the new value, and this is the value which should replace the existing value. So whatever new value you want to supply, you supply that as the argument of the setter methods for set name, for set age, or for set address. And then you write this particular line, which says set the current name property of this particular object with the name which is coming in from the argument. So this dot name, remember, this dot name represents the current object's property because this represents the current object. So whatever is the current object property value of the name is, just override that value with the argument coming in. Do the same thing for age in set age method, and do the same thing for set address in the set address method. So this is how you are going to provide the setters and the getters. So setters and getters can also be generated in smart IDEs like Eclipse. So you just right click, you go to source, and here you will see the option of generate getters and setters. If you click on this, it will give you the list of the fields which are available to be having getters and setters. Currently, it says no fields or all fields have getters and setters already. Yes, because they have it. Let me just comment this and show this how this works. So for example, let me comment all the getters and setters. So I'm commenting them. And if I right click, source, generate getters and setters, I get all the fields available for which setters and getters can be generated. So you can select them and leave everything as default, hit generate. And it is automatically going to generate the getter and the setter. You see, all the code of the getter and setter is automatically generated. You do not even need to write it. And this is the power of the smart IDEs. Let me just revert what I did. So you created everything as all the properties as private, and then you define how you want to replace the values by providing the setters, and you define how you want the outside world to access your properties. So you have full control of the class now. You control the visibility, you control how they are going to get initialized, you are controlling how the properties are going to be overwritten or set, and you control how the properties are going to be returned. So you have complete control of the class. So you have created a perfect capsule here, a perfect form of encapsulation in this class. And this is how you can implement encapsulation. And that's all I'm going to cover for this particular session. In the next session, we are going to discuss about abstraction. Let's get started with abstraction. Let's first understand the definition of abstraction before we relate this to Java. Abstraction generally means hiding something. When you want to hide some details of a particular object from the outside world, you apply the concept of abstraction. For example, when you drive a particular car, you just hit the accelerator and the car speeds up. Now, it's not only one action. When you hit the accelerator, the whole machinery of the car and all the components, different parts of the car work together to speed up. There would be engine, there would be propulsion, there would be fuel, there might be some, if it's an electric car, there would be batteries, there would be whole different kinds of pistons and plugs which will make the car speed up. It's not only a single component, it's a lot of different components under the hood. And that's the concept of abstraction. that we only show the relevant parts to the user and we hide all the internal details from the user. That's the basic idea of abstraction. So a car manufacturer abstracts away all the inner technical details from the driver and just gives the driver a single pedal to speed up the car. For a user, it's a very good experience because he doesn't need to know about all the internals of the car. But the car manufacturer can hide all the details and provide a very simple interface for the driver to interact with, which is just a gas pedal. And that's the basic idea of abstraction. And we try to apply the same kind of concept to Java in the form of abstraction. And Java provides this kind of concept implementation with the help of a keyword which is called abstract. Now, abstract is a keyword which can be used in front of a class or a method. When you use it in front of a class, the whole class becomes abstract. Abstract class is a type of class. So the class itself becomes an abstract class. One of the things to remember is that abstract class cannot be instantiated but can be subclassed. Remember, we talked about the concept of subclass and the parent class when we talked about inheritance. So if you make a class as abstract class, you cannot call the constructor of the class because you cannot instantiate it, but you can extend the abstract class and create a child class out of it. That's the concept of abstract class. Another concept is abstract method. You can also use the abstract keyword in front of a method. And when you use abstract keyword in front of a method, then that method is only declared without an implementation. You are not going to provide any implementation of the method, and you're just going to declare the method. Something like this. We will see a similar example in the hands-on as well. But that's the basic idea, that you just declare the method. You are not providing an implementation as to what does move to method actually does, because that's the whole concept of abstraction. And it is the responsibility of the child classes which inherit the particular class in which the abstract method would be sitting. So the child class will be having the responsibility to provide a concrete implementation of the declared method. Let's understand this better with the help of an example. So here I have created a class called graphic object, and I have made the class as abstract class. This is the keyword which you need to use in front before the class keyword, and the class becomes an abstract class. Now, when you create an abstract class, it automatically gets some properties. The first property is that this particular class must have at least one abstract method. And this is how you define the abstract methods, where you just provide the declaration, but you do not provide the implementation of the draw method or the resize method. And the way you will create the abstract methods is by using the abstract keyword before the actual method declaration starts. So general method declaration would look like this. And if you use abstract in front of it, this becomes an abstract method declaration. Abstract class can also have concrete methods. So that is the liberty which abstract class gives you, that you can have abstract methods which are just declared, but you can also have normal methods which are where you can also provide the implementation. So you can have normal methods and abstract methods as well in an abstract class. So this is the abstract class. Now, if you want to provide an implementation of the draw and resize method, you have to extend this abstract class. So we extend this abstract class by creating two child classes out of this particular abstract class, which is circle.java, where you can see I create a normal class and I use the extends keyword for inheritance. And I'm saying that circle class is inheriting from the graphic object class, which was my abstract class. And once I use this extends keyword, then I have the responsibility of providing the implementation of the abstract methods. Actually, Java will force me to provide the implementation of these two methods. If I do not provide all the declared methods, so there are two declared methods here. So if the circle class does not provide the implementation for both draw and resize methods, then Java will throw an error and it will ask you to take an action, which can be either define all the methods, meaning provide implementation for all the methods, or make the circle class itself as abstract. Let's see, if I just comment this particular out, I get an error. You see a red line here. And if you click on this particular balloon here, it will say either you can add the unimplemented methods or you can make the circle type as abstract. So these are the two options which you will get to fix this particular error. So an abstract class can be extended by another abstract class, if the child abstract class is not implementing all the methods of the parent. If you want to implement all the methods, then just implement them and keep it as a normal class. And that's what I've done here. I've just created a normal class here and provided the implementation. And once you provide the implementation of both of the methods, the error is gone. Similarly, I've also provided another child class because there can be multiple children of a particular parent. So rectangle also extends from the graphic object, and it also provides its own implementation of drawing and resize. Because generally the way you will draw a rectangle and you resize a rectangle will be different than drawing or resizing a circle. Here I'm not doing anything in the methods because this is just to show you the demonstration. I'm just printing a sysout saying drawing a circle and resizing drawing a rectangle and resizing a rectangle, and in the circle class drawing a circle and resizing a circle. So one abstract class as the parent class, which is the graphic object, and two children, circle and rectangle, both providing the implementation of the abstract methods which were declared in the base class. Now let's go to the main class, where I've defined the public static void main method. And here you see I have created two different kind of blocks of code here. One block is where I'm saying graphic object, creating a reference of the graphic object named as circle, and initializing the circle object. Now you see a difference here. Here is the abstract class and here is the concrete class. So whatever you define on the right hand side, whatever is the type of object will be the type of methods being called. So if you created a circle object and then if you call the draw method and resize method, these methods will be called from the circle class. If you initialized it as new rectangle, then you are creating a rectangle class object, and then the draw and the resize method will be called from the rectangle class. That's the basic construct, and that's how you will initialize a particular class which is using an abstract class. So I call graphic object circle, new circle, and I call circle.draw and circle.resize. Similarly, graphic object rectangle equal to new rectangle and rectangle.draw, rectangle.resize. Let's run this program and observe the output. So when I call this particular block of code, circle object gets initialized, and then circle.draw method prints drawing a circle, and circle.resize method prints resizing a circle. Similarly, when I create the rectangle class object, referencing it with the graphic object class, rectangle.draw prints this particular line, drawing a rectangle, and rectangle.resize prints this particular line, which is resizing a rectangle. And this is how you will use the concept of abstraction. There's another very interesting thing which is going on here. Remember I told you if I do this and I just put a system out here, base abstract class. So if I do this here, if I still write a constructor, though Java says that it cannot be instantiated, if I still write a constructor of it and I do not do any changes here, and if I run this particular program, let's see what happens. You'll see the base abstract class being called here. Let me just reformat it by putting ln here so that we get a better output. So if I run this particular program, you see base abstract class is getting printed somehow, though we said that abstract classes cannot be instantiated, but still the constructor of this is still getting called somehow. When I create a circle class, the base class constructor gets called, and when I create a rectangle class, again the base class constructor gets called. This is the power of inheritance, because in inheritance, remember how it works. When you initialize a particular child object, referencing it with the parent object, see the reference is of the parent class and the object is of the child class. So whenever you do it like this, first the default constructor, because I'm calling the default constructor here, the default constructor of the circle class will get called, which will go here. Remember I told you that Java provides the default constructor automatically if you don't provide it. So the default constructor of circle gets called, but Java sees that you are writing this code here, which says circle extends graphic object. So Java is automatically going to call the parent class and going to initialize the parent class as well, because that's how it will be able to see these methods. And so that's why it will automatically call the base class constructor, even if you don't call it explicitly. In fact, you cannot call it explicitly. Java will not allow you to initialize the graphic object class explicitly. It can only and only be called by Java itself indirectly via the concept of inheritance. If you try to do this, let's try to do this for fun and also for better understanding. So if I write graphic object, GO equal to new graphic object. You see, I don't even get an option, but let's write it and let's see what happens. So you see that this particular, it gives basically an error because it's not able to find the constructor of the graphic object class. Though even I have defined the default constructor here, but still Java is not able to find it because this class is abstract. So hence proved, abstract classes cannot be instantiated explicitly. They can only be instantiated by the child classes through the internal mechanisms of Java itself. And that's all I want to talk about in this particular session, where we looked in detail about the concept of abstraction. Couple of more things which I did not cover in the previous session. I just want to call them out for clarity. Java does not support multiple inheritance. When I say multiple inheritance, what it means that you will not have a scenario where a child will be extending from two base classes. Java does not support it. It does support it with the help of interfaces, but I will talk about interfaces in the coming sessions. But here, just understand this, that you cannot use multiple inheritance with classes in Java. A child cannot have two parent or two base classes in Java. Java will not allow that. It is also called the diamond problem because the child class does not know whether to follow the route of base 1 class or the base 2 class if it is extending from two different base 1 and base 2 classes. So a class can only extend from one class in Java. We can find a workaround of it by using the concept of interfaces, but that's something which will be coming later. Another thing to understand is that when you create an abstract class, here these variables, you can declare these variables as well, and these variables will be accessible by all the child classes as you access them. Let's get started with polymorphism. So polymorphism is a very generic concept, which means that a particular object can take multiple form. Let's not even call it as object. Let's make it more generic. A particular entity can take multiple forms. If any entity in Java exhibits that kind of behavior, then we say that polymorphism is in action. That entity can be a class or an object or even a method. And in today's session, we are going to talk about that type of polymorphism which is exhibited by methods. So we will see how a particular method in Java can take many different forms containing different logics, but still having the same name. And that concept is called method overloading. So whenever you hear the word that you need to overload a particular method or this is method overloading happening, technically or conceptually, it's basically polymorphism in action, and polymorphism is being applied on a method here. And that phenomena we call as method overloading. So in today's session, we are going to have a look at how we can implement method overloading in Java. So the basic idea of method overloading is that the name of the method should remain the same. So you see in this particular class, which I have created to demonstrate the method overloading. So this is the class name, and the method name, which I am going to overload, is called multiply. And that is probably the first thing which you need to remember to implement method overloading correctly, that the method name is going to remain the same. The type of the return of the method may change. Here you see it's returning int here in the first instance. In the second instance also it is returning int, but in the third instance it is returning double. So the return type of an overloaded method can change. Another thing which can be varied between same method being defined again and again is that the number of arguments and the type of arguments. The first multiply method takes 2 arguments of integer type. The second multiply method takes 3 arguments of integer type, and the third multiply method takes 2 arguments of double type. So by using method overloading, you can vary the number of arguments and also the type of arguments. So the basic idea is that you define the method using the same name, but you do a variation in the arguments or the return types. And that's how you technically implement method overloading. In this particular case, the multiply is the method being overloaded. And in the first case, it is accepting 2 integer arguments and returning the result of multiplication of those arguments. In the second case, the same method name multiply here, the same visibility public, and the same return type, but this time 3 different types of integer values can be accepted, and this method, multiply method, is going to return the multiplication of 3 integer numbers. In the third case, at line 15, I again use the same multiply name, the method name, but this time the return type becomes double, and this method accepts 2 double arguments and returns the result of the multiplication of these double values. So the method name is same, but the arguments vary, and also the return type may also vary. That's the basic premise of how you implement method overloading. So whenever you want to implement it, keep the method name same, vary the arguments and the return types. And after that, I'm just created a public static void main method here. I have initialized the class here, this particular class itself, method overloading demo. And then I am calling the multiply method on the object. And based on the number of arguments I supply, the corresponding method will get invoked. That is something which Java will take care automatically, that whatever type and the number of arguments you supply in the call, in the invocation, based on the number and the type of the arguments, Java will try to find a matching method in the overloaded methods. If it is able to find a method, it's going to get invoked. If it is not able to find the method, you will get an error. In fact, you will get a compile error itself while you invoke a method for which the definition is not available. For example, if I try to just copy this and make an invalid method invocation, let's provide 4 arguments. And if I do that here itself, I will get the error because Java is not able to find a multiply method in this particular class, which is accepting 4 integer arguments. So you will get the compilation error itself before you can even run the program. But the basic idea is that you use overloading with multiple different types and the number of variables. So I'm calling multiply 3 times. Let's run this particular program and observe the output. So let me just bring this output down. Yep. So first I call demo.multiply and pass 2 integer values 10 and 20. When this happens, this particular method gets invoked and it returns a result of 10 into 20, which is 200. In the second invocation, I'm calling again the multiply method, but this time with 3 arguments. 3 integer arguments specifically. And this call is going to match this particular method signature, and it is going to execute whatever is written inside this particular method, which is the multiplication of the 3 arguments being supplied. So 10 into 20 into 30, which is 6,000. The third case, let's go back here at line 25. The third case of invocation of the multiply method is accepting 2 decimal based arguments, 10.5 and 20.5. So Java is going to look at the class and trying to find a method which can accept decimal values. And there it is. This is the method signature which is going to match the invocation. Java is going to do this matching automatically for you. And here, whatever logic you have written inside this particular method will get executed. So 10.5 into 20.5 returns 215.25, and that's the output you get. So this is how you can use method overloading in Java. This is a rather fairly simple example, but you can make it as complex as you want. But a word of caution, do not use it too extensively. In fact, a lot of expert programmers do not recommend using method overloading because it becomes very confusing. Use it only when you do not have any other way out. Use it only where this is the only way to write correct form of methods with the right readability. Otherwise, generally there would be other ways to avoid method overloading by writing concrete purpose-friendly method names themselves. Maybe you don't need to use the multiply name again and again. You can call it as multiply 2 numbers, multiply 3 numbers, multiply doubles, so that the method name itself is more explicit and understandable rather than juggling around different signatures of the same method. Especially it becomes more confusing if you are creating an interface which is to be consumed by a third-party developers or third-party application. So try to use it with caution. That's what I'm trying to stress here. Let's get started with method overriding in Java. So in the previous session, we discussed about method overloading concept. Now, in this session, we'll focus on another interesting concept by which you can have the same signature of the method again and again be used in your code, but in a different way. And this concept is called method overriding. Method overriding basically is used together with the concept of inheritance. you will not be able to use the concept of method overriding without using the concept of inheritance. Remember, when we talked about inheritance, I spoke about the subclass and the parent class concept. Sometimes we also call the parent class as superclass. So the basic idea is that if a superclass defines a method, remember I'm using the word define here. If the superclass defines a particular method, and then the subclass again tries to define the method with the exact same signature, this phenomena is called method overriding. Now, when you do method overriding, there are some rules to follow. And I'm showing you a tabular structure here, a table basically, which will show you what is possible and what is not possible when it comes to method overriding. So let's try to understand this table. So if you try to define a method with the same signature as a superclass method, the rules follow as per this table. Let's go with the first one. If you have an instance method defined in the superclass, instance method is the normal method which you define in your classes. So if you have defined an instance method in your superclass, and if you define a method in the subclass with the exact same signature, then that concept is called method overriding, and it will be a successful override. Override also, let me also explain what override means here. Override means that once you try to initialize the subclass object, you will be able to invoke its own overridden method definition. If you call that particular method, the subclass's own instance method is going to get invoked rather than the superclass's instance method. We'll look at that when we look at the example as well. But that's the normal scenario where your superclass defines an instance method and subclass also defines an instance method with the exact same method signature. That concept is called method overriding. What if your superclass defines a static method? Static method is basically a method which belongs to the class but not to the object. Instance method is called instance method. A normal method is called instance method because it belongs to the object. You can call the method on the object, but static methods are called by class. So you say class name dot static method name. But when you call instance methods, you just call object name dot instance method name. So that is the basic difference. The static methods belong to the class. Once you have defined a static method, the same static method will be available to all the objects of the class. But instance methods are unique to each object. So that was a short tour of what static methods mean. So if you define a static method in the superclass, and then if you try to define an instance method with the same signature in the subclass, you will get a compilation error. It will not be allowed. It's not allowed in Java to override a static method from superclass. That's what it says. Next one, if your superclass has a normal instance method and then the subclass tries to use the same signature but creates a static method out of it, then again you will get a compilation error. So the overriding of an instance method to a static method is not allowed. And the last concept is again a very interesting concept and a very popular interview question about method hiding. So if the superclass defines a static method and the subclass also defines the static method with the exact same signature, then the superclass's static method gets hidden. It basically hides the superclass method. So that's the basic idea behind method overriding. So if you see, technically, it's a form of polymorphism because the same method is having multiple definitions. But when we looked at the previous example, the multiple definitions were in the same class. Here, the multiple definitions are in different classes, and those classes are having a parent-child relationship. That was about the theory of it. Let's go to an example of it to understand it better. And I've used again the same construct of bicycle and mountain bike, which we have been using in this series just to maintain continuity. So I have a parent class called bicycle here, which has two properties, gear and speed. It has a constructor, nothing unusual there. And then it has defined three methods: set gear, apply brake, and speed up. Set gear is just setting the new value as the gear value. Apply brake is going to decrement the speed by the value you supply, and speed up is going to increment the speed by the value you supply. Simple. This is exactly what we have seen before. Now, mountain bike tries to extend bicycle. So mountain bike becomes a child class. it defines a variable called seat height, defines a constructor called super here, nothing unusual so far. Also defines a setter for height, setter for the seat height, not exactly following the setter construct, but this is just to set the height. But here things get interesting. Let me just bring this down a bit. Yeah. So here it is overriding all the three methods of the base class. And by overriding, it is providing its own implementation of the same methods. Let's compare them. Here, when it overrides the gear and whatever value you supply, it adds 2 to the plus 2 to that value and then sets that value as the gear value. But in case of base class, it was just setting the new value as the gear value. So for instance, if you supplied 1 here, the gear value becomes 1. But here, if you supplied 1, the gear value becomes 3. Similarly, when you apply brake on the mountain bike class, whatever value you supply will be subtracted from the current speed, and 10 would be subtracted even more. So if the speed is, let's say, 50 and you supply the decrement value as 10, so it will be 50 minus 10 equal to 30. But in case of bicycle, if the speed was 50 and you supply 10, then it would be just 50 minus 10, 40. So there is extra 10 being subtracted from the speed when you apply brake in case of a mountain bike. Similarly, for speed up, it's increment of 10 in addition to what value you supply. So again, if the speed was 10 and you supplied 10 here in the argument, so 10 plus 10 plus 10, 30 will become the new speed in case of mountain bike. But in case of bicycle, if you supply 10 and if the current speed was also 10, then it becomes 10 plus 10 only 20. So that's the difference. So the basic idea, I hope you get the basic idea here, is that you override the methods and your own class provides its own implementation of those methods. That's the basic premise of method overriding. All good so far, and you do not have an obligation to override all of the methods, because here we have the concrete implementation of the methods. So here, in case of mountain bike, you can skip overriding one of the methods if you like to. This is also fine. There will be no compilation error because speed up has a concrete implementation in the bicycle class as well. So it's up to you how much you want to override. So let's move to the main class now. So in the main class, we have created the public static void main method here, and let's look at what is happening inside the class. First, we initialize the bicycle class. So bicycle class reference and bicycle class object. Nothing unusual here. We supply the gear value and the speed value. Then we print the gear and the speed value. We apply brake on the bicycle, and then we observe the new speed of the bicycle after applying the brakes. Let me comment out the rest of the code and let's observe the output for only this part of the code, which we just walked through for this section. So if I run this as a Java application, and if I show you what I'm getting here, so bicycle gear is 1, which is what you supplied in the constructor. Bicycle speed is 10, which is again what you supplied in the constructor. Then you applied brake, and when you apply brake, this logic gets executed, and you supplied 1 here. So current speed was 10, so 10 minus 1 becomes 9, and the new speed becomes 9, which is what you are printing here. So far, so good. Let's move on to the next section. Let me comment out the previous section now, and let me uncomment this section. So here I have a bicycle reference, but the object is of mountain bike. Remember this concept. This is called dynamic object binding concept or dynamic binding concept. Again, this might be asked in your interviews. So here I'm initializing the mountain bike with a reference of bicycle. Remember, whatever is written on the right hand side will govern the variables and the methods usage. We'll see how that works out, what I just said. So I'm supplying 3 values here, 50, 50, and 3 in the mountain bike. If I go here in the mountain bike constructor, so the start height, start speed, and gear are the 3 values, which is supplied as 50, 50, and 3. Then I'm accessing the gear and the speed. Now remember, gear and speed are declared in the bicycle class, but they are accessible in the child class due to the inheritance phenomena, which we have already covered. So if I print only this part, I should get the expected values. Mountain bike gear is 3, which is what I have supplied here, and mountain bike speed is 50, which is what I have supplied here. Then I apply the brakes. Now let's move on to this section. I apply the brake, supply the value as 1, and then I want to see what would be the new speed after applying the brakes. So let's see what happens when we run this particular code. So if I run this code, after applying the brakes, the speed becomes 39. Before applying the brakes, the speed was 50. So what happened here is 50 minus 1. Basically, this logic is getting executed here. 50 minus 1 minus 10, which becomes 39. That's why you get the value as 39 as the new speed. Similarly, if you want to call another method as speed up method was also defined here, where I'm saying speed plus the argument supplied plus 10. So the current speed is 39 right now. Then I'm speeding it up by 10. So by this logic, 39 plus 10 plus 10, which will become 59. And then I'm printing the new speed after speeding up. So let's see what happens. So if I go to run as Java application, and if I observe all the outputs, the speed was 50 initially. After applying the brakes, the speed became 39. And after speeding up, the speed became 59. So this was a quick demo to show you the power of method overriding and how you can override the behavior which is defined in the base class. And let's get started with exception handling in Java using try and catch blocks. So in the previous session, we had a look at the scenarios where an exception can occur. How do we see that there's a runtime exception, or there's a checked exception, or there's an unchecked exception, or there is a custom exception. Now, we did not talk about how to handle those exceptions, and now we are going to focus on the handling part. So whenever you have to handle those exceptions, the way Java provides for that is using the try-catch block. So try-catch block is basically a bunch of syntax which you have to follow to handle different types of exceptions in your programming code. And the syntax of the try-catch block is pretty straightforward. You write try and you put curly braces, and then you write whatever code which might throw an exception. You don't know that, but it's always safer to enclose your code in a try-catch block so that you know that if an exception occurs in the try block, then you can handle it in the catch block. So it's always considered a better practice to enclose your application code in a try-catch block so that you can handle the exceptions. So you put this try block and write all the suspicious or non-suspicious code which may or may not throw an exception inside the try block. Once you have done the try block part, then comes the catch block part. So let me go to the catch block. So this is how the syntax look like. Once you have written the try block, then you write catch and you put braces and you write the exception type which this block of code might throw, or the exception type which you are interested in catching. You might not be interested in catching all the different exceptions, but only a few ones based on your business requirements. So whatever exception type you want to catch, you are going to catch it like this. And if an exception occurs in the try code, let's say you have specified an arithmetic exception here, and if any line of code in the try block throws an arithmetic exception, then this catch block is going to catch that exception. And then inside these curly braces, you can decide what to do with that exception, whether you want to log that exception or whether you want to rethrow that exception, whether you want to embed some error code or get an error code out of it, or convert that exception into a business or custom exception of your own choice. So it's up to you what you want to do with that. But catch block will be able to catch that arithmetic exception. Similarly, you can specify as many exception types to be caught as you want and keep adding more and more catch blocks. Remember that these catch blocks work in a sequential fashion. So if an exception occurs here, it will first go to this particular block to match the exception type. If it didn't match, then only it will move to the second type. If it did match the first type, it is not going to execute the second type. So that is how the try catch block work. You can see an example here that if the code here is throwing an index out of bound exception, then it is going to be caught here. And we are just printing the index out of bound exceptions message. If it is throwing an IO exception, then I can do this. So you can keep adding different checked and unchecked exceptions in the catch block. You can also catch more than one type of exception with one exception handler. So rather than writing these multiple catch blocks individually, you can combine these exceptions together if your logic of processing both of these exceptions is the same. Remember, if the logic of processing these two exceptions is the same, logic means whatever you write inside these curly braces. So if that code is going to be the same for both of these exceptions, then why bother writing two catch blocks? Just write one catch block like this. Use the pipe operator to separate different types of exceptions and write the common code which is going to be applied if your try block is going to throw an IO exception or an SQL exception. So that depends upon you. That's the second piece. The third piece of the try block is the finally block. So we talked about the try block, we talked about the catch block. Now there's a finally block as well. Remember, this is finally and not final. The finally block is used together with the try catch block when you want to perform some cleanup operations. Imagine you are opening up a file handler in the try block, you're doing something with it, and then you want to just close the file handler irrespective of the fact if there was an exception in the try block or not. Because even if there was an exception, the file handler resource is going to remain open and is going to consume memory in your application. You don't want to do that. Similarly, if you opened a database connection inside your try block, irrespective of the fact of what happens in the try block, you always would like to close the database connection. And you can write that closing code in the finally block. That's the purpose of the finally block, that you can write the code inside the finally block, which is supposed to be always executed irrespective of the fact whether an exception occurs or doesn't occur. So now we have built a good understanding of what is the try catch, what is the try block, catch block, and the finally block. Now, if you just put it all together, this is how it is going to look like. That you write the try block, you do something inside the try block, then you write the catch blocks. After that, you write the finally block. You can write the finally block without the catch block as well. Remember that. If you do not have any exception to catch, but you have some resources to close or free up after executing the try block, you can skip the catch block and just write try finally. That is also possible. With that understanding, let's switch to the IDE and let's look at some example. So I have a writer helper class, which is having a method called writeList. I have a try block here, and this try block is basically initializing an array list, adding an item to the array list, and then I'm accessing list.get1. Remember when I added this particular value, let me make it 10 to make it more understandable. When I added 10 to this particular list, this goes to the index 0 position. And here I'm trying to access index 1 position, which does not have anything. So in such case, it might throw an error because there's nothing at list.get1. So this is my method where I put the try block code. And then because I don't want to end up in a position where I get an index out of bound exception. Index out of bounds exception comes if you are trying to access an index which is illegal, which does not having any value. So I'm putting a catch block and catching the index out of bound exception and just printing the message of the exception. And then for simplicity, I'm showing a finally block as well, though I do not have any resource to close here, but this is just to show you how this looks like in the code. This is just to show you that I'm printing a sys out here. This is what my method is. And if I go to the main class, the try catch demo class, I'm creating an object of the writer helper class and calling the writeList method, which we just walked through. Let's run this program and see what happens. Okay, so first I get this statement saying entering try statement. So if I go here, I call this method, the execution goes inside the try block and I get this sys out, which says entering try statement. Then I try to access the second element in the list because the position is 1. This is going to index 0 and I'm trying to access index 1. There is nothing at index 1. So I get an error saying index out of bounds exception, index 1 out of bounds for length 1. Because the total length of the list currently is 1 because there's just one element and that one element is sitting at 0 and not 1. So I get the exception, which is the index out of bound exception, but the index out of bound exception is caught by my catch block and the system.error.println is something which gets executed and I get this particular line from this line number 17. And then irrespective of the fact whether an exception occurred or not, my finally block always gets executed. Let's fix this and see if the finally block gets executed even if there is no exception. So now accessing get 0 and let's see what happens. Yep, I access the element 10, no exception, but the finally block still gets executed. So this is to assert our understanding that the finally block will always be executed irrespective of the fact whether there was an exception or there wasn't. Now you can also nest different try blocks if you want to. Let's look at an example where I have multiple try blocks. So you can write a try within a try within a try if you want, and you can go as deep as you want. But remember, the more indentations, the more hierarchy you create, the program is going to get more and more complex. So always remember to have that kind of trade-off. So I write multiple try blocks, I initialize an array, I print array 10. Obviously array 10 does not exist because this array has just 4 elements. So this is bound to throw an index out of bound exception, and I'm catching that exception immediately in the catch block. This is the exception, printing a sysout and just rethrowing the exception. You can also rethrow the exception by just using the throw keyword. Remember, this throw is different from the throws keyword, which comes in the method signature. This is just to throw any exception from your code. So this is array index out of bound exception for this try block. Then I have another array index out of bound exception for this try block, which starts from here, block 2. And then I have another catch block for the block 1 try block. So you can see it is already getting a bit complicated where I have multiple hierarchies, but you can do that. So this is what is happening in this particular program. Now let's try to run this and see what happens and try to decipher the output. Okay, so at first I get this particular line which says array index out of bounds exception in block 3. What happens here is that this line gets executed. It throws an array index out of bounds exception. At line 13, that array index out of bounds exception is caught, which was generated from this line. And then we go inside the catch block. We execute this sysout. This is what you see here, the same sysout. And then we rethrow the exception. If we rethrow the exception goes to the enclosing try block. The enclosing try block is this one. There was an exception rethrown from this try block, and now it has gone to this try block. And now this try block, block 2, will try to see if it can catch this array index out of bound exception. Yes, we can catch it. So it can. So the block 2 again has a catch block which catches the array index out of bound, and it prints a sysout here which says exception in block 2, which we see here. And it again rethrows the exception. And if it rethrows the exception, so now the block 2 is rethrowing the exception. So this whole code is now rethrowing the exception. If this block 2 is rethrowing the exception, it goes to block 1, just going one hierarchy up. And then it sees if it can handle the exception in the catch block of this block 1. So yes, the block 1 try block also had a catch exception which said array index out of bound E4, and here it just had a sysout. So if I just bring back the output, yes, we do get this particular exception printed here which says array index out of bounds exception in block 1. This is what you see here. And this is where the exception just stops going propagated because I'm not rethrowing the exception from this particular catch block. So that's where the exception ends. The reason you see a hyperlink here is because the text which I have printed here exactly matches with the name of the exception. So Java is pretty smart in that case. If you use the exact same name exception, it will link it to the matching class name in Java, which is pretty cool. I also have a redundant catch block here, which does not have a try block. This is just to show you that you can write a catch block without a try block, but it doesn't make sense. It is of no use. So I can just remove this particular catch block and the program still will compile fine. So this was a quick demo to show you how you can use try, catch, and finally blocks, and when would you use the finally block. And if you want, you can use a nested hierarchy of try blocks, and you can rethrow the exception from within the catch block only to be caught in the outside or the outer or the enclosing block. Let's get started with hash set in Java. If you remember, I covered in the collections framework session that hash set is part of the set interface hierarchy, and sets have a property that they keep the collections element unique. If you try to add duplicate elements to a set, it will not accept that, and it will still maintain the uniqueness property of the collection. Hash set provides some additional features to the set, which is that in this case, the elements would be accessed in a random fashion. They will not be accessed in a fixed sequence, rather they will be accessed in a random fashion. Hence the name hash set. So if you read about this particular class in the documentation, it will basically cover all the things which I just described. It also accepts null elements if you want to insert null, but why would you try to insert null? That's the first question which you should ask. It again provides similar kind of utility methods to the list interface collection hierarchy we covered, like some utility methods to add the elements, to remove the elements, to check the size of the collection, and to check if an element exists in the collection or not, etc., etc. And we will cover some of these methods in the demo. This is again not synchronized, so this is not a thread safe collection, which you should know. So let's look at a demonstration of hash set and how do we actually create a hash set, how do we operate upon a hash set using different utility methods. So as you can see, I have created a class here which is called hash set demo. There's a public static void main method, and then at line number 10 you will see that I have created the hash set. And again, it starts with the concrete class here which says hash set, and you can obviously write it as set as well, which will also work fine. So we write the set type as string. So this particular set is going to hold only and only string objects and nothing else. And this set is basically a type of hash set. Again, this is not mandatory, so you can remove that. It will still not complain and the program will run fine. If you want to specify a size, please do that. If you do not want to specify the size, nothing goes wrong and it will be initialized with the default memory footprint. But remember, doing this wastes a bit of memory. So if you're running this program on a machine which is really tight on memory, always put some kind of initialization size based on your knowledge of how many elements are going to be stored in this collection. So after that, at line number 12, we start adding elements to this collection. And for adding the elements, the method which is provided by the hash set class is add. So you use the add method to add new elements. So at line number 12, line number 13, 14, and 15, I use the method again and again to add some elements. If you observe the line number 14 and the line number 15, these two lines are adding the same element. So I'm trying to add C twice to this particular hash set. And we will observe the output to see what happens if we try to add duplicate elements in the hash set. Because if you remember, the sets are supposed to be unique. They should not be storing duplicate elements. That's the property of sets. So that's what I demonstrate by adding duplicate elements to see how it behaves. And let's do that. Let me comment the rest of the code for a while. And let's run just this part of the code where I add C twice and I print the hash set. And let's see what happens. So I go to run as and I click on Java application and I only see 3 elements. Even though I added 4, I only see 3 and C has been added only once, not twice. Now you might be wondering whether this C is the C added at line 14 or the C added at line 15. So to understand that, we need to understand how hash set's add method works. So this add method is basically returning a Boolean value. If the element is added successfully, this add is going to return true. And if the element could not be added successfully, this add method is going to return false. So let's do that. Let's store the result of these add methods. Let's call this R1 and let's call this one as R2. Okay, and now we will try to print R1 and R2 and see what happens. So if we write system.out.println and I say R1 and then I just copy this after line 16 and write R2. And now we will observe the output of these to see which when we did the add at 14 and when we did the add at 16, which add actually resulted in C getting added. Did C get overwritten, or did C did not add twice? What happens? So we see that when we do the add at line 14, we get true. So it means that this add was successful and C was added here. And when I did the add again at line 16, this returned a false. It means the hash set rejected this add operation. So this C was not added. So the actual C was never overwritten. The original C was maintained. And when you try to add a duplicate value with the same value, a duplicate element with the same value, hash set is going to reject that. So that actually proves that the set will maintain the uniqueness property and it will reject all the duplicates subsequently. That was about the add property. Now let's understand another interesting property of the contains method. Contains method of the set class is used to find if an element exists in the set or not. So you can just use the hash set variable name dot contains and just type the actual element. And this is going to return true or false based on whether this element is present in the hash set or not present in the hash set. If it is present, then this contains method is going to return true. Otherwise, it is going to return false. So let's run this method and observe the output at line 21. So it says list, we are writing this particular string, which says, does list contain C or not? And it returns true because yes, my hash set does contain C. Now coming to line 23, I use another method of the hash set, which is the remove operation, which you can use to remove an element from the set. And then I'm again doing a sysout and I'm asking to print the set. This should be set and not list. So then I'm checking if what happens to my hash set if I call the remove method, and I'm just printing the modified hash set at line 24. So let's see what happens with the effect of remove operation. Okay, so after removing A, this is what remains in my hash set, and A has been successfully dropped if I call the remove method. And then I try to just iterate over the hash set to show you how does this iteration work. It again works on exactly the same way it has been working for the list implementations, that on the RHS of this column, you write the collection name, so hash set, and on the LHS of this column, you write the representation of the element. So this hash set is going to contain string, and this is just a placeholder. It can be anything. This is just a temporary variable to store the current value at the current step of the hash set iteration. And I'm printing all the items one by one. So if I run this, I'm able to print B and C because that's all which is remaining in this hash set. So this was a very quick demo to show you the functionalities of the hash set. How does hash set maintains uniqueness? How do you remove elements? How do you add elements? How do you check for an element's existence using contains? There's also a method to get the element of the hash set if you want to. So these are all the different properties and methods available in the hash set. And do check out the API documentation of the hash set to learn about more methods. So that's all I wanted to cover in this particular session, where we focused only on hash set. And in the next session, we'll be discussing about tree sets, and we will also see an example of how do we implement tree sets in Java. Let's get started with tree sets in Java. So in the previous session, we talked about hash set, which is one of the implementation of the set hierarchy. And today we'll be focusing on tree set. And if you remember, when we talked about this collection framework, I discussed briefly about tree set, that the main reason you will use tree set is basically when you want to maintain natural ordering of the elements. If you're adding your custom elements, then you need to tell Java how to compare and sort and order the elements. But that's for another day when we'll cover about the detailed comparable and comparator interfaces. For now, what you can understand that whenever you have to maintain the natural order of the elements automatically, then you should use tree set. Along with that, the set property still holds true, that this tree set cannot have duplicate elements. We should also know that tree set is not synchronized, so it is not a thread safe collection. So be aware that whenever you are trying to use tree set in a multi-threaded environment, you need to write more wiring code around it so that tree set works as expected. Okay, that was about the brief theory about the tree set. You can read about it in detail in this tree set documentation class. And with that, let's switch to a demonstration of the tree set class. So I've prepared a class here which is called tree set demo. As you can see, it has a public static void main method. And at line number 8, I'm initializing the tree set. Again, it's the standard representation of initializing a collection which we have been using throughout the different examples of the collections. So tree set of string. So this particular tree set is going to hold only and only string elements. If you try to add another element, it is going to throw a compilation error. And on the RHS, I'm just saying new tree set. And again, this is not mandatory, so I can remove that and it will still work. You can specify the size. Whenever you know about the scope of the collection, you should always specify the size. For this demonstration, it's a lightweight program, so it's fine. After that, from line number 10 till line number 13, I'm again going to add some elements. And again, if you see, I'm adding elements in random order. I'm adding B, and then I'm adding A, then I am adding C twice just to show you the uniqueness property of the tree set. Does it still hold true or not? We will be able to figure that out from this particular example. And we will also see if I'm adding B before A, will it be printed in a fashion called BAC? Or will it be printed in a fashion called ABC? We should also know that. So let's try to run this program and understand the output. So if we look at the output, we see A before B. But here when we added the elements, we saw B before A. We added B first, and then we added A, and then we added C twice. And as per the uniqueness property of this set, the second addition statement at line number 13 returned false, and set rejected this addition because it could see that C was already present in this particular collection. So C is added only once. But what's interesting is that B is added first, but B is printed after A. So the natural order of the elements in this collection is automatically maintained by tree set. So what under the hood tree set does here, that it looks at the type, which is a predefined type in Java. String is a predefined class in Java. So it will use its own sorting algorithm to sort the strings based on their natural order of sequence. And in the natural order of sequence, A will always come before B and B will always come before C. So it will automatically apply that sorting and will present the result to you. If you're using a custom class here, let's say your own student class or your own customer class or your own account class, in that case, that account class or student class or customer class needs to tell Java how to sort elements. And for that, you need to write comparable and comparator implementations, which we will cover in detail in the future sessions. But for now, you must understand that whatever the type of class you are specifying here should tell Java how to sort the elements. Either Java should know it automatically. If it's a predefined class like string or integer or float or double, then Java would automatically know by default how to sort the elements. But if you're creating a custom class of yours in the tree set and specifying that as the tree set type, then you should also tell Java how to sort the customers, whether you want to sort them based on their first name, whether you want to sort them based on their age, their salary. Java doesn't know that. So you need to tell Java about that if you're trying to use a custom class as the type in tree set. In this particular example, I'm using string here and it will apply the natural ordering. Let's put C here in the very beginning to see what happens. And I can comment this as we have already maintained and verified that C is only printed once and added once. So I'm adding C, B, A, and let's run this program. I still get ABC because again, the natural order is implemented. Contrary to this, when we talked about hash set, remember I told that hash set is a random access element collection list. So if you run the hash set, if you try to print the hash set again and again and again, you might see a different order. Sometimes if I use a hash set here, sometimes it will print ABC, sometimes it will print BAC, sometimes it might print CAB, any kind of sequence, any kind of random sequence, it will pick automatically. That's the property of hash set. But in case of tree set, no matter how many times you run it, you will always get the same order based on the sorting implementation available in the class type. So that's all I wanted to cover about tree set. Please read about its Java documentation in the API docs to understand what all other methods and utilities tree set provides. But it's pretty much similar to what we saw in the hash set example, like remove or get, etc., and contains, etc. So all similar methods are available in the tree set class as well. And that's all we'll focus on this particular session. And in the next session, we're going to talk about an interesting framework called maps. Let's get started with maps in Java. So first of all, before we understand this particular diagram and the classes in this map framework, let's understand why do we need map. So there would be instances when you would write a Java program or any kind of program, there would be always be instances where you would need to store a key value kind of arrangement. A very simple example can be that you want to maintain a company database and you want to just bring the whole mapping of the employee ID to the employee name into the Java program. How do you do that? You need a key value sort of arrangement where you can store the employee ID as the keys, and each of the employee ID key would correspond to an employee name, which will be called the value. So you need a key and value arrangement in a Java program to store that kind of information and use that kind of information in your program. And that's where map comes into picture. Whenever you have to store a key value arrangement, remember, you would always think about maps. Maps should be the right collection or the right data structure to be used if you want to store any key value arrangement in your program. So that's about map. And here you can see a nice framework representation of map. And this is going to be a theoretical lecture where we will understand how this map framework works, what is the property, and what are the different implementation classes. And then in the future sessions, we will again look at some examples of the most popular map implementation classes which are used in the Java world. So again, the orange oval are interfaces. The blue boxes or the light blue boxes are the abstract classes, and the purple boxes are the concrete classes. So map is an interface which will provide this kind of a blueprint that every class underneath it would be working on a key value arrangement. When we talk about this key value arrangement, so we have these keys and we have the values. So the keys here are supposed to be unique. The values can contain duplicates. Remember, this is a very important concept that in map, the keys will be unique and the values can have duplicate. And because we want to maintain the uniqueness in the keys part, that's why the keys are technically stored as a set, because we know that set cannot contain duplicate. Sets are by design made to be storing only unique elements. So map uses the set class to store its keys, and to store the values, it generally uses a list class. So you can see map is basically reusing the classes from the collections framework, sets for storing the keys and lists for storing the values. That's the basic anatomy and basic idea of how map is working. Now you see some classes here called abstract map and sorted map. And again, similar to the set hierarchy, whenever you see the sorted word, and if you look at the concrete class, which is called tree map, this is going to provide you some sort of an order, sorting order automatically. And then you have the hash map class. And this class is going to be providing a random access. This will not maintain the insertion order. This will not provide you a natural sorting order. This is just to store elements in random order. And the element here, a single element here, is basically consisting of two parts, which is key and value. Always remember that. You also have hash table here. Hash table is basically a synchronized representation. This is a thread safe. Hash map and tree map are non-thread safe. So multiple threads, if you try to work in a multi-threading program with these hash map and tree map, you're going to get very unpredictable results. But if you use hash table, then it is inherently thread safe. So it will only allow one thread to be to access the hash table at a particular time. You will also be thinking then it's always better to use hash table, right? Because you will never get into those weird errors and you don't have to migrate your program to a multi-threaded environment whenever you are trying to use hash tables. Yes, that is true. But hash tables are slower for the same reason, because only one thread can can access it at a time, and that's why hash tables are slower. And hash map and tree map are way faster because they allowed multiple access at the same time. So you have to always be mindful of what kind of collection type you're using. There are some external ways as well to make these hash maps and tree maps and hash set and tree set and array list and linked list as synchronized as well. And we will talk about that in a future session. But for now, you can understand that hash map and tree map are non-thread safe and hash table are thread safe. There's another class which is coming out from the hash map class, which is called linked hash map. And linked hash map, as the name shows, it will basically carry two properties. It will carry the property of hash map, where the elements are stored or displayed or accessed in random order. And at the same time, it is also providing the linked property of the linked list, where the sequence is maintained. So you can see you can actually get the insertion order. If you use a linked hash map, the way in which you insert the elements would always be the way in which the elements will be accessed. So you are getting sort of a ordering property, but the order is the insertion order. It's not the natural sort order, it's the insertion order. That's why the name linked hash map, because it brings the linked list part of the link property inside the hash map, where the elements would be presented to you in the order they are inserted when you call the add method. So that's what we covered here. We covered about map interface. We covered about hash map class, which is going to store the values and the access will be random. The value means the element means a key and value. We sometimes also call this as an element. You will see that representation sometimes. Some people also call it as iterable element. It's all the same thing, but it's a key and value arrangement. Tree map also stores the key value arrangement, but it will provide you a sorted representation. And here the sorting will happen on the keys, not on the values. The sorting will be happening. The natural order of sort, which will be maintained by the tree map, is only applicable to the keys here. Similarly, linked hash map, it will insert the elements, but when you try to access it, it will maintain the insertion order. No matter how many times you access it, it will only be presented to you in the order the elements were inserted. And hash table is very similar to hash map, with the difference that hash table is thread safe. Multiple threads cannot manipulate the hash table at a time. It will only let a single thread access itself at a time. So that's the property of hash table. The most popular classes are generally these ones: hash map, tree map, and linked hash map. Very rarely you will also see hash table, but since we have some ways to get these synchronized, so generally you would not see much of the hash table implementation. Let's get started with hash maps in Java. And now we are looking at the API documentation of the hash map class. You can see the k, v here. These are the types of the key and the value which the hash map will accept. You can see k is basically the type of keys and v is basically the type of mapped values. Like I explained, it's basically keys are stored in a set fashion and values are stored in a list collection fashion. This is not by default synchronized. So if you want a thread safe collection, then you would have to do something else, which I will cover in the future sessions. This is a very brief overview of what hash map is, but let's look at the example to understand better, and then I will be able to explain it in bit more detail. So now we are looking at an example, which is basically a class which is called hash map demo. I have a main method here, and then at line number 10, I'm initializing the map. And as you can see that on the LHS, we see the concrete class hash map, and I can do this and this will still work provided you have the import here. I had the import here, so it will work fine. And I'm saying that this map is going to contain a key value arrangement where the keys are the string type and the values are of the type integer. And it's ultimately a hash map. Here, I don't need to again provide the generics because I have already provided the generics here. The name of the map is just simply a map. And again, you can specify a size or you can skip the size based on the memory requirements and the program requirements. Now coming to the point where you want to add elements to the map. Now, since this is a key value arrangement, here the name of the method through which you are going to add elements is put. So you call map.put and then you provide the key, comma, you provide the value. That's the syntax for adding an element, or we technically call that element an entry. This key value together is called entry. So if you have to add an entry to the map, you have to write it in this way where key, comma, value is the convention. So I'm adding 3 elements or 3 entries here, which is A, 10, B, 20, and C, 30. A, B, C are basically the keys, and 10, 20, and 30 are the corresponding values of these keys respectively. After that, I'm showcasing another utility method of this particular class, which you can use to find the size of the map. So you can just call map.size and it will print the size of the map. After that, I'm printing the actual map, the whole map. And then I'm using some more methods, but again, let's comment this code and let's understand this code one by one so that there is no confusion. So to start with, I'm going to add some elements, some entries, and I'm going to print the size of the map and the map itself. Let's run this program. So here you can see the size of the map is printed as 3 because I've added 3 entries. And then when I call map inside the system.out.println method, I get the whole map printed here. And this is how the map will look like when it is printed. You can see key equal to value syntax here, where A equal to 10, B equal to 20, and C equal to 30 are the key value representations or the entries here, separated by comma, enclosed by the curly braces. That's how our map looks like. So far, so good. The next thing which I'm going to showcase to you is the contains method. And since the map has this set, which is the keys basically, that's why map provides a method called contains key. Basically, you can check if a particular key is present in the map or not. And if you know the key is present, then it's very easy to get the value from the key. Map will provide a method also where you can supply the key and get the value. So knowing the key is the most important part. And that's why map provides a method called contains key. So you can call this method, specify the key which you want to check for the presence in the map. It is going to check whether A is present in this map's key set or not. If the A is available in this keys, we can see A is available, then this condition is going to hold true. And then, like I said, if you want to fetch the value, then you can call the get method providing the key. You can fetch the value from the key. That's the core idea which you should remember. So I call map.get, specify the key, and this is going to spit out the value which is being pointed by this particular key. In this case, A is pointing to 10. When I say pointing, it's not pointer, remember, it's just a reference. So map.get of A is going to get the actual value which this key is pointing to, which is 10. And then I am printing this integer A, which is the actual value pointed by this particular key. So let's run this program and see if this works. So we get these two outputs from the above, and then this is the output which is coming from the if block. So it checked whether the map is containing a key with the name A. Yes, it was able to find that. And then we asked the Java program to fetch the value corresponding to this particular key. So we just called map.get of A, and it fetched 10 and it printed 10 here. That's why you see 10 here. Okay, so that's how you can basically use the contains key method and the get method. Now, what if you want to iterate over all the keys? What if you have to use all the keys and you have to make some pattern or make some observation about all the keys in your map? You can do that by iterating over the key set. And for that, map provides a method called key set. So you just called map.keyset, and this is going to fetch all the keys in a set representation and will be provided to you. So here when I call map.keyset, this is basically giving me a set which is containing all the keys, and then I'm iterating over the keys one by one. You would be familiar with this syntax by now, which is the enhanced for loop syntax. And inside this, I'm printing the key, which is the current temporary variable holding the current key, and the value pointed by that particular key at that particular step. And I'm again using the same method get, which I showed you here. Same method. So you provide the key and you will get the value. So I'm going to get all the keys iterate over the keys, and then print the key and the value. Let's see how this looks like. So till this we were good, and here you will see the output which is coming out from this particular for loop. From this particular for loop, line 25 to line 27, where I'm iterating over the key set, printing the key and value one by one. So this is how to show you, if you just have access to the key set, you can still iterate over the whole map. But what if you know everything? You have access to the key set, you have access to the values, and if you just want to iterate over it, then you can use this particular way. And instead of map.keyset, you're going to use map.entrySet. If you remember, map treats each key value arrangement as a single entry. Entry is the keyword here. So map.entrySet is going to give me all the entries in the map, and then each entry is basically of type entry class. This is the representation of each entry, and we know how this representation formed. Entry is the class basically which is coming out of this map collection hierarchy, and then let me just save this, and then string is the key and integer is the value held by each entry inside the map. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to pick up all the entries in the map and going to iterate over the entries one by one by writing this enhanced for loop. And entry is the temporary variable which is going to hold each entry one by one at each step. And then it's very simple. You call entry.getKey, you will get the key, and you call entry.getValue, and you will get the value. So it's much simpler than this one where you had to do map.get to understand. Here it's very implicit. GetKey is going to get you the key, and getValue is going to get you the value. So you just need to call map.entrySet, iterate over the entry set, and get each entry's key and value and print them or do whatever your program requires to be done. That's how you will use it. So let's run this one as well to verify if this works. Okay, so this is the output which is coming from the last loop, this loop basically. You can see key, I did not put any space. That's why you see key A, key B, and key C together. Let me put a space here and put a hyphen so that the output looks better. And let me rerun this. Yeah, this is much better. So you can see the key A, value 10, key B, value 20, and key C, value 30. This is coming from this particular for loop, which I just showed you. So this is all I wanted to cover in this particular session. We went deeper into the hash map representation, and we saw a bunch of methods, contains key, key set, entry set, get, put, etc. And we showed how we can use the hash map for different purposes in the program. In the next session, we'll go deeper into the tree map concept, and we'll also look at a demo of tree map and we'll understand how it works. Let's get started with tree maps in Java. Now, if you remember, in the last lecture, we talked about hash maps in Java, and we also had a look at an example where we saw how a hash map works and how we can use a hash map. We also had a look at different utility methods of the hash map as well. Now, in today's lecture, we are going to focus on tree maps, which is another type of map, as we discussed when we were discussing about the map framework. And the main property of a tree map is that when you enter elements into a map, they will naturally be sorted or naturally be ordered. Now, when I say naturally ordered, what it means that if you put the keys as, let's say, integer, then the tree map will automatically sort all the map entries in an integer sorted fashion, where you'll see the natural number sorting behavior like 1, 2, 3, and so on. Similarly, if you store alphabets or strings, then those will be sorted in a natural sorting alphabetical order starting from A to Z. So these are the data types which the Java is already aware of on how to sort them, like integers, doubles, floats, strings, etc. But there can be a case where you have your custom key. This particular key is your own custom class. If that is the behavior or if that is the scenario, then in that case, you will have to provide an implementation to Java to know how to sort those elements, because Java doesn't know, for example, a student class or an account class. Java doesn't know how to sort that. So if you have that kind of scenario, then in those cases, you will have to provide your own sorting implementation. And we will cover about what kind of sorting implementation you can provide in those kind of scenarios in the upcoming lectures. For now, we will have a look at an example of tree map where you can see that I have created a class which is called tree map demo, and I have initialized a tree map with the keys as integer and the values as string. So this means that each entry of the map will have key as the integer value, and the value of that particular entry will be of string type. So basically, an integer to string mapping is what each entry of this tree map is going to store. So nothing different here. You would have already seen this kind of initialization for any kind of map. And after that, at line 11, I use the standard put method of the map, and I started storing the values. So at line 11, I'm saying store 3 and A. So 3 is the key, and string A, remember this is not a character, this is a string because I have specified string here. If you specify a character here and if you try to store a string, this is going to throw an error and you need to fix that. So I store 3 as the key and A as string as the value. Similarly, at line 12, I store 2 as the key and B as the value. And at line C, I store 1 as the key and C as the value. So these integers are the keys and the string are the values. And if I just put them and if I just try to print them, what happens? What kind of order can we expect? Let's try to analyze that. So I right click on this, I go to run as, and I go to run as Java application. It will run the program because I have a static void main method. And now you see that the map is printed in a different fashion than the way it was added. We added the map elements in this sequence that we added 3A first, 2B second, and 1C as the third element. But when we started printing them, we saw 1C printed first, 2B printed second, and 3A printed third. So what this denotes that this tree map, because the key was integer here, it automatically sorted these keys into a natural order sorting, and it provided, when I tried to access the map, it provided the access in that sorted sequence only. No matter how many times you run this particular program, it is always going to return the map in the same format, in the same sequence. The sequence of representation of the elements is not going to change. And you can basically do the similar behavior. For example, if I just change this to string and integer, let's do it like this. And if I again swap the elements here as well, I say A, 3, and I say B, 2, and here I can say C, 1. If I do this, I just switch the keys and values position. Now the string is the key and the integer is the value. And let me just put these two before A so that we can demonstrate the behavior of the tree map properly. So I'm inserting B2 first and C1 second and A3 third. And I just save this file, and now let's run this file and let's see how the output comes. So now you can see that since the key is now string, it has automatically applied the natural sorting ordering of strings, which is starting from A going till Z. And that's why you see A entry as the first entry, B entry as the second entry, and the C entry as the third entry. Again, no matter how many times you run it or you iterate over it, you try to access it, you will always get the sequence in the same fashion. So this is a basic overview of how tree maps work. Now you can, and I would strongly recommend you to go and read about all the other methods which are available in the tree map, which you can use. For example, how can you remove elements? How can you iterate the elements of the tree map, etc. In fact, the iteration is going to be exactly the same way as we have seen in the case of hash maps, because iteration behavior doesn't change. But if you want to see what all different kinds of methods tree map support, it supports a lot of different methods. We can't cover all of them in this short tutorial, but I would strongly recommend you to go and read the Java Docs API of the tree map to get familiar with those methods so that you know what kind of functionalities tree map can provide.
In this, we are going to talk about the Maven here. Now we will be talking about that how exactly we can make use of Maven here in performing various kind of operations, whether it's a build, compilation, various kind of stuff there. So let's talk about it, why exactly we use Maven here. Now Maven is something which is a kind of a build tool which is there for most of the Java-based projects here. So this tool also helps us in building up the source code by downloading some couple of dependencies. These dependencies are something which is being configured by the developers, which a developer feels that the project is dependent on, and he requires those dependencies to be downloaded. So this tool is specifically used to build and manage any kind of a Java-based project, whatever the complexity of the topic or the project is there. So this tool will be able to handle that particular requirement or that project. So it simplifies the day-to-day work of a Java developer and helps them in their projects for performing daily to daily activities. Right now, Maven also helps us in getting the specific jar files for each and every project. So if you are you can pretty much make a jar file, var file, or ER file, any kind of a package mechanism you can follow for your Maven there. So to download the dependencies, we don't have to actually go to the official website of each and every software. You can easily get it, the dependencies of each and every third-party binaries on the mvnrepository.com. This is a website which is present, on which if you visit, you will be able to download the dependencies which is required by your project or by your specific project over here. So it totally depends on how exactly you want to download and you want to get together a specific repository over here. So mvnrepository.com is the one. If you visit, you will be able to download and go through all the jar files, dependent jar files as in dependencies which you require for your current project. Right, so now what exactly is a Maven all about? So let's see on that part. So Maven is a popular open source build tool which is developed by the Apache group, and the primary ownership of this tool is to build, publish, and deploy several projects at once. Maven is written in Java, and it can be used to build projects written in C#, Scala, Ruby, etc. So apart from Java, these are the different programming languages or the tools which is supported by the Maven here for performing the build activity. So the tool is used for build and management of any kind of a Java-based project. It simplifies the day-to-day work of a Java developer and helps them to automate most of the compilation or build perspective tasks on the projects. Right. Now Maven is a kind of a BOM-based project, so it also known as an project object model, and it focuses on simplification and standardization of the building process. In the process, it takes care of all the followings here: builds, dependencies, reports, distribution, releases, mailing list. So all these things are being taken care as in this particular process here, and ultimately it's an ability inside the Maven that how the overall build process needs to be automated and standardized here. So all these particular mechanisms can be followed as such over here, so that we can have a good standards and the simplifications implemented as such here. Now what exactly is a Maven repository all about? So Maven repository is something which is kind of a directory, or it's kind of a location where we have all the jar files packaged all together in a single location. So depending on the software which you want to download, the dependent jar files can be downloaded from there. So the metadata refers to the POM files relevant to each project here. This metadata is what allows Maven to download the dependencies. Now there are three types of repositories from where we can download the dependencies. The first one is the local repository, second one is the remote repository, and the third one is the central repository. So these are the primary three types of repositories which is available there for a specific Maven over here. So whatever repository you want to follow, you want to access, you can pretty much access it and you can go with that. Right now, the local repository will be primarily present onto your PC. That's the way that how it's present there. And the particular remote repository is something which you can store on any remote machine or remote server. And the central repository is something which you can have it onto the internet. So usually the central repositories is something in which we can actually host our different kind of dependencies and the jar files over there. So local repository on the machine of the developer where the project material is saved. So all the particular dependencies jar file will be available on your local machine. Remote machine is the location where you can actually store all your particular dependencies, from where you can download these dependencies whenever you require it. So this repositories work similar to the central repository. Whenever anything is needed from the remote repository, it's first downloaded into your local repository and then it will be utilized. So if you feel that the dependency is something which is not there in the local, it will be first downloaded from the remote repository and then it will be utilized or will be referenced onto the local machine there. And central repository refers to the Maven community repository there, where you will be able to see each and every dependency present on that repository. So Maven downloads the repositories from here in the local repository whenever they're needed or whenever required. All these dependencies are cached locally, from where it will be referenced in the next, or whenever we want to refer that, we will be able to do that particular reference easily on that part. So this is the way that how the three particular repositories or Maven repositories really helps us for performing various kind of automations as such here. Right, now what are the basic concepts of Maven here? So some of the couple of basic concepts which is present in Maven is, like, for the first time we have the project object model. So project POM refers to the XML file which has all the information regarding the project, how this particular project should be built up, how the different build process should be automated there. It also has a description of the project, details regarding the versioning. Versioning information is also stored as such in this XML file, in this particular POM reference file as such over here. The XML file is which is there in the project home directory. So Maven is something which search for the POM file in the current directory. If it's able to find that particular POM file, so it will execute or it will proceed with the build step. Otherwise it will halt there itself. So this POM file is very important because it will act as a kind of a build script, and primarily the Maven tool will be able to process each and everything which is configured as such in this specific XML file there, and according to that only it will function or it will proceed further. Right, now second thing is the dependencies and repositories. So dependencies usually refers to the Java files, so the Java libraries which we need into our particular project. So while working on the project, we may be having the dependency on couple of dependencies. So these dependencies we have to actually download or we have to actually refer, and once these particular information or these details are referred, so what will happen that we need to download these specific dependencies from the particular Maven repositories. So if the dependencies are not present in your local repository, then Maven will try to download it from the central repository and cache it into your local repository. But first of all, it will look on into the local repository, and if it is not present in local, then only it will go to the remote or the central repository. Then we have build life cycles and phase and goals there. So build life cycles consists of the sequence of build phases, and each build phase consists of sequence of goals here. Now each goal is responsible for performing a specific task. When a phase is running all the goals related to that phase, and its plugins are also used to performing the compilation, preparing the artifacts, downloading the dependencies, all different things being done by the plugins here. Then we have the build profiles. So build profiles refers to a set of configuration values. Now generally we have the generic build process for all the environments or all the particular code base there, but sometimes we do have some kind of a differences there. So that is where we can go for the profiles, because a specific profile can have its own configuration, and whatever it's required for the build process, we can have different configurations stored inside the Maven build script here. Then different build profiles are added to the POM files, and which enables the different build as such here. So depending on these profiles, we can actually decide that how we need to proceed with the build process and how the different kind of build automations needs to be performed here. Then a build profile helps in customizing the build for the different environments, so that also we can perform as such while performing or while working on the different components and the different management here. So a build profile is something which you can configure, you can utilize, and depending on that build profile, we will be deciding whether to proceed further or how to decide on that particular factor. So these are something which we need to take care, or we need to work according to which we can decide that how the specific configurations and specific automation needs to be performed here. Now usually when we go for the Maven there, so we have to use some couple of Maven plugins. Now the goal of using these specific plugins is to automate some of the basic stuff like compilation, creating the var file, creating the jar file. So when we are using the plugins, we don't have to configure the steps or write the steps that how these specific plugins should be installed or should be referenced. It's ultimately the internal configurations which we are looking forward or which we are using while working on these specific plugins. So you can download some couple of plugins using which we will be able to decide that how a specific goals needs to be achieved here. So Maven has its own standard plugins that can be utilized. So if want to go for a custom one, so you can do that, but pretty much you can go for the default one, and you can pretty much have some specific goals executed with the help of these build plugins. Now next thing is the Maven architecture. So in Maven, what happens that let's talk about the basic architecture of Maven here. So the Maven executable, when it's deployed, so it usually reads the pom.xml file, which is the build script here. Now once the specific pom.xml file is being read out, so it will process the components. It will download, or it will process the dependencies, plugins, life cycles, phases and goals, and even the build profiles. And if any kind of interaction is required, so it will try to connect to the central repository or a remote repository, and according to that it will provide the information and provide the details as such. So Maven repository is something which is very important because it's ultimately trying to connect to the Maven repository and try to achieve the various kind of automation here. So it's very important because ultimately it's trying to help us to go for the complete end-to-end build automation when we'll go for a specific POM based build automation. So Maven executable will read the pom.xml file, then download the dependencies defined into the pom.xml file, and that dependencies are cached locally from the remote or the central repository. Now then create and generate a remote report according to the requirement and execute the life cycles, phases, goals, plugins, etc. So it will process the pom.xml file there, and whatever the plugins and goals or the life cycles which is configured there, step by step each of them will be executed into a sequence here. Now let's talk about the overall build lifecycle of the Maven here. So what happens that the Maven build lifecycle is something which is a kind of a collection of different steps there, and this is something which is followed to perform a build automation for a specific project. So that there are pretty much 3 steps which is being done. So first one is the default, so it handles the project deployment there. Second, handles the project cleaning, which is a clean there, and then we have site, so it handles the creation of the project sites documentation there. So these are the 3 built-in particular life cycles which is available there at the Maven level, which you can utilize to perform a various kind of particular steps execution for your project. Right, so the build cycle has the different build phases or stages there, because when we are performing a build, a variety of things needs to be performed over here. So the first one is the compile, then test compile is there. So compilation is there for the source file, and test compile is there for the test cases. Test will execute the test cases, package will package the bundle, then we have the integration test to run the integration test cases, then we have the verify, then install goal is there, and the last one is the deploy, which is there to deploy the artifacts to the artifact tree. So all these things are the different phases and the stages which is being followed as per a specific build here. So during these builds, these are the different phases and the stages which we normally follow for performing the build automation. Now what is the exactly advantage of a specific Maven here? So that is something which we need to talk about, that how the particular automation needs to be done, or how we can actually go for the configurations where we feel that yes, we want to perform or we want to take certain benefits out of the implementation of Maven here. So for that, what happens that we have to see that the various kind of benefits. The first one is that Apache Maven helps manage all the processes there, such as building, documentation, releasing, and distribution in project management here. So the tool simplifies the process of project building. It increases the performance of the project and the building process altogether. And the task of downloading jar files and other dependencies is also done automatically. We don't have to indulge in any kind of download part as such manually over here. right? And Maven provides easy access to all the required information. So Maven makes it easy for a specific developer to build a project in the different environments. So we don't have to worry about the environment, we don't have to worry about the infrastructure, nothing is required. Everything is available there inside this package. And depending on the particular, you can write the source code on one machine and you can pretty much do the build on another machine. And this is the reason how the build automation really happens on the first place, because the developer is writing the source code in one location and the same code is deployed onto the particular, or built onto this Jenkins or any kind of build tool there. Right, in Maven you can easily add new dependencies, so you must write the particular dependencies in the POM file. So if you feel that you want to download some particular dependencies, so all you have to do is that you have to put that dependency into the specific pom.xml file there, and depending on that, the execution will be really performed and executed as such here. Right, so let's talk about the demo now. So let's see that how exactly we can go for this demo and we can perform the various kind of automations. So this is the virtual machine which we have here, on which the Maven is already installed. So we can run like mvn. So Maven will be available as in 3.6.3 here. Now I'm going to run a particular command called mvn archetype generate here. Let me create a directory here, a temp directory, and to perform this activity over there. So mvn archetype generate. Now once we run that, so what will happen, that it will download some of the binaries there, because ultimately what we are trying to do is that we are trying to generate a new project, like a Maven project. So a couple of particular plugins will be downloaded by the Maven executable so that it can achieve that particular execution. So we just have to wait for downloading all these values. Now here it's trying to give us a particular attributes, like it's asking the different attributes over here. So what exactly we want to configure. So if you want to configure, you can provide that details, otherwise you can perform or whatever the setup you want to perform. Now here it's asking for the version, so which kind of version we want to follow. So I'm going to follow like 5 here, so I'll press 5. Then a group ID which is there, so it's basically a kind of a group mechanism, so I can say like com dot simply learn. So that's the value which I'm providing here. Artifact ID, I can make it like a sample project or something like that. I can do, so that will be the artifact ID which is there. So version I am keeping the same only. So and yeah, so package same here. So I just want to create, so I'll just provide the value called yes and enter. So with this, what will happen, that a sample project will be created here, right? So whatever the artifact ID you provided, so according to that, the project is created in this directory. So you have to go into this directory and see that what exactly the files are created there. So you have the pom.xml file. Now this pom.xml file, when I open, so you can see here that there are some attributes, like you can have the values related to what version or group ID you want to follow. So this is the group ID, this is the artifact ID. So this is jar file. By default you can change it according to your requirement. Then this is the version, and if you feel that you want to do the changes to the name, that also you can perform here. So by default the JUnit dependency is added, but if you want to keep on adding your own custom dependencies, you will be able to do that. Now in this case, if you run like mvn clean install, so it will be considered as a particular Maven project. A pom.xml file is already there present in the local directory. So according to that, the execution of the steps will be performed, and according to that, you will be able to get some desired values here. So ultimately in the target directory, you will be able to see that some couple of jar file or a specific jar file is generated here. So you can see that in the target directory, this jar file or this artifact is generated here. So this is a way that how we can actually go for a generic one, like a new particular project, and later on you can, depending on your understanding, you can keep on adding or you can keep on modifying the dependencies, and that's how you can get the final result there. So that's it for this demo, in which we have find out that how exactly we can go for a particular project preparation with the help of mvn executable.
Let's get started with Jenkins. Jenkins, in my opinion, is one of the most popular continuous integration servers of recent times. What began as a hobby project by a developer working for Sun Microsystems way back in early or mid 2000s has gradually and eventually evolved into very powerful and robust automation servers. It has a wide adoption since it is released under MIT license and is almost free to use. Jenkins has a vast developer community that supports it by writing all kinds of plugins. Plugins is the heart and soul of Jenkins, because using plugins, one can connect Jenkins to anything and everything under the sun. With that introduction, let's get into what all will be covered as a part of this tutorial. I will get into some of the prerequisites required for installing Jenkins, post which I will go ahead and install Jenkins on a Windows box. There are a few first-time configurations that needs to be done, and I will be covering those as well. So once I have Jenkins installed and configured properly, I will get into the user administrative part. I'll create few users and I will use some plugins for setting up various kinds of access permissions for these users. I will also put in some freestyle jobs. Freestyle job is nothing but a very simple job, and I will also show you the powerfulness of Jenkins by scheduling this particular job to run based upon a time schedule. I will also connect Jenkins with GitHub. GitHub is our source code repository where I've got some repositories put up there. So using Jenkins, I will connect to GitHub, pull up a repository that is existing on GitHub onto the Jenkins box and run few commands to build this particular repository that is pulled from GitHub. Sending out emails is a very important configurations of Jenkins or any other continuous integration server for that matter. Whenever there is any notifications that has to be sent out as a part of either a build going bad or build being good or build being propagated to some environment, and all these scenarios, you would need the continuous integration servers to be sending out notifications. So I will get into a little bit details of how to configure Jenkins for sending out emails. I will also get into a scenario where I would have a web application, a Maven based Java web application, which will be pulled from a GitHub repository, and I will deploy it onto a Tomcat server. The Tomcat server will be locally running on my system. Eventually, I will get into one other very important topic, which is the master slave configuration. It's a very important and pretty interesting topic where distributed builds is achieved using a master slave configuration. So I will bring up a slave, I will connect the slave with the master, and I will also put in a job and kind of delegate that particular job to the slave configuration. Finally, I will let you know how to use some plugins to back up your Jenkins. So Jenkins has got a lot of useful information set up on it in terms of the build environments, in terms of workspace. All this can be very easily backed up using a plugin. So this is what I'm going to be covering as a part of this tutorial. Jenkins is a web application that is written in Java, and there are various ways in which you can use and install Jenkins. I have listed popular 3 mechanisms in which Jenkins is usually installed on any system. The topmost one is as a Windows or a Linux based services. So if at all you have Windows like the way I have, and I'm going to use this mechanism for this demo. So I would download a MSI installer that is specific to Jenkins and install this service. So whenever I install it as a service, it goes ahead and nicely installs all that is required for my Jenkins, and I have a service that can be started or stopped based upon my need. Any flavor of Linux as well. One other way of running Jenkins is downloading this generic WAR file, and as long as you have JDK installed, you can launch this WAR file by the command opening up a command prompt or shell prompt if at all you're on Linux box, specifying java-jar and the name of this WAR file. It typically brings up your web application, and you can continue with your installation. The only thing being, if at all you want to stop using Jenkins, you just go ahead and close this prompt. You either do a Control-C and then bring down this prompt, and your Jenkins server would be down. Other older versions of Jenkins were run popularly using this way, in which you already have a Java-based web server up and running. So you kind of drop in this WAR file into the root folder or the HTTPD root folder of your web server. So Jenkins would explode and kind of bring up your application. All user credentials or user administration is all taken care of by the Apache or the Tomcat server or the web server on which Jenkins is running. This was a very older way of running, but still some people use it because if they don't want to maintain 2 servers, if they already have a Java web server which it's being nicely maintained and backed up, Jenkins can run attached to it. Alright, so either ways, it doesn't matter however you're going to bring up your Jenkins instance. The way we're going to operate Jenkins is all going to be very same or similar one, with the subtle changes in terms of user administration if at all you're launching it through any other web server which will take care of the user administration. Otherwise, all the commands or all the configuration or the way in which I'm going to run this demo, it is going to be same across any of these installations. Alright, so the prerequisites for running Jenkins, as I mentioned earlier, Jenkins is nothing but a simple web application that's written in Java. So all that it needs is Java, preferably JDK 1.7 or 1.8. 2 GB RAM is the recommended RAM for running Jenkins. And also, like any other open source toolsets, when you install JDK, ensure that you set in the environment variable Java home to point to the right directory. This is something very specific to JDK, but for any other open source tools that you install, there is always a preferred environment variable that you got to set in, which is specific to that particular tool that you're going to use. This is a generic thing that is there for, for any other open source projects, because the way open source projects discover themselves is using these environment variables. So as a general practice or a good practice, always set these environment variables accordingly. So I already have JDK 1.8 installed on my system, but in case you do not, what I would recommend is just navigate on your browser to the Oracle homepage and just type in or search for install JDK 1.8 and navigate to the Oracle homepage. You'll have to accept the license agreement, and there are a bunch of installers that you can pick up based upon the operating system on which you're running. So I have this Windows 64 installer that is already installed and running on my system. So I will not get into the details of downloading this or installing it. Let me show you once I install this, what I've done with regard to my path. So if you get into this environment variables, all right, so I've just set in a Java home variable. If you see this, C: program files Java JDK 1.8. This is where my Java is located. C program files Java. Okay, so this is the home directory of my JDK. So that is what I've set it up here in my environment variable. So if you see here, this is my Java home. All right, one other thing to do is ensure that in case you want to run Java or JavaC from a command prompt, ensure that you also add that path into this path variable. So if you see this, somewhere I will see, yes, there you go. C: program files Java JDK 1.8 bin. So with these two, I'll ensure that my Java installation is nice and good enough. So to check that, to double check that, or to verify that, let me just open up a simple command prompt. And if I type in Java -version, all right, and JavaC -version. So the compiler is on the path, Java is on the path, and if at all I do this, even the environment variable specific to my Java is installed correctly. So I'm good to go ahead with my Jenkins installation. Now that I have my prerequisites all set for installing Jenkins, let me just go ahead and download Jenkins. So let me open up a browser and say download Jenkins. All right, LTS is nothing but the long-term support. These are all stable versions. Weeklies, I would not recommend that you try these unless until you have a real need for that. Long-term support is good enough. And as I mentioned, there are so many flavors of Jenkins that is available for download. You also have a Docker container wherein you can launch Jenkins as a container, but I'll not get into details of that in this tutorial. All right, so what I want is, yes, this is the WAR file, which is a generic WAR file that I was talking to you earlier, and this is the Windows MSI installer. So go ahead and download this MSI installer. I already have that downloaded, so let me just open that up. All right, so this is my downloaded Jenkins instance, or rather installer. This is maybe a few months old, but this is good enough for me. Before you start Jenkins installation, just be aware of one fact that there is a variable called Jenkins home. This is where Jenkins would store all this configuration data, jobs, project workspace, and all that specific to Jenkins. So by default, if at all you don't set this to any particular directory, if at all you install an MSI installer, all your installation gets into C: program files 86 and Jenkins folder. If at all you run a WAR file, depending upon the user ID with which you're running a WAR file, the Jenkins folder, there's a .jenkins folder that gets created inside the user home directory. So in case you have any need wherein you want to back up your Jenkins or you want Jenkins installations to get into some specific directories, go ahead and set this Jenkins home variable accordingly before you even begin your installation. For now, I don't need to do any of these things, so I've already downloaded the installer. Let me just go ahead with the default installation. All right. So this is my Jenkins MSI installer. I don't want to make any changes into the Jenkins configuration. C: program files is good for me. Yeah, this is where all my destination folder and all the configuration specific to it goes. I'm happy with this. I don't want to change this. I would just say go ahead and click installation. Okay, so what typically happens once the Jenkins installation gets through is it'll start installing itself, and there are some small checks that needs to be done. So, and by default, Jenkins launches on the port 8080. So let me just open up localhost 8080. There's a small checking that will be done as a part of the installation process, wherein I need to type in a hash key. All right, so there's a very, very simple hash key that gets stored out here. So I'll have to just copy this path. If at all you're running as a WAR file, you would see that in your logs. All right, so this is a simple hash key that gets created every time when you do a Jenkins installation. So as a part of the installation, it just asks you to do this. So if that is not correct, it'll crib about it, but this looks good. So it's going ahead. All right, one important part during the installation. So you would need to install some recommended plugins. What happens is the plugins are all related to each other. So it's like the typical RPM kind of a problem where you try to install some plugin and it's got a dependency which is not installed, and you get into all those issues. In order to get rid of that, what Jenkins recommends, there's a bunch of plugins that is already recommended. So just go ahead and blindly click that install recommended plugin. So if you see, there is a whole lot of plugins which are bare essential plugins that is required for Jenkins in order to run properly. So Jenkins, as a part of the installation, would get all these plugins and then install it for you. This is a good combination to kind of begin with. And mind you, at this moment, Jenkins needs lots of bandwidth in terms of network. So in case your network is not so good, few of these plugins would kind of fail. And these plugins are all available on openly or mirrored sites, and sometimes some of them may be down. So do not worry in case some of these plugins kind of fail to install. You'd get an option to kind of retry installing them, but just ensure that at least most or 90-95% of all these plugins are installed without any problems. Let me pause the video here for a minute and then get back once all these plugins are installed. My plugin installation is all good. There was no failures in any of my plugins. So after that, I get to create this first admin user. Again, this is one important point that you got to remember. Give in any username and password, but ensure that you kind of remember that, because it's very hard to get back your username and password in case you forget it. All right, so I'm going to create a very, very simple username and password. Something that I can remember. That's my name, and an email ID is kind of optional, but it doesn't allow me to go ahead in case I don't. So I just give in an admin and I got a password. I remember my password. This is my full name. All right, I say save and finish. All right, that kind of completed my Jenkins installation. It was not that tough, was it? Now that I have my Jenkins installed correctly, let me quickly walk you through some bare minimal configurations that is required. These are kind of a first time configuration that is required. So, and also let me warn you, the UI is little hard for many people to wrap their head around it, specifically the Windows guys. But if at all you're a Java guy, you know how painful it is to write UI in Java, you will kind of appreciate, all the effort that has gone into the UI. Bottom line, UI is little hard to, wrap your head around it. But once you start using it, possibly you'll start liking it. All right, so let me get into something called as Manage Jenkins. This can be viewed like a main menu for all Jenkins configuration. So I'll get into some of those important ones. Something called as Configure System. Configure System, this is where you kind of put in the configuration for your complete Jenkins instance. Few things to kind of look out for. This is a home directory. This is a Java home, where all the configurations, all the workspace, anything and everything regarding Jenkins is stored out here. System message, you want to put in some message on the system, you just type in whatever you want and it's possibly show up somewhere up here on the menu. Number of executors, very, very important configuration. This just lets Jenkins know at any point in time how many jobs or how many threads can be run. You can kind of visualize it like a thread that can be run on this particular instance. As a thumb rule, if at all you're on a single core system, number of executors 2 should be good enough. In case at any point in time, if there are multiple jobs that kind of get triggered at the same time, in case the number of executors are less compared to the number of jobs that have woken up, no need to panic because they will all get queued up and eventually Jenkins will get to running those jobs. Just bear in mind that whenever a new job kind of gets triggered, the CPU usage and the memory usage in terms of the disk write is very high on the Jenkins instance. So that's something that you got to kind of keep in mind. All right, but number of executors, 2 for my system is kind of good. Label for my Jenkins, I don't want any of these things. Usage, how do you want to use your Jenkins? This is good for me because I only have a primary server that is running. So I want to use this node as much as possible. Quiet period. Each of these options have got some bare minimal help kind of a thing that is out here. By clicking on these question marks, you will get to know as to what are these particular configurations. All right, so this all look good. What I want to show you here is there's something regarding the Docker, timestamps, Git plugin, SVN, email notifications. I don't want that. What I want I want this SMTP server configuration. Remember, I mentioned earlier that I would want Jenkins to be sending out some emails. And what I've done here is I've just configured the SMTP details of my personal email ID. In case you're in an organization, you would have some sort of an email IDs that is set up for a Jenkins server. So you can specify the SMTP server details of your company so that you can authorize Jenkins to kind of send out emails. But in case you want to try it out like me, I have configured my personal email ID, which is on my Gmail, for sending out notifications. So the SMTP server would be smtp.gmail.com. I'm using the SMTP authentication. I've provided my email ID and my password. I'm using the SMTP port, which is 465, and reply to address is the same as mine. I can just send out an email and see if at all this configuration works. Again, Gmail would not allow anybody to send out notifications on your behalf. So you'll have to lower the security level of your Gmail ID so that you can allow programmatically somebody to send out email notifications on your behalf. So I've done already that. I'm just trying to see if I can send a test email with the configurations that I've set in. Yes. All right. So the email configuration looks good. So this is how you configure your your Gmail account in case you want to do that. If not, put in your organization SMTP server details, which are with a valid username and password, and it should all be set. All right, so no other configurations that I'm going to change here. All of these look good. All right, so I come back to manage Jenkins. Okay, one other thing that I want to kind of go over is the global tool configuration. Imagine this scenario, or look at it this way. Jenkins is a continuous integration server. It doesn't know what kind of a code base it's going to pull in, what kind of a tool set that is required, or what is the code that it's going to pull in and how is it going to build. So you would have to put in all the tools that is required for building the appropriate kind of code that you're going to pull in from your source code repositories. So just to give an example, in case your source code is a Java source code, and assuming that because in this demo, this is my laptop and I've put in all the configurations, JDK, everything on my laptop because I'm a developer, I'm working on the laptop. But my continuous integration server would be a separate server without anything being installed on it. So in case I want Jenkins to run a Java code, I would need to install JDK on it. I need to specify the JDK location of this out here this way. Okay, since I already have the JDK installed and I've already put in the Java home directory, or rather the environment variable correctly, I don't need to do it. Git, if at all I want the Jenkins server to use Git, Git is the command bash or the command prompt for running Git and connecting to any other Git server. So you would need Git to be installed on that particular system and set the path accordingly. Gradle, Ant, Maven, if at all you have some Mavens as well, you want to do this. Any other tool that you're going to install on your system, which is your continuous integration server, you will have to come in here and configure something. In case you don't configure it, when Jenkins runs, it will not be able to find these tools for building your task and it'll crib about it. That's good. I don't want to save anything. Manage Jenkins. Let me see what else is required. Yes, configure global security. All right, the security is enabled, and if you see by default, it's the security access control is set to Jenkins' own user database. So what does this mean? Jenkins by default it uses file system where it stores all the usernames, which hashes up these usernames and kind of stores them. So as of now, Jenkins is configured to use its own database. Assuming that you are running in an organization, you would probably want to have some sort of an AD or an LDAP server using which you would want to control access to your Jenkins repository, rather Jenkins tool. So you would specify your LDAP server details, the root DN, password or the manager DN and the manager password and all these details in case you want to connect your Jenkins instance with your LDAP or AD or any of the authentication servers that you have in your organization. But for now, since I don't have any of these things, I'm going to use this own database. That's good enough. All right. So I will set up some authorization methods and stuff like that once I put in few jobs. So for now, let me not get into any of these details of this. Just be aware that Jenkins can be connected for authorization to an LDAP server, or you can have Jenkins managing its own servers, which is happening as of now. So I'm going to save all this stuff. That's good for me. So enough of all these configurations. Let me put in a very, very simple job. All right. So job, new item, little difficult to kind of figure out, but then that's the new item. So I'll just say, first job, this is good for me. I just give a name for my job. I would say it's a freestyle project. That's good enough for me. I don't want to choose any of that. So unless until you choose any of this particular button would not become active. So choose the freestyle project and say, okay. At a very high level, you would see general, source code management, build triggers, build environment, build and post build. In case you install more and more plugins, you will see a lot more options. But for now, this is what you would see. So what am I doing? At the moment, I'm just putting up a very, very simple job. And the job could be anything and everything. So I don't want to put in a very complicated job for now. For the demo purpose, let me just put in a very, very simple job. I'll give a description. This is an optional thing. This is my first Jenkins job. All right. I don't want to choose any of these. Again, there are some helps available here. I don't want to choose any of this. I don't want to connect it into any source code for now. I don't want any triggers for now. I'll come back to this in a while. Build environment. I don't want any build environment. As a part of this build step, I just want to, run few things so that I kind of complete this particular job. So since I'm on a Windows box, I would say execute Windows batch command. All right. So what do you want to do? Let me just echo something. Echo. Hello. This is my first Jenkins job, and possibly I would want the date and the timestamp pertaining to the job. I mean the date and time in which this job was run. All right. Very, very simple command that says, this is my first job. It just puts out something along with the date and the time. All right. I don't want to do anything else. I want to keep this job as simple as this. So let me save this job. All right. So once I save this job, the job names comes up here, and then I need to build this job. And you would see some build history out here. Nothing is there as of now because I've just put in a job. I have not run it yet. All right. So let me try to build it now. You see a build number, you would see a date and a timestamp. So if I click on this, you would see a console output. If I go here, okay, as simple as that. And where is all the job details that is getting into? If you see this, if I navigate to this particular directory, all right, so this is the directory what I was mentioning earlier regarding Jenkins home. So all the job related stuff that is specific to this particular Jenkins installation is all here. All the plugins that is installed, the details of each of those plugins can be found here. All right, so the workspace is where all the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running, there will be individual folders specific to the jobs that has been put up here. All right, so one job, one quick run. That's what it looks like. Pretty simple. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put up a second job. I would say second job. I would say freestyle project. All right, this is my second job. I just want to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server and how simple it is to automate a job that is put up on Jenkins. which will be triggered automatically. Remember what I said earlier about Jenkins, because at the core of Jenkins is a very, very powerful automation server. All right, so what I'm going to do, I will just keep everything else the same. I'm going to put in a build script pretty much similar to second job that gets triggered automatically every minute. All right, let me do that. Percentage date, and I'll put in the time. All right, so I just put in another job called second job, and it pretty much does the same thing as what I was doing earlier in terms of printing the date and the time. But this time I'm just going to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server that is there. If you see here, there's a build trigger. So a build can be triggered using various triggers that is there. So we'll get into this GitHub triggering or hook or a webhook kind of a triggering later on. But for now, what I want to do, I want to ensure that this job that I'm going to put in would be automatically triggered on its own. Let's say every minute, I want this job to be run on its own. So build periodically is my setting. If you see here, there's a bunch of help that is available for me. So for those of you who have written cron jobs on Linux boxes, you'll find it very, very simple. But for others, don't panic. Let me just put up a very, very simple regular expression for scheduling this job every minute. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, come up, come up, come up. All right, so 5 stars is all that I'm going to put in. And Jenkins got a little worried and he's asking me, do you really mean every minute? Oh yeah, I want to do this every minute. Let me save this. And how do I check whether it gets triggered every minute or not? I just don't do anything. I'll just wait for a minute. And if at all everything goes well, Jenkins would automatically trigger my second job in a minute's time from now. This time around, I'm not going to trigger anything. Look, there you see. It's automatically got triggered. If I go in here, yep, second job that gets triggered automatically. It was triggered at 1642, which is 4:42 my time. That looks good. And if everything goes well, every 1 minute onwards, this job would be automatically triggered. Now that I have my Jenkins up and running, a few jobs that has been put up here on my Jenkins instance, I would need a way of controlling access to my Jenkins server. This is wherein I would use a plugin called role-based access plugin and create few rules. The rules are something like a global role and a project role, project specific role. I can have different roles and I can have users who have signed up or the users whom I create kind of assigned to these roles so that each of these users fall into some category. This is my way of kind of controlling access to my Jenkins instance and ensuring that people don't do something unwarranted. All right, so first things first, let me go ahead and install a plugin for doing that. So I get into Manage Jenkins and Manage Plugin. A little bit of a confusing screen in my opinion. There's updates available, installed and advanced. As of now, we don't have the role-based plugin. So let me go to available. It'll take some time for it to get refreshed. All right, now these are the available plugins. These are the installed plugins. All right, so let me come back to available and I would want to search for my role-based access plugin. So I would just search for role and hit enter. Okay, role-based authorization strategy enables user authorization using a role-based strategy. Roles can be defined globally or for particular jobs or nodes and stuff like that. So exactly, this is the plugin that I want. I would want to install it without a restart. All right, looks good so far. Yes. Go back to the top of the page. Yes. Remember, Jenkins is running on a Java using a Java instance. So typically many things would work the same way unless and until you want to restart Jenkins once in a while. But as a good practice, whenever you do some sort of a big installations or big patches on your Jenkins instance, just ensure that you kind of restart it. Otherwise, there would be a difference in terms of what is installed on the system and what is there on the file system. You would need to flush out few of those settings later on. But for now, these are all very small plugins, so these would run without any problems. But otherwise, if at all there are some plugins, which would need a restart, kindly go ahead and restart your Jenkins instance. But for now, I don't need that. It looks good. I've installed the plugin. So where do I see my plugin? I installed the plugin that is specific to the user control or the access control. So let me go into, yes, global security, and I would see this role-based strategy showing up now. All right, so this comes in because of my installation of my role-based plugin. So this is what I would want to enable, because I already have my own database set up. And for the authorization part, in the sense that who can do what, I'm going to install, I've already installed a role-based strategy plugin, and I'm going to enable that strategy. All right, I would say save. Okay, now I've installed the role-based access plugin. I would need to just set it up and check that, I would go ahead and create some roles and ensure that I assign users as per these roles. All right, so let me go to Manage Jenkins, configure. All right, let me see, where is this? Configure global security. Is that where I create my roles? Nope, not here. Yes, manage and assign roles. Okay, again, you would see these options only after you install these plugins. So for now, I've just enabled the plugin. I've enabled role-based access control, and I would go ahead and create some roles for this particular Jenkins instance. So I would say first manage roles. So I would need to create some roles here, and the roles are at a very high level. These are global roles, and there are some project roles, and there are some slave roles. I'll not get into details of all of these. At a very, very high level, which is a global role, let me just create a role. A role can be kind of visualized like a group. So I would create a role called developer. Typically, the Jenkins instance or the CA instance are kind of owned up or controlled by QA guys. So QA guys would need to provide some sort of limited access to developers. So that's why I'm creating a role called developer, and I'm adding this role at a global role level. So I would say add this here, and you would see this developer role that is there. And each of these options, if you hover over it, you would see some sort of a help on what are these permissions specific to. So what I want is, like, it sounds a little different, but I would want to give very, very little permissions for the developer. So from an administration perspective, I would just want him to have a read kind of a role. Credentials, again, I would just want a view kind of a role. I don't want him to create any agents and all that stuff. That looks good for me. For a job, I would want him to just possibly read. I don't want him to build. I don't want him to cancel any jobs. I don't want him to configure any job. I don't even want him to create any job. I would just want him to read few things. I would not give him possibly a role to the workspace as well. I mean, I don't want him to have access to the workspace. I would just want him to read a job or check, have read-only access to the job. Run. No, I don't want him to give him any particular access which will allow him to run any jobs. View, configure, yeah, possibly create, yeah. Delete, I don't want. Read, yes, definitely. And this is the specific role. So what I'm doing, I'm just creating a global role called developer, and I'm giving him very, very limited roles, in the sense that I don't want this developer to be able to run any agents, nor create jobs, or build jobs, or cancel jobs, or configure jobs. At the max, I would just want him to read a job that is already put up there. Okay, so I would save. Now I've created a role. I still don't have any users that is there on the system. So let me go ahead and create some user on the system. That's not here. I would say configure, manage Jenkins, manage users. Okay, let me create a new user. I would call this user as, yeah, developer one sounds good. Some password that I can remember. Okay, his name is developer one, d@d.com or something like that. Okay, so this is the admin with which I kind of configure or brought up the system, and developer one is a user that I have configured. So still have not set any roles for this particular user yet. So I would go to manage Jenkins. I would say manage and assign roles. I would say assign roles. Okay, so if you see, what I'm going to do now is assign a role that is specific to that particular developer. I will find the particular user and assign him the developer role that I've already configured. The role shows up here. I would need to find my user, whoever created, and then assign him to that particular role. So if you remember, the user that I created was developer 1. I would add this particular user, and now this particular user, what kind of a role I want him to have, because this is the global role that I had created. So developer, I would assign this developer 1 to this particular global role, and I would go ahead and save my changes. Now let me check the permissions of this particular user by logging out of my admin account and logging back as developer 1. If you remember, this role was created with very less privileges. So there you go. I have Jenkins, but I don't see a new item. I can't trigger a new job. I can't do anything. I see these jobs. However, I don't think so I'll be able to start this job. I don't have the permission set for that. The maximum I can do is look at the job, see what was there as a part of the console output and stuff like that. So this is a limited role that was created, and I added this developer to that particular role, which was a developer role, so that the developers don't get to configure any of the jobs, because the Jenkins instance is owned by a QA person. He doesn't want to give developer any administrative rights. So the rights that he set out by creating a developer role, and anybody who is tagged, any user who is tagged as a part of this developer role would get the same kind of permissions. And these permissions can be, fine grained. It can be a project specific permissions as well. But for now, I just demonstrated the high level permission that I had set in. Let me quickly log out of this user and get back as the admin user, because I need to continue with my demo. With the developer role that was created, I have very, very less privileges. One of the reasons for Jenkins being so popular, as I mentioned earlier, is the bunch of plugins that is provided by users or community users who don't charge any money for these plugins, but it's got plugins for connecting anything and everything. So if you can navigate to, or if you can find Jenkins plugins, you would see index of over so many plugins that is there. All of these are wonderful plugins. Whatever connectors that you would need, if you want to connect Jenkins to an AWS instance, or you want to connect Jenkins to a Docker instance, or any of those containers, you would have a plugin. You can go and search up. If I want to connect Jenkins to Bitbucket, Bitbucket is one of the Git servers. There's so many plugins that is available. Okay, so bottom line, Jenkins without plugins is nothing. So plugins is the heart of Jenkins. For you to connect, or in order to connect Jenkins with any of the containers or any of the other tool sets, you would need the plugins. If you want to connect, or you want to build a repository which has got Java and Maven, you would need to install Maven and JDK on your Jenkins instance. If at all you're looking for a .NET build or a Microsoft build, you would need to have MS Build installed on your Jenkins instance, and the plugins that will trigger MS Build. If at all you want to listen to some server-side webhooks from GitHub, you would need GitHub specific plugins. If you want to connect Jenkins to AWS, you need those plugins. If you want to connect to a Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL which is publicly reachable, you just have a Docker plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. SonarQube is one of the popular static code analyzers. So you can connect a Jenkins build, you can build a job on Jenkins and push it to SonarQube, and get SonarQube to run analysis on that and get back the results in Jenkins. All of these works very well because of the plugins. Now with that, let me connect our Jenkins instance to GitHub. I already have a very, very simple Java repository up on my GitHub instance. So let me connect Jenkins to this particular GitHub instance and pull out a job that is put up there. All right. So this is my very, very simple, repository that is there called Hello Java. And this is what is there in the repository. There is a hello.java application that is here, or a simple class file that is there. It's got just one line of system.out. So this is already present on github.com at this place, and this would be the URL for this repository. If I pick up the HTTPS URL, this is my HTTPS URL. So what I would do is I would connect my Jenkins instance to go to GitHub, provide my credentials, and pull out this repository which is on the cloud hosted github.com, and get it to my Jenkins instance, and then build this particular Java file. I'm keeping the source code very, very simple. It's just a Java file. How do I build my Java file? How do I compile my Java file? I just say Java C and the name of my class file, which is hello.java. And how do I run my Java file? I would say Java and hello. Okay, so remember, I don't need to install any plugins now because what it needs is a Git plugin. So if you remember, when we were doing the installation, there was a bunch of recommended plugins. So Git is already installed on my system, so I don't need to install it again. So let me put up a new job here. It says Git job. Let it be a freestyle project. That's good for me. I would say okay. All right, so the source code management. Remember, in the earlier examples, we did not use any source code because we were just putting up some echo kind of jobs. We did not need any integration with any of the source code systems. So now let me connect this. So I'm going to put up a source code, and Git would show up because the plugin is already there. SVN, Perforce, any of those additional source code management tools, if at all you would need, just install those plugins, and Jenkins connects wonderfully well to all these particular source control tools. Okay, so I would copy the HTTPS URL from here. I would say this is the URL that I'm supposed to go and grab my source code from. But all right, that sounds good. But what is the username and password? So I'll have to specify a username and password. All right, so I would say the username, this is my username, and this is my HTTPS credential for my job. Okay, so this is my username and this is my password. I just save this. I say add, and then I would say, use these credentials to go to GitHub and then on my behalf, pull out a repository. All right. If at all at this stage, if there's any error in terms of Jenkins not able to find Git or the git.exe, or if my credentials are wrong, somewhere down here, you would see a red message saying that, something is not right. You can just go ahead and kind of fix that. For now, this looks good for me. I'm going to grab this URL. What am I going to do? This step would pull the source code from the GitHub. And then what would be there as a part of my build step? Because this repository just has a Java file, correct? Hello.java. So in order for me to build this, I would just say execute Windows batch command, and I would say Java C hello.java. That is the way I would build my Java code. And if I have to run it, I would just say Java hello. Pretty simple, 2 steps, and this would run after the repository contents are fetched from GitHub. So Java C, Java, that sounds good. I would say save this and let me try to run this. Okay, if you see, there's a lot of, it executes Git on your behalf. It goes out here, it provides my credentials and says, it pulls all my repository, and by default, it will pull up the master branch that is there on my repository. And it kind of builds this whole thing, Java C hello.java, and it runs this project Java hello. And there you see, this is the output that is there. And if at all you want to look at the contents of the repository, if you can go here, this is my workspace of my system. Hang on, this is not right. Okay, Git job. If you see here, this is my hello.java. This is the same program that was there on my GitHub repository. Okay, so this is a program that was there on my GitHub repository. All right, so this was the same program that was here, and Jenkins on our behalf went over all the way to GitHub, pulled this repository from there, and then it brought it down to my local system on my Jenkins instance. It compiled it and it ran this particular application. Okay, now that I've integrated Jenkins successfully with GitHub for a simple Java application, let me build a little bit on top of it. What I will do is I have a Maven based web application that is up there as a repository in my GitHub. So this is the repository that I'm talking about. It's called MVN Web App. It's a Maven based repository. As you would know, Maven is a very, very simple Java based build tool that will allow you to run various targets, and it'll compile. It will, based upon the goals that you specify, it can compile, it can run some tests, and it can build a WAR file and even deploy it into some other server. For now, what we're going to use Maven is just for building and creating a package out of this particular web application. It contains a bunch of things, and what is important is just the index.jsp. It just contains an HTML file that is there as a part of this web application. So from a perspective of requirements, now since I'm going to connect Jenkins with this particular repository, Git, we already have that set. We only need 2 other things. One is Maven, because Jenkins will use Maven. So in order to use Maven, Jenkins would have to have a Maven installation that is there on the Jenkins box. And in this case, the Jenkins box is this laptop. And after I have my Maven installed, I also need a Tomcat server. Tomcat is a very, very simple web server that you can freely download. I'll let you know how to quickly download and install the Tomcat. All right, so download Maven first. There are various ways in which you can kind of download this Maven. There is zip files, binary zip files, and archive files. So what I've done is I've just already downloaded Maven, and if you see, I've unzipped it here. So this is the folder with which I've unzipped my Maven. So as you know, Maven again is a one open source build tool. So you'll have to set in a few configurations and set up the path. So mvn -- version, if I specify this, after I set in my path, Maven should work. And if at all I echo m2 home, which is nothing but the variable environment variable specific to Maven home, it is already set here. So once you unzip Maven, just set this m2 home variable to the directory where you unzipped your Maven. Also, just set the path to this particular directory /bin, because that is where your Maven executables are all found. All right, so that's with Maven. And since I've set the path and the environment variable Maven is running perfectly fine on my system, I've just verified it. Okay, next one is a Tomcat server. Download Apache Tomcat server 8.5 is what I have on my system. So I'm just going to show you where to download this from. This is where you download Tomcat server, and I already have the server downloaded. Again, this doesn't need any installation. I just unzip it here, and it kind of has a bin and configuration. I've made some subtle changes in the configuration. First and foremost, Tomcat server also by default runs on port 8080. Since we already have our Jenkins server running on port 8080, we cannot let Tomcat run on the same port. There will be a port clash. So what I've done, I've configured Tomcat to use a different port. So if I go to this configuration file here, there is a server.xml. Let me open this up here. All right. Okay. So this is the port. By default, it will be 8080. I've just modified it to 8081. So I've changed the port on which my Tomcat server would run. All right. So that's one change. Second change, when Jenkins kind of tries to get into my Tomcat and deploy something for someone, he would need some authentications so that he'll be allowed deployment by Tomcat. So for that, I need to create a user on Tomcat and provide this user credentials to my Jenkins instance. So I would go to Tomcat users.xml file here. I've already created a username called deployer and the password is deployer, and I've added a role called manager-script. Manager-script will allow programmatic access to the Tomcat server. So this is the role that is there. So using this credentials, I will enable or I'll empower Jenkins to get into my Tomcat server and deploy my application. All right, only these two things that is required. Let me just start my Tomcat server first. So I get into my bin folder, I open a command prompt here, and there's a startup.bat. It's pretty fast. It just takes a few seconds. Yes, there you go. Tomcat server is up and running. Now this is running on port 8081. So let me just check if that looks good. So localhost 8081. Okay, my Tomcat server is up and running. That sounds good. The user is already configured on this. That's also fine. So what I'll do as a part of my first job, Maven is also installed on my system. So I'm good to use Maven as a part of my Jenkins. So I will put up a simple job now. I will say job, mvn, web app. I'll call this freestyle job. That's good. Okay, so this will be a Git repository. What is the URL of my Git repository? Is this guy, HTTPS URL. Okay, that's this URL. I will use the credentials. The old credentials that I set up will work well because it's the same Git user that I'm kind of connecting into. All right, so now the change happens here where after I get this, since I said this is a simple Maven repository, I will have some Maven targets to run. So the simple target first is, let me run Maven package. This creates a WAR file. Okay, so MVN package is the target. Package is the target. So whenever I run this package, it kind of creates it, it builds it, it tests it, and then creates a package. So this is all that is required. Maybe let me try to save this, and let me first run this and see if it connects well, if there's any problem with my WAR file, or the WAR file gets created properly. Okay, wonderful. So it built a WAR file, and if you see, it all shows you what is the location where this WAR file was generated. So this will be the workspace. If you see this WAR file was successfully built. Now I need to grab this particular WAR file, and then I would need to deploy it into Tomcat server. Again, I would need a small plugin to do this because I need to connect Tomcat with my Jenkins server. Let me go ahead and install the plugin for the container deployment. So I would go to manage plugins, available, type in container, container, deploy to container. Okay, so this is the plugin that I would need. I would install it without a restart. Right, seems to be very fast. Nope, sorry, it's still installing. Okay, it installed the plugin. So if at all you see this, if you go to my workspace, okay, in the target folder, I would see this web application WAR file that is already built. So I would need to configure this plugin to pull up this WAR file and deploy it onto the Tomcat server. For deploying onto the Tomcat server, I will use the credentials of the user that I've created. Okay, so let me go to configure this particular project again. And okay, all this is good. So the package is good. I'm going to just create a package. That's all fine. Now add a post build step. So after the WAR file is built as a part of this package directive, let me use this deployment to container. Now this will show up after you install the plugin. So deploy this one to the container. Now what is that you're supposed to specify? You're supposed to specify what is the location. Okay, so this is a global configuration that is there that will allow you to, from the root folder, it will pick up the WAR file that is there. So ****star.war, that's good for me. Okay, what is the context path? Context path is nothing but just the name of an application that, under which it will get deployed into the Tomcat server. I will just say MVN web app. That's the name of my thing. Now I need to specify what kind of a container that I'm talking about. All right, so the deployment would be for this Tomcat 8.5 is what I need. Okay, because the server that we have is a Tomcat 8.5 server that I have. So this would be the URL. So the credentials, yes, I need to add a credential for this particular server. So if you remember, I had created a credential for my web application. So let me just find that. My Tomcat server, yes, configuration of this. Okay, so deployer and deployer. Username is deployer, password is deployer. Okay, so let me use that credential. I would say add a new credential, Jenkins credential. The username is deployer and the password is deployer. So I would use this deployer credentials for that. And what is the URL of my Tomcat instance? So this is the URL of my Tomcat instance. So take the WAR file that is found in this particular folder, and then context path is MVN web app. Use the deployer deployment credentials and get into this localhost, which is there 8081. This is the Tomcat server that is running on my system, and then go ahead and deploy it. Okay, so that is all that is required. So I would say just save this and let me run it now. Okay, it successfully built the WAR file. It is trying to deploy it, and looks like the deployment went ahead perfectly well. So The context path was MVN web app. So if I type in this, right, if at all I go ahead into my Tomcat server, there would be a web apps folder. You would see the the date timestamp. So this is the file that got recently copied, and this is the Explorer version of our application. So the application was built, the source code of this application was pulled from the GitHub server. It was built locally on the Jenkins instance, and then it was pushed into a Tomcat server which is running on a different port, which is 80881. Now for this demo, I'm running everything locally on my system, but assuming that this particular Tomcat instance was running on some other server with some other different IP address, all that you got to go and change is the URL of the server. So this would be the server in case you already have that, if you have a Tomcat server which is running on some other machine, that's all fine. With a different IP, that's all good enough. The whole bundle or the WAR file that was built as a part of this Jenkins job gets transferred onto the other server and gets deployed. That's the beauty of Jenkins and automatic deployments, or rather deployments using Jenkins and Maven. Distributed build or master slave configuration in Jenkins. As you would have seen, we just have one instance of Jenkins server up and running all the time. And also I told you that whenever any job that kind of, gets started on the Jenkins server, it is little heavy on in terms of disk space and the CPU utilization. So which kind of, if at all you're in an organization wherein you're heavily reliant on the Jenkins server, you don't want your Jenkins server to go down. So that's wherein you kind of start distributing the load that is there on the Jenkins server. So you primarily have a server, which is just a placeholder or like a master who will take in all the kind of jobs. And what he will do is based upon trigger that has happened to the job or whichever job needs to be built, if at all, he can delegate these jobs onto some other machines or some other slaves. That's a wonderful thing to have. Okay, use case 1. Use case 2, assuming that, if you have a Jenkins server that is running on a Windows box or on a Linux one, and if at all you have a need where you need to build based upon operating systems, you have multiple build configurations to support. Maybe you need to build a Windows, Windows based .NET kind of a projects where you would need a Windows machine to build this particular project. You also have a requirement where you want to build Linux based systems. You also have a Mac, you support some sort of an apps or something that is built on Mac OS. You would need to build, Mac based system as well. So how are you going to support all these needs? So that's wherein a beautiful concept of master slave or primary and delegations or agent and master comes into play. So typically you would have one Jenkins server who will just configure with all the proper authorizations, users, configurations, and everything is set up on this Jenkins server. His job is just delegations. He will listen to some sort of triggers, or based upon the job that is coming in, he will, if there is a nice way of delegating these jobs to somebody else and taking back the results, he can control a lot of other systems. And these systems may not have a complete, or there's no need to put in a complete Jenkins installation. All that you got to do is have a very, very simple runner or a slave that is a simple jar file that is run as a low priority thread or a process within these systems. So with that, you can have a wonderful distributed build server that can be set up. And in case one of the servers goes down, your master would know that what went down and kind of delegate the task to somebody else. So this is the kind of distributed build or the master slave configuration. So what I'll do in this exercise or in this demo is I will set up a simple slave. But since I don't have too many machines to kind of play around, what I'll do is I will set up a slave in one other folder within my hard drive. So I've got the C drive and D drive. My Jenkins is on my C drive. So what I would do is I would just use my E drive and set up a very, very simple slave out there. I'll just show you how to provision a slave and how to connect to a slave and how to delegate a job to that slave. Let me go back to my Jenkins master and configure him to talk to an agent. So there are various ways in which this client and server talk to each other. What I'm going to choose is something called as JNLP, Java Network Launch Protocol. So using this, I would ensure that the client and server talk to each other. So for that, I need to ensure that I kind of enable this JNLP port. So let me try to find out where is that. Let me try this. Okay, yes. Agents, and by default this JNLP agents thing would be disabled. So if you see here, there's a small help on this. So I'm going to use this JNLP, which is nothing but Java Network Launch Protocol, and I'll configure the master and server to talk to each other using JNLP. So for that I need to enable this guy. So I enable this guy instead of making by default, the configuration was disabled. So I make him random. I make him, enabled, and I say save this configuration. All right. So now I configured, or I made a setting for the master so that the JNLP port is kind of opened up. So let me go ahead and, create an agent. So I'll go to manage nodes. So if you see here, there's only one master here. So let me provision a new node here. So this is the way, in which you bring up a new node. You have to configure it on the server. Jenkins would put in some sort of security around this particular agent and let you know how to launch this particular agent so that he can connect to your Jenkins master. So I would say new node. I would give a name for my node. I would say Windows node because both of these are Windows only. So that's fine. I just give an identifier saying that Windows node. I would say this is a permanent agent. I would say, okay. So if you see the name, let me just copy this name here with the description. Number of executors, since it's a slave node and both of these are running on my system, I will keep the number of executors as 1. That's fine. Remote root directory. Now this is where, let me just clarify this, since I have both my master is running on my C drive program files 86, or hang on, not 86, C program files. It is indeed 86. All right, Jenkins. So this is where my master is running. So I don't want the C drive. What I'll do is I'll use something called as A drive. I have another drive in my system, but please visualize this like, you're running this on a separate system altogether. So I create a folder here called Jenkins node, and this is where I'm going to place I'm going to provision my slave, and I'm going to run him from here. So this is the directory in which I'm going to provision my slave node. So I'm going to copy this here, and that is the remote root directory of your particular agent or slave. So I just copy it here. The label, probably this is fine for me. And usage, how do you want to use this guy? So I don't want him to run all kinds of jobs. I will only build jobs with label expressions that match this particular node. And so this is the label of this node. So in order for somebody to kind of delegate any task to them, they will have to specify this particular label. So imagine this way, if I have a bunch of Windows mesh system, I name it as Windows star. Anything that starts from Windows, I can give a regular expression and say that anything that matches Windows, run this particular task there. If I have some Mac machines, I name all these Mac agents as Mac star or something like that. And I can delegate all tasks, saying that start with whatever starts with Mac in this node, run the Mac jobs there. So you identify a node using the label and then delegate the task there. All right. So launch method, we will use Java Web Start because we got to use JNLP protocol. Okay, that sounds good. Directory, I think nothing else is required. Availability, yes, we'll keep this agent, yep, online as much as possible. That sounds good. All right, let me save this. All right, I'm just provisioning this particular node now. So if I click on this node, I get a bunch of commands along with an agent.jar. So this is the agent.jar that has to be taken down to the other machine or the slave node, and from there I need to run this along with a small security credential. So let me copy this whole text here in my notepad. Notepad ++ is good for me. Okay, I copy this whole path there. I also want to download this agent.jar. I would say yes. And this agent.jar is the one that is configured by our server. So all the details that is required for launching this agent.jar is found in this. For launching this agent is found in this agent.jar. So typically I need to take this jar file onto the other system and then kind of run it from there. So I have this agent.jar. I copy this, or rather I cut this. I come back to my folder, my Jenkins node. I paste it here. Okay. So now with this provision agent.jar, and I need to use this whole command, Control A, Control C, and then launch this particular agent. So let me bring up a command prompt right here and then launch it. So I'm saying in the same folder where there is agent.jar, I'm going to launch this particular agent, java-jar, agent.jar, JNLP. This is the URL of my server. In case the server and client are on different locations or different IPs, You have to specify the IP address. All this anyway would show up, and then the secret and the root folder of your Jenkins or the slave node. Okay, so something ran, and then it says it's connected very well. It seems to have connected very well. So let me come back to my Jenkins instance and see, if at all you see earlier this was not connected. Now let me refresh this guy. Okay, now these two guys are connected. Provision a Jenkins node, and then I copied all the credentials of the slave.jar along with the launch code, and then took it to the other system and kind of ran it from there. Since I don't have another system, I've just got a separate directory in another folder, another drive, and I'm launching the agent from here. As long as this particular agent is up and running, or this command prompt is up and running, the agent would be connected. So once I close this, the connection goes down. All right, so successfully we've launched this particular agent. Now this would be the home directory of this Jenkins node or the Jenkins slave. So any task that I'm going to delegate to this particular slave would all be run here. It will create a workspace right here. All right, so good. So let me just come back and let me kind of put up a new task here. I will say that, delegate job is good. I say freestyle project. I'm going to create a very, very simple job here. I don't want it to connect to Git or anything like that. Let me just create a very, very simple echo delegated to the slave, delegated to, I don't like the word slave, delegated to agent. Put this way. All right. So delegated to agent sounds good. Now, how am I going to ensure that this particular job runs on the agent or on the slave that I've configured? Right? Do you see this? If at all you remember how we provisioned our particular slave, we gave a label, right? So now I'm going to put in a job that will only match this particular label. So I'm going to say that whatever matches this, Windows label, run this job on that particular node. So we have only one node that's matching this, Windows node. So this job will be delegated out there. So I save this and let me build this. This is again a very, very simple job. There's nothing in this. I just want to demonstrate how to kind of delegate it to an agent. So if you see this, it ran successfully. And where is the workspace? The workspace is right inside our Jenkins node. It created a new workspace, delegated job, it put in here. So my old or my primary master job is in SQL program files under Jenkins, and this is the slave job that was successfully run. Very, very simple, but very, very powerful concept of master slave configuration or distributed build in Jenkins. Okay, approaching the final section where we've done all this hard work in bringing up our Jenkins server, configuring it, putting up some jobs on it, creating users and all this stuff. Now, we don't want this configuration to kind of go away. We want a very nice way of ensuring that we back up all this configuration. And in case there is any failure, hardware crash or a machine crash, we will want to kind of restore from the existing configuration that we kind of backed up. So one quick way to do that would be, or one dirty way to do that would be just, take a complete backup of our program files Jenkins directory, because that's where our whole Jenkins configuration is present. But we don't want to do that. Let's use some plugins for taking up a backup. So let me go to Manage Jenkins and click on Available. And let me search for some backup. There are a bunch of backup plugins. So I would recommend one of these plugins that I specifically use. So this is the backup plugin. So let me go ahead and install this plugin. All right, so we went ahead and installed this plugin. So let me come back to my manage plugins. So this plugin is there. So hang on, backup manager. So you will see this option once you install this plugin. So first time I can do a setup. I would say backup this particular. I'll give a folder. This folder is pertaining to the folder where I want Jenkins to back up some data, and I would say the format should be zip format is good enough. Let me give a name or a template or a file name for my backup. This is good. I want it in verbose mode. I don't want to shut on my Jenkins, or should I shut it down? No. Okay. One thing that you got to remember is that whenever a backup happens, if there are too many jobs that is running on the server, it can kind of slow down your Jenkins instance, because it's in the process of copying few of those things, and if the files are being changed at that moment, it's a little bit problematic for Jenkins. So typically you back up your servers only when there is very less load, or typically try to bring it to a shutdown kind of a state and then take a backup. All right, so I'm going to back up all these things. I don't want to exclude anything else. I want the history, I want the Maven artifacts. Possibly I don't want this guy. I would just say save, and then I would say back him up. So this would run a bunch of steps, and all the files that is required as a part of this is pretty fast. But then if at all you have too many things up on your server, for now we didn't have too many things up on our server, but in case you had too many things to kind of back up, this may take a while. So let me just pause this recording and get back to you once the backup is complete. So there you go. The backup was successful. Created a backup of all our workspace, the configurations, the users, and all that. So all this is kind of hidden down in this particular zip file. So at any instance, if at all I kind of crash my system for some instance, or it's a hard disk failure, and I bring up a new instance of Jenkins, I can kind of use the backup plugin for restoring this particular configurations. So how do I do that? I just come back to my Manage Jenkins, come back to Backup Manager, and I will say restore Hudson or Jenkins configuration.
Today's topic is Learn HTML in 10 minutes. First, we'll go through a quick introduction to basic web architecture to understand how the internet works. Then we'll understand what exactly HTML is. After that, we'll have a look at what CSS is. Then we'll go through JavaScript. And in the end, we'll create a simple web page using HTML and CSS to gain a better understanding of the HTML tags. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now, secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, a website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now, CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now, HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers, consisting of a series of elements or tags, and which can be used to structure a web page, right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code, right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes. Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page, right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. Right. So I'm going to add a p tag and say this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the BR tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. We can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to Career New. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics, so I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here. So now we've covered a few important HTML tags used to develop a web page. Now there are many other tags available for almost everything you'd want to add to a web page. Now all of these are available on the internet for you and you can use them on your website.
Welcome to this crash course video on CSS. This video will help you understand all the concepts of CSS and provide lots of hands-on examples. We'll start with understanding selectors, box model, grid layout, flexbox, differences between grid layout and flexbox, and some more basic topics. Then, building on these basics, we'll make a navbar, learn how to create animation and transitions, and finally, we'll move on to CSS advanced functions. So, let's begin. In this video, you will learn what are CSS selectors and what are their different types. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. So in this tutorial, we will learn what are CSS selectors and what are their different types. We will also look at an examples to how to work with CSS selectors. So, what are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with a text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page. So you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS universal selector. The universal selector selects all the elements on a page. The universal selector is assigned by a star character. The universal selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS group selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So, style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So, style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. In this video, we will discuss what is a box model and its various properties. We will also do an example to understand the box model better. So let's get started. Every element that can be displayed on a web page is comprised of one or more rectangular boxes. CSS box model typically describes how these rectangular boxes are laid out on a web page. These boxes can have different properties and can interact with each other in different ways. But every box has a content area and options surrounding padding, border, and margin areas. The following diagram demonstrates how the content, padding, border, and margin CSS properties determine how much space an element can take on a web page. The content area consists of content like text, images, or other media. It is bounded by the content edge and its dimensions are given by the content box width and height. The border area is the area between the box padding and margin. Its dimensions are given by the width and height of the border. The margin area consists of spaces between the border and the margin. The dimensions of the margin area are the margin box width and margin box height. It is useful to separate the element from its neighbors. The padding area is the area that includes the element's padding. This area is actually the space around the content area and within the border box. Its dimensions are given by the width of the padding box and the height of the padding box. Now let's jump to an example to understand the box model better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simplylearn with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixel and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simplylearn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page, as you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixel of padding around the content and 15 pixel of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixel of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels, the margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, you can see the content area 15 to 50. In this tutorial, we will discuss everything needed for you to get started working with grid layouts. We will start by discussing what is a grid layout. Then we will move on to the features of the grid system and some basic terminologies which will help you understand the grid system better. In end, we will work on an example to understand the grid system. So let's get started. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows. unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which became the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the Z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and resides on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So, with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world. So, we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to, so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen, so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give it the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction unit. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of a 100 pixel, we want the two fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with two fractions and this with one fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice of the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have a 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid gap property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid grab property and mention the space. We'll just delete this too. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. You can also set it to start. Or end. Or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We could use the justify content and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center. Or start. If you inspect the elements, you can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the Flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature. In this video, we will learn what is a Flexbox and how it is useful in designing the layout of the website. We will also try to understand the different properties of Flexbox with the help of an example. So let's get started. What is a Flexbox? Flexbox, also called flexible box model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model, where you assign width in terms of percentage or fixed width, and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually from width, height, and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of flexible box model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the Flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these Flex properties work. Okay, so we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here, and we'll give a class of Flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our Flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class Flexbox item and one more class Flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these Flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add 2 more Flexbox items, and you will see we have 2 more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name Flexbox item 2 and Flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have 3 boxes on the page. Now to create a Flex container, we will add display Flex to our Flex container. And this is how we create a Flex box container. So here we will just add display Flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now, if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a Flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we will use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center, and then all our items will be centered vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display Flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the Flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different Flexbox items as opposed to Flexbox container items. The Flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now, if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So we'll set the flex shrink to 0. Now, if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now, in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our flexbox item to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be at the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. We can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the flexboxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the flexbox and how you can use the flexbox to create the dynamic layout for your site. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the most important topics of the web development, which is CSS display. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is a display property? The CSS display property controls the layout of the element on the page. The default value of the display property is block or inline. Let's jump back to our Sublime Text Editor to see the various display properties by using an example. To get started, I have a really simple example setup. As you can see, inside my HTML, I have the 2 paragraph tags and I have a formatting with a background color of cyan color and font size 30 pixels. As you can see, this looks like something like this on the page. The very first property we are going to discuss is the display block property. The block display values make an element a block element. The block elements start a new line and span the entire width of the viewport by default, like how P elements behave. There are also line breaks before and after these elements. The default value of the P element is a display block. So here, this looks something like this. What display blocks does is it means that it is going to take the entire width given to it. This is going to force a new line above and a new line below it. So you cannot have something next to here. Now if we change here this to the next property we are going to discuss is inline. The inline display value turns any element into an inline element. These elements will appear on the same line without breaks. Now, if we change here this to display inline, now all the P tags will behave as an inline element. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, you can see now this is an inline element. The inline element takes the minimum amount of space possible. As you can see here, the cyan color takes the minimum amount of space to fit all the content inside of this P. So this is what an inline element does. Also, all the inline elements are on the same line. They share the space together because they take the minimum amount of space possible. There are no line breaks in these elements and they try to fit as closely as possible. Now, one of the demerits here is we cannot change the height and width of the inline element. If you change here height to 200 pixels and width to 100 pixels and save, just go back and refresh, you'll see nothing happens. This is because in the inline display property, you cannot change the height and width of the element. The next property we are going to discuss is the inline block value. The inline block value is a hybrid of inline and block elements. Elements assigned display inline block appears on the same line with the other inline elements, a characteristic of inline elements. However, inline block elements are also like block elements in that you can change the width and height of the CSS. Now, if here we try to change the height and width of the element. Just change this to inline block. Now if you go back to the page and refresh, you will see the height and width property works. This is one of the major difference between the inline block and the inline display property. The last name type of display we are going to discuss is the display none, and this is a really straightforward display property. You just delete this and change the display to display none. Now if you save the file and go back and refresh, you will see both the element disappears. The display none removes the targeted elements and all its child elements from the page. This causes accompanying elements to behave as if this element does not exist. In this video, we will discuss everything you need to know about CSS positioning. By the time this video is over, you will be able to position the elements in CSS like a pro. So let's get started. First, let's cover the theoretical part. Here, we will discuss what is CSS position property and its different types. After that, we will jump to practical example to learn how to work with these properties. So let's get started. So what is a CSS position property? The CSS position property allows you to define the position of an element on a web page. The top, right, bottom, and the left CSS position properties are used to determine the final location of the element. There are 4 values that you can use to set the position of an element on a web page. They are static, fixed, relative, and absolute. Using one of the 4 values above, you can specify how an element should be positioned. You can also use the top, bottom, left, and right properties to further define the element's position on a page. So let's discuss each of the properties individually. CSS static position. This is a by default position for HTML elements. It always positions an element according to the normal flow of the page. It is not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties. It is important to note that having a static position is the same as not setting the position property at all. The next is CSS fixed position. The fixed positioning property helps to put the text fixed on the browser. The fixed text is positioned relative to the browser's window and does not move even when you scroll the window. The next is CSS relative position. The relative positioning property is used to set the element relative to its normal position. The relatively positioned element behaves the same way as a static element, except that it is now subject to the values of the 4 other CSS properties. We will discuss each of them with more detail in examples. Now there is CSS absolute position. The absolute positioning is used to position an element related to the first parent element that has a position other than static. If no such element is found, the containing block is HTML. With absolute positioning, you can place an element anywhere on the page. Now let's move on to the example to understand each of the properties better. To demonstrate the properties, I have the simple example set up. Currently, we have 3 elements with just basic coloring style. We have not applied any position style to them. Now let's click on this element 2 and inspect it. Just go to the computed and type here position to see the position of this element. So you can see that currently the position is static. Static is the default value of all the elements of the page in starting. The next position we'll see is the relative position. It works almost in a similar manner to static. If we go here and change the position to relative, you can see nothing changes. Relative acts as the same as static, with the only difference is that the relative allows you to change the top, left, right and bottom of this element. Let me show you an example. Now if we change here to left 20 pixel and refresh, you will notice the elements move itself to 20 pixel from the left. Let's set the top to 10 pixel as well. you can see the element has moved 10 pixels from the top and even overflows the element below. This is because relative position when applied with the top, right, left and bottom actually takes that element out of the document flow. So let's just reset it. Next property we are going to discuss is absolute position. And this property gets well along with the top, right, left and bottom. So let's make this position to absolute. And you can see the changes made due to this by just saving. The absolute value completely removes the element from the document flow. This is useful when you want a particular element to be a specific position but you don't want to disturb the other element's positioning. Absolute position positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference. Now just let's shift the top to 10 pixels. You can see the movement of this element. The absolute position always positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference to. Now if we change the here body position to relative, now this navbar will position the element according to this body. So if we go here and refresh this, you can see that this 2 is in relation to with this container. And this is where relative is very useful. Next is fixed positioning, which is very similar to absolute positioning with some differences. So let's change this to fixed. And just save this. Now you can see it completely ignores this relative positioning and goes entirely at the top. This is because fixed position elements are always fixed based on the entire HTML element. It has nothing to do with the parent elements. One unique feature of the fixed element is they stay in the same place when you scroll. Let's make the height here to 200 vertical height. Now if you scroll down, you will see that the element 2 will stay on the same position. See, the 2 elements stick to the same position. But absolute does not work that way. When you change this here to absolute, you can see it does not stay at the top now. This is one major difference between absolute and fixed. So that's it. You can see the working with the CSS position is super easy. In this video, we'll discuss the differences between both the layouts and we'll discuss which one you should use. I will also show you both the layouts in a practical example without diving too deep. So let's first understand the theory. CSS Grid allows developers to construct custom grids with more flexibility and control than ever before. It is for two-dimensional positioning. We got rows and columns here. Whereas Flexbox is for one-dimensional layout. It is useful in allocating and aligning the spaces among the items in a grid container. The Flexbox layout pattern makes it easier to design and flexible and effective layouts. The grid is used for creating a more complex and organized layouts on your pages. Whereas the Flex items is used to design the responsive pages without using too much of positioning or float in our CSS code. To work with the CSS grid layout, you have to add display grid property to your element. Whereas to create the Flex container, you have to use the display flex property. So this is the main difference between the layout of the grid and the Flexbox. Here in the grid layout, you can see that there are rows and columns with all the header, menu, main, right and the footer included. Whereas the Flexbox is only for one-dimensional positioning. Now let's move on to the example to see the working of both the layouts. So here is an example of the web page that does not have any function other than some basic styling. Here on the page, we have a header which is blue in color. This is the sidebar with a red background. This is the main content, and this black color is the footer of the page. Here you can see all these items are stacked on top of each other. In the code, you can see this is the footer part of the page. This is the main content of the page. This is for the sidebar, and this is for the header area of the page. For the styling part, we have used some basic styling just so as to understand the example better. Now, we can turn the body into a grid by setting the display property to the grid. So here under the body, we'll set the display to grid. Just save the file and refresh. You can see nothing changes because by default the CSS grid starts creating rows automatically and adds the content in these rows. That's why it didn't change. We can change it by adding the grid template column property in our body. In our case, we'll need two columns, one for sidebar and other for the main content. Let's set the side area to 30%. And we'll keep the main area to auto to cover the remaining spaces. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are broken into the cells we created. We'll also define the rows for our header and we'll use the grid template rows. We'll set the grid template rows for the header to 60 pixels. For the sidebar and for the main content, we'll set it to auto. And also for the footer, we will keep it 60 pixels. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are adjusted in a 2D manner just as we wanted. This shows the power of the grid and the flexibility it provides to the developer. However, we can see that the items are not positioned properly in the header and the footer. This is where the flexbox comes into play. As discussed earlier, flexbox is about positioning elements in a one-dimensional area. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our navigation list class here and we'll add display as flex. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see these are sitting next to each other. By default, the display sets them into the rows. Now we want the contents to be in the center of the main axis. So we will use the justify content and set it to center. You can see the items are now in the center of the main axis. To center them vertically, we'll use the align items and set it to center as well. This will position them in the center across the axis. For this to work, we have to specify the height, so we'll set it to 100%. So now you can see the items are aligned centrally both on the main axis and the cross axis. Let's now add some spacing between these items. So to give some spacing between, we'll add a margin to navigation item class. We'll set the margin to 0 for top and bottom and 10 pixels to left and right. If we save the file and refresh, you can see we have the spaces between the items. In this video, you will learn how to set a background image on a web page. You will also learn some of the basic properties of the background that are used to set the image. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. In this tutorial, we'll discuss what is CSS background image. After that, we'll discuss some of the basic properties of the background image. In the end, we'll add a background image to our web page by adding the code to our text editor. So let's begin by discussing about the background property of the CSS. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. The background is defined in the body element of the HTML code. To add a background image on an HTML element, use the HTML style attribute and the CSS background image property and mention the path of the image inside the URL attribute. There are several properties of the background that are used to define the image on a page. Some of the common ones are background image, background repeat, and background position. By default, the image is repeated so it covers the entire element. Let's switch to the text editor and see how we can add the background image to our page. So, we are on the Sublime text editor. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size, and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web page. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. Next, we will set the background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the Y axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated to the Y axis. And there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now, as you can see, the image is fully fit to the web page. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text aligned to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned and the text color is red. In this tutorial, we will learn how we can add colors to our page using different methods. We will start with discussing colors and then see the hex value and the RGB format of the colors. In the end, we will do an example to understand how we can add colors to our page. CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first two digits RR represents the red value, the next two are green value, and the last is the blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these three colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is not changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to our desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next one 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to a hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is #F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly 3 ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values and the color names. In this video, we will discuss what are keyframes and how you can use them to add animations to your page. We are going to discuss what are keyframes and we'll try to understand the syntax of the keyframes. So let's get started. The keyframes are used to specify the animation code in the page. They are used to change the animation from one pattern to another. Keep in mind that the keyframes do not have any selectors on them. They are not nested inside anything. They are on the root of the CSS page. You write @keyframes and the name. You can name it anything you want. We are going to use that name later on to call the selector. In this case, we are looking at from and to. From implies the initial state and to the ending state. Here in this example, the element will start from 0 pixel and will go all the way to 100 pixel. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to jump to the keyframes and work out some examples to understand the working of the keyframes better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor and this is a simple setup. We have created one HTML element named box and we have a CSS body of padding 50 pixel and the box element has an inline block, background red with height and width 200 pixel. And also I have an animation style declared on the box. Currently it's doing nothing because it is calling keyframes called myFrames. But we have not yet created any keyframe. We will discuss what this animation line means at later stage, but right now I need those lines to be able to explain you to the functioning of the keyframes. You can see we have a box on our page with the color red and padding 50 pixels around it. We are going to write add the keyframes and I am going to use the name myFrames. Then we will write from condition to have the starting state and let's just keep the height 200 pixel. And then we want it to grow and we will set it to increase till 500 pixels. So let's just create our keyframes. This is a from condition. We'll set it to 200 pixels. And we want it to grow till 500 pixels. Just save the file. Now, as you can see, our box is growing all the way to 500 pixel. And when the animation is done, it resets back to 200 pixel and starts again because the animation is looping. You can also put multiple style declaration. For example, I am going to write background pink in the to condition. Just save the file. You can see that the animation is starting at red and ending at pink. Now instead of saying from and to, you can also say from 0% to 100%. This is as same as doing from and to. But what it enables you to do is you can add something in the middle of here, say 30%, and we will make the color any different. So in the place of from, we will write 0% and we'll replace to with 100%. Let's just add one more condition in between, say 40%. So at 40% we want the color to change to say something green. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So as you can see, it starts with red, it turns to green in the middle and then all the way converts to pink. As you can see, there are lots of interesting things you can do with the keyframes. All of the things that I am showing you today are just like how this works. To really get a great understanding of how it works, you just have to open your editor and start experimenting on it. Okay, so now let's go back to our code and learn about the animation property. So here we have the animation name myFrames. The animation name should be as same as keyframes name to work it properly. The animation duration specifies for how long we want our animation to last. In this case 2 seconds. Let's just change this to say 10 seconds. Just save the file. Now as you can see, the animation is going at a slower speed just to cover the 10 seconds of it. Let's just reset it to 2 seconds. The timing function is used to mention the transition. There are some keywords such as ease in, linear, ease in out and some more. The animation delay is interesting to understand. It means how long we are going to wait once the animation is triggered before the visual starts happening. Let's change it to 3 seconds. As you can see, the animation starts after the 3 seconds. Iteration count specifies how many times the animation should happen. Here we have set it to infinite, which means animation will keep on going. Let's change it to something, say 5. As you can see, after the count of 5, the animation stops. We'll set it back to infinite. Animation running state can be paused or the running state. In this video, we are going to break down everything there is to know about the CSS animation. CSS animations make it possible to animate transitions from one CSS style configuration to another. Animations consist of two components, a style describing the CSS animation and a set of keyframes that indicates the start and end states of the animation style, as well as possible intermediate. Now, to understand this better, I have an example. So let's get started now. So, we are on our Sublime Text Editor. Now to get started, I have a very basic example with HTML and CSS. I have a parent element here. And inside this parent element, I have a div class child. So, when you go back to the page, it will look something like this. This pink color is the parent element and this small box with the red color is the child element. Whenever you hover over the element, the child elements move from left side to the right side of the parent. We want to talk about animation. In case, there are two different ways to animate. One is the CSS transition property, which works well with only simple animation. If you want to learn about CSS transition property, you can refer to the last video on CSS transition. There is a full-fledged animation property which is used for more complex animation. I am going to show you how you can make this simple transition into animation. For this example, we'll make this child element move all around the box using animation. So let's go back to our code. So just like the transition property, we have the several properties in the CSS animation as well. This consists of like timing function, fill-in mode and several other functions in the CSS animation. So to convert the transition into animation, all we need to do is write the word animation. And you write the animation where you want it to happen. In our case, here is our hover, so we write the animation here. And as you write, you will notice that you have more properties in animation than transition. In general, you will write everything in this animation keyword because it is easier. You can write it separately as well, like animation delay, duration, animation name. But we will use the shorthand property of the animation. So we'll select the animation and the first thing that the animation needs is the animation name. So we will give some name to this animation, say example. This is just like transition, we can specify our duration. In our case, we will use 1 second. So we have given the name of the animation, we'll give the duration. We can define a timing function which will be ease out. This is all the code we need for our animation. This line is same as writing it individually, like animation name, animation duration 1 second, and animation timing function, which will be ease out, or let's say ease in. So for the better understanding, let's just remove this shorthand property and use the individual properties. Now just save the file. Let's understand briefly what each of these properties do. The animation duration property defines how long time an animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. The animation timing function property specifies the speed curve of the animation. Now comes the keyframes. Keyframes are used to define the animation name. We'll come down here and write at the rate keyframes, followed by the name of the animation. The keyframes has to be put outside any selector. Keyframes essentially determine what our animation looks like between the value 0% and 100%. So at our animation, we want to have this translate. So we'll write 100% and we'll write transform translate x 100% and save the file. Now, when you save and go back to the page, you will notice the smooth transition of the animation when you hover over. One thing you will notice that as soon as the animation is over, the box goes back to the original place. The reason for this is all the process happens inside this keyframe, this one. As soon as the animation is done, the default state kicks in. If we want this to stop in the transformed state, like box should be here, is on the right side, we have to specify it in the animation property. We'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. So here, we'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. Just save, and then when you go back to the page and refresh, you'll see the box stops on the right side and doesn't go back to the original state. Now that we have a basic understanding of the animation and its different properties, let's work around our main aim to move this child element all over the parent element, from this to this side to this side to this side. So here at the keyframes, we'll just delete this and we'll start with 0%. So here at the 0%, we'll set the transform and translate x to 0. After that, at the 33%, we want this box to move down. So we'll work on translate y. So we'll translate the y to 100%. At 66%, we want both the x-axis and y-axis to move from here to this side. So we'll set translate x to 100% and translate y to 100%. And finally, at 100%, we want to translate x back to 100% on the upward side. So when you save and refresh, you'll see we have achieved our target. The child elements move all over inside the parent element. To watch it a little bit more slowly, let's change the time here to 3 seconds. When you go back and refresh, you can see the box move a little bit slower. So, with the animation property, we can go a step further. We can tell our animation how many times to repeat, the order of the animation, among other things. So, the animation iteration count property specifies the number of times an animation should be played. Let's set it to 3. So here, we'll set the animation iteration count to 3. The animation direction property defines whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternate cycles. So, for the animation direction, we'll set it to alternate. Now, if you save and go back, that's 1, 2, and 3. After the 3 count, the animation will stop. And you must have noticed that the box were moving on the alternate rounds. Let's go back to see it again. This is the first cycle. Now it moves on the other direction. And now on the other direction. So this is for animation. You can see animation property is as same as the transition property with some more functions and sub properties. You can add more complex animations to the page with the help of this animation property. The CSS transition property is the simplest way to add the animation to our website. And in this video, we are going to see how to use it. So, animation is a good way to catch attention on the page. And if done properly, it increases the user experience. The most basic way to animate something is by transition. According to the MDN definition, transition enables you to define the transition between two states of an element. Basically, When the state of an element changes, such as hover, focus, or anything else, we can change the CSS property through a transition. There are a handful of transition properties. Let's discuss what they are and how they work. So, we are on our code pen. I have a box that changes the color on the hover. The first property that we are going to start is with the transition duration property. The transition duration property specifies how many seconds or milliseconds a transition effect takes to complete. So here I can write transition duration and I can write here a number. Take note that here we can enter time in milliseconds or seconds. I will suggest you to use the milliseconds since JavaScript does not accept time in seconds. So I will enter here 500 milliseconds. Now, when you go here and hover over this box, you will see the color changes from pink to green in about 500 milliseconds. Let's change this to say 2 seconds and see the difference. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes 2 seconds to change the color from pink to green. The next one we are going to look is a transition property. The transition property sets the CSS properties to which a transition effect should be applied. Suppose we want to rotate this box when hovered over. So first we will specify the transform property here and we'll set it to rotate 45 degrees. Now here we will specify the transition property and set it to transform. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes about 500 milliseconds for the box to rotate to 45 degrees while the color changes instantly. Suppose we set it here to 2 seconds and save. Now you will notice the box will take to about 2 seconds to rotate to 45 degrees while the color will change instantly. You can see the difference here. Now the next property is transition timing function. The transition timing function property specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. The default value is ease. Ease means it specifies the transition effect with a slow start and then fast and then ends slowly. Suppose here we'll set the transition timing function to ease. There are 4 major values for this timing function. They are ease, linear, ease in and ease out. Let's see one by one in detail. So, the linear function specifies the transition effect with the same speed from start to end. So if we change here to linear, you will see that it rotates with the same speed from start to end. Now if we change this to ease in, the ease in specifies the transition effect with a slow start. So now if you hover over this, you will see the box rotate with a slow start and then increases the speed at the end. The ease out specifies the transition effect with a slow end. So if you set it to ease out, you will see at the end the speed decreases. The last property we are going to discuss is the transition delay. The transition delay property specifies when the transition effect will start. The transition delay value is defined in milliseconds or in seconds. Let's set the transition delay to 2 seconds and just remove this. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it will take 2 seconds to rotate the box to 45 degrees. So you can see after the 2 seconds the transition property takes place. Now if we change here to background, you see the box will rotate instantly while the color will changes from pink to green after 2 seconds. So this is a transition property. Is it as simple as it can be? In this video, you will learn how to add interactive hover effects to your elements. We will do an example where we will create hover effects to our buttons. So in this tutorial, we will discuss what is a CSS hover effect and then we will do an example to understand it better. So what is a CSS hover effect? A CSS hover effect is a style technique where the user interacts with an element with a pointing device, but it does not necessarily activate it. It is triggered when the user hovers over an element with a pointing device. Now let's jump to an example. In this example, we will create the hover effects which will look something like this. We have different hover effects for all the buttons. So let's get started and see how you can make this all by yourself. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. Create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will write our HTML and CSS code respectively. Start by linking the CSS file with the HTML file. Now we will add 4 anchor tags. We will specify the class name for each of them so that we can style them separately later. Put all the anchor tag inside the div tag and name the class middle. We will name the class btn, btn1, btn, btn2, btn, btn3 and btn, btn4. Just copy paste it 4 times. Save the file and let's see how it looks on our page right now. As you can see, we have the 4 texts on our page. With this, we are done with our HTML part. Now let's shift to CSS and design the text and add the hover effects. So in CSS, we will start by setting the margin and padding to 0. We will also add the background body color. As you can see, the margin and padding is now 0 and we have a good background color. Now we will design the buttons and give them proper formatting. We will start with the class middle. Set the position to absolute. The top property affects the vertical position of a positioned element. The left property affects the horizontal position of a positioned element. The transform property applies a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. This property allows you to rotate, scale and move the elements. As you can see, the elements are now in place. Now let's format the buttons. Set the position to relative. Display block. We'll keep the color as white. Font size 25 pixels. We will use the font family as Montserrat. Keep the text decoration to none. We will set the border to 2 pixels and solid. We'll keep the text transformation as uppercase. Transition allows you to change the property values smoothly over a given duration. The before selector is used to insert something before the content of each selected element. Keep the position to absolute. We'll keep the transition as all 0.6 second and ease. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now, as you can see, all the elements are in place with proper background and text. We have the padding and border properly formatted, and now we can add the hover effect to this button. Now we'll add the hover effects to the first button. As you can see, we have the hover effect on our first button ready. In a similar manner, we can add the effects to the second and third button as well. We'll just copy and paste this above code below and make changes to this code. We'll set the width to 100% here and height to 0. We'll change it to height 100%. Just save the file and refresh the page. As you can see, both the buttons have the hover effects now. Now it's time to add the hover effect to our third button. Now we'll add the hover effect to the button third. Just save the file and go to the page. As you can see, all the three buttons are ready. Now it's time to add the hover effect to the fourth button. We'll set the color to #FFF. This will change the text color to red when we hover over the fourth button. Set the position to absolute. Keep the width as 200%. We'll set the background to #DCD159. We'll keep the Z index as -1. Keep the transition to 0.8 seconds. Set the height to 180% of the page. Now to add the hover effect, write the following code. Just save the file. Refresh. Now you can see we have all the hover effects on our 4 buttons. As you know, CSS animations is a powerful concept that is used to make your web page engaging and attracting visitors to your website. They make the user experience smooth and entertaining. So in this video, we are going to learn how to create some cool CSS effects using just HTML and CSS. So without further wasting any time, let's jump to our Sublime Text Editor. So here on our Sublime Text Editor, for our example purpose, I have used one image from an unsplash.com and we have created a simple class div class container for it. Now, let's go and style these images to get a 3D effect. So first let's design the body part. We'll set the margin and padding to 0 pixels. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll set the height to 100% vertical height. We'll keep the display as flex and we'll align the items in the center and we'll justify the content in the center as well. Now we'll design our container class. So for the container class, we'll set the position to relative. We'll set the width to 360 pixels and we'll keep the height to 640 pixels. We'll set the margin top to 150 pixels and we'll keep the background to white. We'll use the RGBA format. We'll use the transform property to apply a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. So we'll use the transform and we'll use its properties. We'll keep this to 30 degrees. We'll set the skew to say 25 degrees and we'll scale it to 0.8. Let's discuss more about these properties. So, the translate property defines the 2D or 3D translation. The scale defines the 2D or 3D scale transformation. And the skew property is used to skew transformation along the X or Y axis. Now let's design the images. We'll keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll keep the transition time to 0.5 seconds. Let's go back to our page and see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the images aligned as we want on a flat side. Now we will create the 3D transformation when we hover over it. So let's go back to our CSS file. So for the 3D effect, we are going to use the nth child property. The nth child selector allows you to take a single argument that describes a pattern for the matching element indices in a list of siblings. We'll design the each image separately. So for the fourth image, we'll use the transform property and we'll translate it to 160 pixels and minus 160 pixels. Let's copy this code 4 times. Okay, we have to set the opacity as well. So we'll set the opacity here to 1. The opacity property sets the transparency of the element. just change the number of the nth child elements. So here we'll keep it to 120 pixels, minus 120 pixel. We'll set the opacity to 0.8. For the second element, let's keep the translate to 80 pixels, minus 80 pixels, and we'll set the opacity to say 0.6. And for the last image, we'll translate it to 40 pixels and minus 40 pixels, and we'll keep the opacity to say 0.4. So now when you save the file and you will go back to the page, let's see how it looks. So if you refresh and hover over it, now you can see the image has a 3D over effect over it. There are 4 layers to the image and we have designed the opacity according to the image layer. So this is a 3D image hover. The next property we are going to discuss is a 3D perspective image. So for this, let's use a new set of images. So we'll go back to the unsplash.com again and let's select one image. This one looks beautiful. So let's copy the image address and mention it under the image tag. Just save. Now when you go back to the page, you'll see you have your image here. Now let's add the 3D perspective image design over it. So under our CSS file, let's first design all the elements. Let's keep the margin and padding to 0. Let's keep the width of the container elements to 100 pixels or say 100%. Let's keep the minimum height to say 100 vertical heights. And we'll use a background color of #333. Let's design the image as well before going back to the page. So we'll set the perspective to say 4000 pixels. The perspective property is used to determine the distance between the Z plane and the user in order to give a 3D positioned element some perspective. Let's keep the width of the image 70%. We'll keep the position to absolute. Keep the left margin to 50%. And top to 50% as well. We'll use the transform property and use the translate value of it to minus 50% and plus 50%. We'll use the transform style property and set the value to preserve 3D. The preserve 3D indicates that the children of the element should be positioned in the 3D space. So just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the required background image and we have the image in a required position. Now it's time to style our image. So we'll use the transform property and we'll rotate. We'll use the rotate X property of it. We'll keep it to 70 degrees. Let's discuss this property translate 3D. The translate 3D CSS function repositions an element in the 3D space. It results in the transform function data type. The transformation is characterized by a 3-dimensional vector. It coordinates how much the element moves in each direction. Let's set the box shadow to minus 80 pixels, 60 pixels, 15 pixels, and RGBA value to 0, 0, 0, 0.4, let's say. Let's set the transition to all 0.4 seconds. And we'll set the transform style to preserve 3D. So just save the file and let's go back to our page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, the image is flat and ready for the 3D effect. Now let's design the 3D hover effect on it. So for the 3D hover effect, we'll use the hover property image :hover over the image. We'll set the transform rotate X 0 degrees, rotate Z to 0 degrees, and translate 3D to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels. Let's check this once again. This is right. Now we'll set the box shadow to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0. Just save the file and refresh. Now when you hover over it, you will see that the perspective of the image changes. So this is a 3D perspective image. Now there are many CSS effects that you can design using these properties. In this video, you will learn what is navigation bar and its importance on a web page. You will also learn how to create a basic nav bar using HTML and CSS. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. We will start with what is navigation bar and why navigation bar is required in a web page. You will look at some of the well-designed navigation bars on websites. After that, you will work on the code to create the basic navigation bar using HTML and CSS. So let us begin by discussing what is navigation bar. A navigation bar is a graphical user interface intended to aid the user in accessing the information. It is usually placed at the top of the page. A navigation bar needs standard HTML as the base. Navigation bars can be created either vertically or horizontally. So, what makes a navigation bar so important? A navigation bar is an important element of website design since it allows users to quickly visit any sections within the website. If you have ever visited a website without a navigation bar, you may have found it difficult to locate the page you need. You may have also had to click back several times in order to find a link to the next section you wanted to visit. Thankfully, web design has become more standardized in the recent years and nearly every website now includes a navigation bar. Keep in mind that you want to keep people on your site to explore further. A well-designed navigation bar is an important part of the user experience. Now, let us look at an example of a navigation bar on a website. We are on the homepage of Amazon website. As you can see, this is the navigation bar that has several elements on it. As the user clicks on these elements, they will be directed to the different sections of the website. The navigation bar allows the user to easily move through any section of the website. By clicking on the Best Sellers button, you will be redirected to the Best Sellers page on the Amazon. Now we are going to create a navigation bar with HTML and CSS that's going to look like this. We'll have the following sections with submenus in some of them. Make sure you have a text editor to write the code. I'll be using a Sublime text editor for this purpose. We will create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will be writing our HTML and CSS code respectively. Let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Keep the title as CSS navbar. Link your CSS file with the HTML file by using the link tag and href attribute. This navigation bar is going to consist of a bunch of UL tags, which means an unordered list and list items. Let's create our first unordered list, and this will be our main menu of the navigation bar. I have options such as home, about, contact, services, and news. So this is going to be our main menu. Save the file. Let's see what it looks like right now by opening it inside our browser. You can see it is just an unordered list with no menu at this point. Let's go ahead and add our submenus. Home will not have any submenus, but the about list item is going to have a submenu. Add another UL tag inside the li tag. This will create a submenu inside the about item. Save the file. Just copy paste it and paste it inside the UL tag. Name them as team, clients, careers, and legacy. Just make the indentation properly. If you see this in a browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the about. Let's do the same thing for contacts. Just copy paste this whole section and place them inside the contacts list. Rename them according to your wish and save the file. If you go back to the browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the contacts as well. As you can see, this is our complete submenus without the styling. All the HTML content is ready. Now we are going to write the CSS for it. In the CSS file, let's apply the background image first because it will make the page look a little bit nicer. I have my file on my computer. Make sure the image file is in the same folder as your HTML and CSS file. I am using a tech.jpg. And for the background size, I will set it to the cover, which is going to adjust it to the image screen, and it's going to cover the whole background of our web browser. Keep the font family as Arial. Let's see what it looks like at this stage. You can see we have our background image and the font is changed to Arial. Now let's make sure our unordered list does not have any margins or padding by setting it to 0. Also, put the list style to none because we don't want to have any kind of bullets under our listing. Now, unordered list items. They are the main items that are going to apply the style to the list items of the main UL tag. Float all the text to the left. And set the given formatting. We will set the background color with the hash value 003542. You can choose your own value from our website known as colorpicker.com. We will fix the line height to 40 pixels. This will center the text vertically. Text align to center. This will align the text horizontally and font size to 20 pixels. Font size 20 pixels. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see the text is floated to the left. Now, let's try the actual menu link. So the menu link will be ULLIA. ULLIA. Keep the text decoration to none and color white. Keep the display as block. Now it's time to set the hover effect of our array. The ULLI hover will set the formatting when the user hovers over the menu. We will use the background color with a hash value DE1FCB. Save the file and let's see what our page looks like up to this point. You can see we have the hover effect over our menus and we have the sub-menus under the main menu. We want our sub-menus should be visible only when we hover our menus. So we will set the ULLI to display none and we will set the hover effect to the block. Let's save the file and see what our page looks like up to this point. Now you can see our navigation bar is ready with all the sub-menus and menus at proper places. We have this nice hover effect over the menus. In this video, we will discuss some cool tricks that every web developer should be familiar with and which will help you during the time of your designing of a web page. So let's jump onto the Sublime Text Editor and see these tricks. So the first trick is called the CSS blend mode. The CSS background blend property sets the blend mode for each background layer and you can blend it with image or with different colors. With the help of this property, we can blend background image or blend them with colors. So here's an example of the CSS blend mode. Here you can see the images are blended with different colors. So let's see how we can achieve this. So for our example purpose, I am going to use this image to our page. So in the body tag, add the image URL and the location of your file. Keep the margin left and margin right to auto. Now let's add some style to our body tag. In the blend mode, there are several modes such as normal, multiply, darken, lighter or screen. Let's blend that image with one color. So you can select the color from this HTML color codes. I'll use this color for my purpose. So just copy paste here. And in the background blend mode, let's keep it to lighten. Now if you save and then refresh here, you can see we have blended our image with color. Let's go back and change here something different. Let's keep it to darken. Let's try something different. Let's keep it to screen. So as you can see, there are several properties for this blend mode and you can use according to your needs. The next trick is called clipping. The CSS clip path property creates a clipping region that specifies the region that should be shown on the page. So let's understand this with the help of an example. Here we'll create a div and give this class, any class, say tr. The easiest way to generate the clip value is to use a generator. There are several websites that give the value of the clip. So we'll use this website to generate our clip value. Suppose we want a hexagon shaped image on our page. So here you can adjust it according to your needs, any shape that you want. Here you can see the clip value, just copy paste it from here. Now here we'll use that class that we have specified. We'll just copy paste the clip value here. We'll keep the height to say 50%, let's say 60%. Set the width to 60% as well. Select the color you want to give to your clipped image. I'll use the same color from the previous example. So just copy paste this color code. Keep the position to absolute and the Z index to -1. Just save and go back to the page and refresh. Now you can see we have the clipped image on our page. Let's try something different. Let's say I want a left arrow. So just copy paste this clip path value. Just save the file. And you can see we have the arrow on our page. Another must-have for web developers is animations. CSS allows us to animate almost every property that we use in the CSS. Let's look at one example. So here an HTML file, we'll just add one div tag first. And to start with animation, we'll have to mention a keyframe. The keyframes allow us to create different steps for our animations. We'll keep the keyframes name to blink. So here in this example, we'll create a box and we'll add different colors at different points of animations. Right, so we'll write 0% and we'll set the background to indigo. We'll change the colors 5 times, so just copy paste this code 5 times. We want next change at 30%, so we'll set the background here, suppose say red. At 50% we want it yellow. At 70 we want it green. And finally we'll change it to say blue. So inside the div tag, we'll mention the height and width of the box first. Let's say 400 pixels and width also 400 pixels. Now we'll mention the border of the box. So just set it to say 1 pixel, solid black. Now for the animations part, we'll set the animation for 10 seconds and for infinite number of times. Write this WebKit so as to support in our Google Chrome. Now just save the file and go back to our page. And here you can see we have the animation on our box. You can style each and every element in an HTML using animations. Another thing you can do is add CSS gradient. The CSS gradient property allows you to add smooth transitions between two or more colors. For this purpose, you can get the gradient value from a website called cssgradient.io. Here in this website, you can get the mix and match of the different colors you want to use. Let's look at one example to understand better. So here in this HTML file, first let's set the height. So we'll set the height to 100%. Now inside the body tag, we'll keep the height as 100%. We'll mention one background color. Let's select different color this time. So we will use say this color this time. Just copy paste the value here. Now for the gradient value, just go back here in this website and you can select the color you want. Let's say I want a mix of this color and you can change the shades from here. Now when you're done with the colors, just go back below and copy this code here to your page. Now when you go back to the page, you'll have a beautiful gradient here. Let's try one more. This time a linear gradient. Just copy this value to your code. Just save the file and go back to the page. And you will have a linear gradient here. In this video, we are going to learn some of the more advanced features that can be used to optimize your web page and add some extra features to it. So let's get started. So the first function we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo class. A CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies the special state of the selected elements. Pseudo class lets you apply a style to an element not only in relation to the content of the documentary, but also in relation to external factors like history of the navigator, the status of its content, or the position of the mouse. Like hover, which lets you know if the mouse is over an element or not. So, the first pseudo class we are going to discuss is CSS hover. This pseudo class is used to add a special effect to an element when our mouse pointer is over it. Let's work an example to understand how this works. So we are on a Sublime Text Editor and we have added a standard boilerplate to it. So first I'll create a box element. We'll give this div class box. Let's save this and see right now what is the status of our page. So as you can see, we have this simply learn tag and the heading that we have given, and the color changes when you hover over me. Now add a style tag to define the styling of the box. So we'll keep the background color of the box as pink. We'll keep the width to 300 pixels and height to 200 pixels. We'll set the margin to auto. Let's keep the font size to 40 pixels so that we can see the text clearly. And we'll align the text to the center. Just save and go back to the page. Now you can see we have this box with the tag, the color changes when you hover over me. Now to add the hover effect, you just have to mention the class with semicolon and hover. So we'll mention the class box with a semicolon and hover. We'll mention the background color to which the box will change when you hover over our mouse. So we'll keep the background color to say a cyan color. Just save and go back to the page. So if you refresh and when you hover over it, you can see the color changes. So this is how the pseudo hover class works. The next pseudo class we are going to discuss is an active pseudo class. The active pseudo class represents an element that has been activated by the user either by pointing a device or by a touchscreen device. Let's work on an example to understand how to use the active class to change the color of active elements. The possible values could be any color name in any valid format. So we'll use the same example with some minor changes. First, let's change this text here. We'll keep it to click here to see the effects. We'll keep this part as same, and instead of hover here, we will use the active pseudo class. So we'll type active and we'll keep the background color to cyan. Let's text align this H1 to the center. Now when you refresh and go back, so you'll see here it is, click here to see the effects. Now to see the difference, now you can see when we are hovering over it, the color does not change it. Instead of it, when we click on it, the color changes. So this is how the active hover class works. The next advanced property we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the selected element. You can use one pseudo class element in a selector. It must appear after the simple selectors in the statement. As a rule, double colon should be used instead of a single colon. This distinguishes the pseudo classes from the pseudo element. So the first pseudo element we are going to discuss is the first letter pseudo element. This pseudo element applies style to the first letter of the first line of the block level element. Let's work out an example to understand this better. Just delete everything. So let's add some content to the body. We'll add an H1 which says welcome to Simply Learn. and we'll add an h2 which says this is an example of first letter pseudo element. Let's add a style tag. We'll align the text in the body to the center. So we'll use text align center. Let's just give proper spacing here. Now to this h1 tag, we'll add the first letter pseudo. So to add the first letter pseudo element, just use the double colon and type first letter. We'll keep the font family of the first letter as say Lucida Calligraphy. There's a spelling mistake. We'll keep the font size to 3 centimeters. We'll keep the color to red. And let's add a text shadow for better animation. So we'll keep the text shadow to 5 pixels, 8 pixels, 9 pixels, and a color cyan. Now when you save and go back, just refresh. So this WUC is a first letter pseudo element. As you can see, we have changed this first letter with a proper shadowing of a cyan color and a different font size. So this is how the first letter pseudo element works. The next one we are going to discuss is the before pseudo element. The before pseudo element can be used to insert some content before the content of an element. Let's work out an example. So just add the standard boilerplate. Inside the body, let's add welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add the text inside the Q tag. The Q tag defines a short quotation. So inside the Q tag, we'll add welcome, Q tag closed, to, and again Q tag, Simplilearn. Now that we have the text inside the body, let's add the styling. So we'll keep the font size of all the text to 30 pixels. This is the all selector we have used. Font size 30 pixels. Now before the text, we are going to add some symbols. So we'll use double colon Q before. We'll add the content with some symbol like this. We'll keep the color of this symbol to blue. And we'll use the after pseudo class to add the content like this. We'll keep this color to red. Now that we have everything in place, let's go back to see how it looks. You can see the symbols before and after our text. So this is how the before pseudo element works. So the next function we are going to discuss is CSS loader. The CSS loader is an animation that shows the visitor about the page when it is loading. It is helpful when a page takes some seconds to load the page content. It is similar to the buffer sign. So let's see how to create a loader. So I hope you remember the concept of the keyframes and animations. If you want to revise the concepts, you can watch the previous videos on the keyframes and animations from the playlist. So let's create the loader. We have the standard boilerplate. So inside the body tag, just add the center tag, and inside it we'll add one h1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. we'll add 5 div tags with the class A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Just copy paste it 5 times. So this is A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Let's open our style tag. Inside our style tag, we'll first add color to our H1. So let's keep the color of our H1 to orange. Now comes the div tag. So for the div tags, we'll keep the display to block, keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width and height to 10 pixels each. So width 10 pixels and height 10 pixels. We'll use the calc function to determine the left margin. So to use the calc function, add CALC 50% and -1 EM. The calc function performs a calculation to be used as a property value. We'll keep the border radius to say 1.3 EM. EM is relative to the font size of the element. 1.3 EM means 1.3 times the size of the current font. We'll use the transform origin function with the value 1.3 EM and 2 EM. The transform origin property allows it to change the position of the transformed elements. 2D transformations can change the X and Y axis. We'll keep the animation to rotate. We'll keep the animation iteration count to infinite. And we'll keep the animation duration to 2 seconds. Let's save and go back to the page to see how it looks at this point. So as you can see, we have our heading and you cannot see it, but we have a loader ready and we just have to add some keyframes and animations here. So let's define keyframes with the name of the animation, rotate. So at 0%, we'll use the transform function to rotate it to 0 degrees. Just copy this. At 100%, when it's complete, it will rotate to the complete 360 degrees. So here we'll give the value 360 degrees. Now let's design each of the classes here that we have defined. So dot A1, the animation delay will be of 0.1 seconds. So for each of the classes that we have here, we have to define them with a different color so that when the loader appears, we can see them clearly with the different colors. So for this A1, let's keep the background color to say cyan. Just copy paste it so that we don't have to write our code again and again. 3, 4 and 5. Let's make changes here. So for the A2, we want it to appear after 0.2 seconds with the color pink. Let's keep this to 0.3 seconds. The color purple. 0.4 seconds with color green. 0.5 seconds with color black. We have kept the animation delay to so close like 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds so that the loader appears in a complete sync with each other. So just save the file and refresh and go back to the page. Now you can see this is the loader. We have our heading and this is like a buffer and it will show when you have some content to load. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss what is responsive design and how we can achieve this using the CSS media queries. So let's get started. Making a website with an adaptable layout is called responsive web design, and CSS media queries are one of the most important parts of responsive design. In the past, building a website was much simpler. Today, a website layout should adapt itself not only to computers but also to tablets, mobile devices, and even TVs. So let's see how we can create a responsive web layout using CSS media queries with the help of an example. So here we are on a Sublime text editor. We have our standard boilerplate ready. So let's create something. So let's start by creating the 4 divs here. We'll give it a class name box. With an ID box1. We'll name this Windows. Just copy it 4 times. Let's rename this ID to box2 and here we'll type macOS. For the box 3 we'll have Linux, and for the box 4 we'll have Android. Let's add some styling over here. So just open the style tag. I will text align the text to, we'll set the text align to center. We'll set the background color. Let's select some color. So we'll go to this website HTML color codes, choose a good color. Select this color. This looks good. We'll set the text color to white. And we'll set the font size to say something 50 pixels. And just save the file and let's go back to and refresh the page. We have some error, let's figure it out. Okay, so first this is not valid. Split this. So now if you refresh, you see we have our divs with Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Android and with this background color. So to design a responsive web pages, we use the media queries. So what are media queries? Let's first discuss this. So a media queries are used when we want to customize the website's presentation according to the user's screen size. With the help of the media queries, we can display different markups based on the device's general type, mobile, desktop, tablet, you name it. A media query is a logical operation. Whenever a media query becomes true, then the related CSS is applied to the target element. So to start the media query, just type @ and media. Now here we'll mention the max width to say 400 pixels. And inside this media query, we write the CSS code that should take in effect when this condition is satisfied. So here we'll set the box1 to display block. Now, if you go back to the page and you refresh, you see nothing happens because we have not made this display to none. So first, go back to the CSS code and set here display to none. Now you can see we don't have any display here. So let's inspect the page first. So you'll see we have our contents here. Now you can see this is the layout we are currently using. The current width is 685 pixels into height 255 pixels. Now we have set here the max width to 400 pixels. This means if this width decreases to less than 400 pixels, this CSS code will kick in. So let's decrease the width here. So as you decrease this width, you see as soon as it gets less than 400 pixels, our CSS kicks in. So we have our windows displayed here, which is the box ID 1. So this is how the media query works. Let's add some more media queries to understand it better. So let's copy this code down. So now let's set this minimum width to 401 pixels and maximum to say 600 pixels. Now when this condition is true, let's say we want our box to display block with color green. So let's set the background color here to, let's say, green. Now we'll add one more media query. So just copy this code, paste it here. So when the width is from 601 pixels to say 800 pixels, so we'll set the box tree display to block and color to say pink. So just save this and let's understand it on the page. So let's change the width of the screen. So see, as soon as the width goes less than 400 pixels, we have our windows on display. Now when we increase the width size and it goes more than 401 pixels, we have the Mac OS display. Keep on increasing it. Now see, the width is more than 600 pixels and we have a Linux on display. So this is how we create the responsive web design for the different devices.
In this session, we're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications. Be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce and net banking, these apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML documents, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now, it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single-page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. We have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install-g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now, it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now, incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now, it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. Don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or Command Line Interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, Ivy Renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the Ivy Renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learned about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. It also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and RX.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from, but in this series we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms, so go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is the part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file, on the other hand, identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they are doing. Next, we have the app folder. Now here, we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the core configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this. And when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now, I'm sure everybody uses web applications. And one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now, to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now, they basically are combined together to form the final application. So, in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component. Now all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are 3 types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. You can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it, and if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. Let me say h3, and let me display a message saying welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright, now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this, and in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message "Welcome to this tutorial on Angular components" is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here I just say text align, and let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs, I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals, so the source is basically assets / logo.png and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So there we go. Let's save this and check the output, and there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now basically the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say for example in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. Alright, now when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. Alright, so the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see, this is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, these are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. With using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now, to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first, let's go ahead and create a component. So here, let me just type ngGC, and the name of the component I'm providing is empinfo.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command ngGS. You can either give S or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee. And I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID, and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo, and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again. Info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of the service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private. And the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice. And then I'm going to just say records service. Alright. Now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright. So I've created 3 different methods here. Get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees, and when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. All right. So now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. So dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports two types of form building. First, you have the template driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng-module tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So a form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code-driven unlike template-driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. Alright. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. Alright. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular Forms. Alright. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. Alright, so this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading which says user registration. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create our form. So first let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we'll have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally we have password. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ngModel. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this. And back in my browser, let me inspect. And here you can see different types of classes like ngUntouched, ngPristine, ngValid are added. Right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ng model directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ng submit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called, right? So once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ng submit equals submit. Alright, so now we have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function called submit. And then here, let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright, so the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ngForm that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ngForm. Okay, now the ngForm object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here. And in my TS file, again, let's just say login. And along with it, I want login to be displayed. So I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now, let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with the minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright, so to check this, let's go to our browser, and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here within forms and here controls, and my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name. And let's say ng model. Alright, here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true, correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ng if, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ng if name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger, alright? And here, I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now, let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ng if again. Now ng if name dot errors dot required is true. Then I display the message first name required. Alright. And if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name dot errors dot min length. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry, short first name. Alright, so let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry, short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. I'm sure you all know that an Angular app is divided into several components. For example, you have the logo component, You have the sign-in component, an image component, and say a create account component. Now these components are standalone and each of them represents a part of the user interface. Now imagine if all of these components performed common tasks, for example, accessing the database or rendering images on the view, tasks like those. Now instead of having to write the code for every component, you can just make use of Angular services. Now the service can be written once and then injected into all of these components. Now a service could be a function, it could be a variable, or a feature that an application needs. So the main use of a service is to write code once and avoid rewriting of it. Now the same code can be injected into several components that make use of this particular service. But what are Angular services? So normally components are used to ensure a good user experience. Now that is the extent of it. Components make sure that whatever is being rendered onto the screen is right and pristine. But in order to execute tasks, we make use of services, and this approach is ideal. So a component can basically delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, validating user input, or logging directly to the console to a particular service. And these tasks can be made available to any component in the app. So now let's talk about a few features of Angular services. Now typically an Angular service is simply a TypeScript class with an @injectable decorator. This decorator tells Angular that the class is a service and can be injected into components that need that service. Now they can be used to share the same piece of code. They can also inject other services as dependencies. Now these services hold valuable business logic and can also be used to interact with the backend. Now for example, if you want to make AJAX calls, you can have methods to those calls in a service and then use it as a dependency in files. And as mentioned earlier, it can be used to share data among several components. In Angular, services are singleton, meaning that only a single instance of a service gets created and the same instance is used by each and every building block in the application. And finally, a service can be registered as a part of a module or it can be registered as a part of the component. Now to register it as a part of the component, you'll have to specify it in the provider's array of the module. I'm sure you'll understand the concept of services better if we look at a simple demo. So in the next section, we're going to look at a demo, but before that, let me tell you the use case. So basically in the demo, what we'll do is we'll create an employee details list. Say for example, you will have employee information like name, employee ID, and their email ID. We'll create a database of say 3 employees. And on the browser, when you click on the employee button, it displays the information about that particular employee. And at the end, we can also add information to the employee's details. So without delay, let's head to our VS Code and start learning Angular services hands-on. So here, first I've created a folder called demo_Angular, within which I've created a file called hello world. So this was previously used for a tutorial, so the name is just hello world, so don't get confused. However, when you look at the browser, I've written an initial code here, which is Angular services, and I have the Simplilearn logo. So back in my browser, this is what the UI looks like. So to understand the concept of Angular services, first let's go ahead and create a component. So here I'm going to say ng gc einfo. I'm creating a component for employee information. So as you can see, inside my app file, we have the einfo component, which has these 4 files. So if you're wondering what exactly components are and how this is working, then I highly suggest you watch our components video first. So now let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm just typing in the command ng service. Here G stands for generate, and we're generating a service, and the name of the service that I'm providing is data. So now it creates a service which is going to be a .ts file. So you can observe that .service is appended. This indicates that it is a service. Alright. As mentioned earlier, we have to display the employee details, correct? So for that, in my component.ts file, I'm going to create an array that displays the employee information. In our case, I'm creating 3 different employee records. So for that, I'll have 3 different arrays. So let me just call the arrays info received 1, indicating this is the information of first employee, and this is going to be of type string, and I'll just initialize it to null for now. Alright, and I'm going to create 2 other arrays, and let me just change the name of the arrays. Alright, so now to retrieve the information, I'll have to create a method. Again, I'm creating 3 methods for the 3 different employee records. So I'm going to call the array get info from service 1, indicating it's again for employee 1, and I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. I'll tell you how the information is being received, and I'm going to do the same for the other 2 employee records. So let me just copy paste, and here I'm just going to change the name of the methods. Alright, so this is the initial code for retrieving information. However, we'll have to create the employee record in our service. So back here in my data.ts file, what I'm going to do is I'll create 3 different records for the employees. So let me say info1, which is going to be of type string. Alright, and let me just give random names. Say for example, I say John Matthew. Alright, and employee ID say E354, and let me just give a random email ID and say jm@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to do the same for the other 2 records. So let me just create another one and call it info2, and the name I'm providing is say Rob Wilson with a different employee ID, say 673, and I'm just going to make it rw@abc.net, and another record for employee number 3, and I'm just gonna say Rose Adams with some employee ID and an email ID. Alright, so now we've created the employee records. So what I have to do is I have to create a method that returns these employee records, correct? So for that, I'm just gonna create another method called getInfo1, which is of type string, and it just returns this .info1. Alright, similarly for the rest of the 2 records, I'm just going to retrieve them let's say info2 and get info2, and again I'm just going to make it get info3, and this is going to return info3. Alright, so I'm sure you've got an idea as to what I'm doing here. So basically this information is going to be retrieved in our employee component, correct? So for that I'll have to make use of dependency injection. So here I'll have to import the service that I've created. So let's go ahead and say import. The service was data service, alright, from /data.service. Alright. Now the main reason we're doing this is to tell Angular that when the component is created, the service instance is also created, and this instance is being used to perform particular tasks. And for that we'll also have to include this in our providers array. So here let me just say providers, and let's say data service. Now to access this instance of service that is created, we make use of a property. So this property basically allows us to access all the methods that are defined in the service class. Alright, so here in my constructor method, I'm just going to say private, and you can give any name for your property, and here I'm just giving the name dService, alright, and which is of type data service. Alright. So now with the help of this property, I can retrieve information from the service class. So here I'm just going to say this dot info received equals this dot dService dot get info1. Alright. So what it basically does is that it calls the get info1 method in our service, which returns the information of the first employee. And this information is being stored in the array that is info received 1. So similarly for the next two methods, I'm just going to use the same piece of code. Let me just change it here. And same for the third one. Alright. So now that we have the logic behind what is being displayed, let's go ahead and create the UI for it. Here in my HTML file, I'm going to create an unordered list. And now I'm going to make use of the ng for directive to basically loop over the record and display everything. So for that I have to make use of a particular variable. So I'll just say let info of info received. So you can check here in our TS file, the array is info received, correct? So I'm going to make use of the same array here. And since it's displaying the first employee record, I'm just going to say info received 1. Alright, and let me just create a class, a bootstrap class of list group item, of list group info, and we're just gonna have to interpolate info. Alright, that is basically going to display what the information holds, what the info variable holds. Alright, and here as well, let me create a bootstrap class called list group. Alright, I hope this was clear to you. So basically here, the information is being retrieved with the help of this method, right? That is get info from service 1. So in order to call this method, we'll have to bind it with a button. All right, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just copy this, and here I'm going to create a button. All right, and the type is button, with name button again. All right, so I'm going to bind it with the click event. So what happens is that when I click on it, this particular method gets called. All right, I'm just pasting the method here. And finally, let's just provide the name employee1 for the button. All right. So similarly, we'll have to do the same for the other 2 records as well. Let me just make this look better. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste the same twice. And here I'm going to just change the names. I'll say 2 here. And this is again for employee 2. And I'm going to change this as well. It's going to be it's going to be info received 2. This is going to be info received 3. And finally, employee 3. All right. And lastly, we'll have to include the selector, that is app-e-info, in our main component.html. So here, let me just create a custom tag. All right, and save this. So now let's go back to our browser and see what it looks like. So here you can see that 3 different buttons have been created for employee 1, 2, and 3. And when you click on it, it retrieves the information, that is the name, the employee ID, and their email IDs. So we've successfully created an Angular service and injected it into our component to retrieve information. All right, so now the last part of the use case that we discussed was to add another detail, that is the employee detail, in the record. All right, so for that we'll have to take input from the user, and in our case we're taking the location. Now we're also adding the same location for all 3 employees. So this is what services do. They can be used to update, modify, alter anything that happens in the backend. So you can tweak the code a little bit, and you can change the entire view of your application. You can add information, you can delete, you can retrieve, you can alter, etc. All right. So for that, what we're going to do is, back in the HTML file, we'll create a form that basically takes the input. So I'm just going to say form. All right, within which I'm going to be defining a div class, within which I'm going to be defining a div tag, inside of which I'll have the input tag of type text, and the name I'm going to be providing it will be location. All right, and we'll have a value, and I'll just leave it blank, and finally I'll have ng model. So if you're confused as to what I'm doing here, then I suggest you watch the Angular Forms video. It basically teaches you how to work around with Angular Forms. All right, and now after this we're gonna have a button. So let me say button. All right, and I'm going to just say add info. Okay, Alright, so now when I'm creating the form, I'll also have to create a template variable to access all the values within my form. So if I have to access the location, then I'll need a variable to access it. So here, let me just go ahead and create a template variable. Let me call it FRM, and I'm going to make use of the ng form directive. So this tells Angular that this variable can be used to access all the values within the form. And since I'm using form here, I'll have to import it in my module file. So here I just go ahead and say import forms module from Angular forms, and here in my imports I'll just say forms module. Okay, so I've imported the forms module. So now back in my HTML file, what I'm going to do is that I'll have to make use of this template variable to update my information, correct? So I'll have to create another method that will update information into the records. So here in my component.ts file, I'll have to create another method, and I'm going to call this method update info method. All right. And this basically takes in the template variable, that is form. And let me just specify any. Okay. And what this is going to do is that it updates the record, correct? So I'm going to say this dot dservice dot add info. Now you must be wondering what add info is. I'll just let you know in a minute. And the value that I'm going to be passing will be the value that you've provided as an input, which is nothing but form dot value dot location. All right. So now what happens is that I'll have to again specify what add info is. And this method is going to be defined in the service file, correct? So here I'm going to create another method that's add info. And I'm going to pass info as a parameter. And what this method does is that it just pushes the information or the data into the arrays. So since I'm going to be pushing the same information into all of these arrays, that is info1, info2 and info3, I'm just going to say this dot info1 dot push of info. All right. And the same for the other two arrays as well. Let me just change these. All right. So what exactly I'm doing is that I have a method called add info, which gets information from the component. All right. And it basically pushes this information into the array. And also I'll have to return it. So I'll say return this dot info1. All right. And I'll save it. And here we have another method called update info, which basically calls the add info method in our service and passes the value to it. And in my HTML file, also note that the button type here is submit and not button. So what happens is that now the value that we've received as an input has to be passed on to the method, that is update info. So here I'll say ng submit, and I'm going to call the method update info, and I'm going to pass frm as the argument. And now let's save this and execute. So all right, here you can see that we have an input field and a button saying add info. So now I can just go ahead and say type USA, and when I say add info, and when I check on my employee 1 details, USA has been added to the list, and same goes with employee 2 and employee 3. So I hope this simple demo on Angular services helped you understand the concept better. I highly recommend you play around and explore other possibilities. Let's understand what exactly is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a powerful toolkit, basically a collection of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript tools for creating and building responsive web applications and pages. It is a free and open source project based on GitHub and originally created by Twitter. Now, to put it more easily, Bootstrap is a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's also a front-end development framework that enables developers and beginners to design quick and responsive websites. Now, there are several advantages to using Bootstrap. To name a few, Bootstrap comes with a responsive grid. You don't have to spend time working on your layouts. Bootstrap comes with its own code for automatically resizing images based on the current screen size. It also comes with different components that you can use for your web page. These components could be navigation bars, drop-downs, progress bars, thumbnails, etc. It also offers excellent documentation and is customizable. So Bootstrap comes in extremely handy to create responsive user interface. So now, before using Bootstrap, it needs to be embedded into your application. So let's see how to embed Bootstrap into Angular. Now there are two ways to do it. First up is by using the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network. Now this enables users to load CSS, JavaScript, and images remotely from its servers. The other method is to use Bootstrap NPM. Bootstrap, jQuery, and other packages and frameworks can be installed via the command prompt. In the tutorial that I'm going to be showing you, I've embedded Bootstrap using NPM. Alright, so I'm sure you'll only understand the concept better when you look at a demo. So let's go ahead and create an application with the help of Angular Bootstrap. So in this tutorial, what I'm going to be showing is the creation of a blog post. So let me show you what we're going to be doing. So here I've created a simple blog for Simplilearn, and I've added the Simplilearn logo. I've also written a few lines about Simplilearn and what they offer. I've also mentioned their tagline, and when you scroll down, you can see that I've mentioned the different courses they're offering. And when you click on the More Info button, it navigates to the official page that gives you the overview for that particular course. So this is for Lean Six Sigma, the same for full stack web development as well. And the same for the last one, that is cybersecurity. And finally, I've added a simple video here to just make it more beautiful. So I've added a simple video. And lastly, I've also linked our YouTube channel. So when you click on the YouTube icon, it will navigate to the YouTube channel, to our YouTube channel here. Alright, so this is what we're going to be creating using Angular Bootstrap. So I'm hoping you're all ready for it. So without further delay, let's jump in. So first, let's find the template that we want to use for our blog. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and say Bootstrap blog template. And I'm just going to click on the first link that I get. And here you can choose the template that you like. So I'm just going to look for more templates here. And the one that we are going to choose is this one, so which is small businesses. So you can go ahead and click on that. You can then click on live preview, and once you do that, you can just say view frame source. So here you can see that the HTML code is available. It has the head section and then the body section. So the head section consists of a lot of meta tags, and then you have the title, and then you also have the CSS file references. And then if you look at the body tag, you have different code for different parts of the UI. There's code for navigation bar, and then you have page content code, heading row, call to action, and all of that. And lastly, you have the footer. So what we're going to be doing is that we'll take all of the code, and then we'll have to create components for each of it, and then we'll include all the components in our main HTML file. So that is the best practice that Angular uses. So we're going to make use of components. And you can also see that when you scroll down, you can see that it has certain dependencies. So here it has the Bootstrap dependency, and then you have jQuery. So we'll have to download them. So we'll have to install them. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to be installing them with the help of NPM. So for that, we'll have to head back to our VS Code. Here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo. And then I've also created a file called Demo Components. And here, I'm just going to say cd demo components, within which I'll say npm install jQuery. So this could take a while, and once you've installed jQuery, go ahead and type npm install bootstrap. Alright, so we've successfully installed jQuery and Bootstrap. So now we need to add the references to these JavaScript files. To do that, go to your angular.json file, and here we'll have to add them in our build section. So here you can see we have styles and scripts. So in our scripts array, we define the relative path to these JavaScript files. So these files are generally stored in your node modules. So go ahead, and here you can look for Bootstrap. Here you go, and then in your dist file, and then click on JS, and then you can see you have bootstrap.min.js. Well, I'm sorry, we need bootstrap.bundle.min.js. So here you can just right click and say copy relative path, and back in my JSON file in my scripts, I'm gonna just paste it here, and make sure to make it a path by providing // Alright, and then the next thing we need is the jQuery.min.js file. So for that, again, in our node modules, you'll have to look for jQuery. So here there's jQuery, and then click on dist, and then we have jQuery.min.js. So again, let me just copy the path and paste it here. Follow the same procedure for this as well. Alright, so we've embedded both our files in our angular.json file. So now in our code here, in the beginning, they've also included the CSS file. So we'll have to embed that as well. So here back in Bootstrap, let me just add the CSS file as well. That's bootstrap.min.css. I'm just going to copy the relative path and just provide it here. let me just change these to /. Okay, so we have our custom style sheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and just paste it in our, and then you can just paste it here. All right. So I think we've added all the dependencies and the custom style sheet and everything. So now let me just close all of these files. What we can do now is that we can go ahead and take the code from the source here. So I'm just going to copy the body tag. All right. So I'm going to copy this till the footer, and then I'm just going to paste it in my component.html file. So as mentioned earlier, I will create components and then place the code for specific parts of the UI in these components. So let me just see if I've got everything here. Okay. So I'll be creating 4 components. The first one will be for the navigation bar. The second will be for the introduction. And then the third one will be to display the courses that we're providing. And then lastly, we'll have the footer component, right? So first, let's create these components. I've also created a components folder here in my app folder. So I just have to type in the command nggc. First, we'll create the component for the top navigation bar. So I'm just saying nggc. So I'm just going to say components /navbar. All right, so the component has been created. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this and paste it here. All right, and the next component I'm going to be creating is for the introduction, right? So I'll say nggc components /intro. All right, so I will have to take this code here. I'm also going to be including the call to action part. So I'll just copy paste this one in my intro.html file. So let me do that. And then I'm going to have the main course content component. So for that, I'll say nggc components /courses. And we're going to copy the next part of the code. All right, until till the footer. Let me just add it here. And finally, we're going to create the component for the footer. So I'll say nggc components /footer. And the last part of the code, I'm just going to add it there. All right. So now we'll have to create the custom HTML tags for these components and then place it in our HTML file, right? So first one that we created was the navigation bar. So here, head over to the TS file, just copy the selector, and then here, and then in our app.component, let me just create the tags. Similarly for intro, just going to copy the selector, And then for courses, so we have app-courses, that as well. And then lastly, we have the footer component. So let me just copy that. Paste it here. Alright, so we've included all the components. So let's just run this application and see if everything is displayed intact. So here, let me just say ng serve. So when you execute the command, you can see that the template is being displayed. So you have the navigation bar, you have the intro component, and then we have the courses component, and finally we have the footer component, right? Okay, so now that we have the template ready, we can go ahead and customize it according to our needs. So now I'm going to be making a few changes to the code. We're going to add the Simplilearn logo. We're going to change the tagline here. We're going to display something else over here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code to customize and display the final output. So here, the first thing that I'm going to be doing is changing the message here. I'm going to display Simplilearn. For that, in our navbar component, let's go to the HTML code. And here, instead of start bootstrap, let me just type in Simplilearn. Alright, so when you save it and when you look at the browser, you can see that Simplilearn is displayed. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add the image, right? A Simplilearn logo. So what I've done here is I've already added the logo .png file in my assets folder. So I'll just go ahead and provide the path to this. So that's going to be in our intro file. So here, image source is going to be assets / logo.png. So let me save this. So there we go, the logo is displayed. So the next thing is we'll have to change this part of the UI. So the information that I want to display is this. I'm going to be displaying world's #1 online bootcamp and other information. So what I'm going to do is back in my VS Code, I'm just going to delete this. And instead of that, I'm just going to copy this. That's world's #1 online bootcamp. And then within the paragraph tag, I'll display something else. So let me get rid of this. Let me just copy the information that I want to display. Paste it here. And let me just give a line break. Let me save this and see if it's displayed. So yeah, we can see that the information is being displayed. Next up here, instead of displaying call to action message, I'm going to display a explore programs message. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let me just say explore programs here. And then lastly, instead of this message here, I want to display the message get certified, get ahead with our programs. So back in our VS Code, I'm just going to get rid of this. And paste this instead. So when you have a look at the browser, let me refresh this. you can see it displays the message get certified, get ahead, and all of that. Well, now what I'm going to do is I'm really not happy with the font size and everything. So I'm just go ahead and add certain styling. You can customize this and provide your own font size and all of that. So here I'm just going to mention style and then say font size, and I'm going to make it XX large. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, alright, so it's the font size has increased, so I think I'm happy with this. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is add information here for our courses. So back in our VS Code, we'll have to go to the courses component. So here I'm going to just type in the code for the different courses. So I already have it here. So the first thing is this message that I want to display. Let me just copy that. And for our first tag, I'm just going to say postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma. And the next information I'm going to be providing is the duration. So here, let me just get rid of this. Paste that here. Let me just break the line to beautify the code. And here for our reference link, I already have the link here. So I'm just going to paste that. So once you click on the more info button, it will automatically navigate to this page. Alright, so let me save this. Next up, I'm going to do the same for the other two courses as well. So it says postgraduate program in full stack development. And then we're going to mention the duration and the cohort. So let me paste that. I'll also provide a line break. And then link, I have it here. So I'm just going to paste that. And finally, for the third card, I have the third link here. Let me get rid of this extra code and paste this instead. And then let's also provide the link for the same. Alright, so let me save this and have a look at the browser. So you can see that the information has been added. You can see it displays postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma, full stack development, and cybersecurity. So once I click on more info, it leads you to that page that shows the overview. Alright. So now the next thing on the agenda was to display a short video and then the link to our YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and add that in our courses component. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the code to add a video from Google, and then I'm going to provide the source, which is going to be the video that I would want to display. So I've received the code. I'm just going to paste it here. So you can get the code on Google. So go ahead and just paste that. Also for the source, I have a video in my assets folder, which I have provided here. So when I save it and look at the browser, here we go. You can see the video here. Alright. And once clicked, it starts playing. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to provide the logo for YouTube and then the link to navigate to the YouTube page. So let's go ahead and do that. So here again, I've pasted the code for the YouTube logo. So here you can see that I've added the image that is youtube.png in my assets folder, and I've provided the source. And accordingly, I've also added the styling. I've provided a white background and I've also aligned the text to the center of the page. Alright, and I've also displayed the message saying check out our YouTube channel for technical videos and tutorials. And then I've provided the link to our channel on YouTube. So let me just save this and head back to the browser. And here you can see that we have the YouTube logo and we have the message displayed. So once you click on the logo, it navigates to the Simplilearn channel on YouTube. Alright, so if you want, you can also change the message here for the footer. So here in footer.html, I can just remove this and paste this. I say Simplilearn Solutions and all rights reserved. When I save it and look at the browser, it must get updated. So yeah, there we go. So with the help of Bootstrap, we have successfully created a website which is basically a blog, and we've also added the reference links and images and logos to customize it according to our requirements. So yeah, this is it. This is how you make use of Bootstrap and embed it into your Angular for more responsive and better user interface. Let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface, correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly, with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now, although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute, which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the navbar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it. and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say ngGC navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my navbar. So let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. ngGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. Alright, and then I'm going to say ngGC home for the home component. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. Alright. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created three different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these three and then just display it when the home button is clicked. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in three different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create three different components and separate the code into these three components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Right? So here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. Alright, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have two different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path. Sorry, within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. Alright. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. Alright. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. Alright. Now we're going to make use of two directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies one or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright. So this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file.
The background.
So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright, so with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So alright, we have the navigation bar, and once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And the most important part is that here in our URL, you can see that /home has been appended. This shows that a route has been created that navigates to the home component. So we've successfully created a route here. And for login component, when I click on this icon, you can see that the path changes here and the login component gets displayed. Alright, so this is how routing is achieved in Angular.
In this session, we will learn about the database and the need for a database. Then we will transition to SQL and see some basic SQL queries. After knowing what a SQL query is, we will see the features and applications of SQL query. And then we will have a hand on some of the basic SQL queries. So hey everyone, I'm Abhisar Ahuja from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on SQL Basics for Beginners. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's start with database. A database is a vast collection of data that is stored and retrieved electronically from a system. In today's world, data has become the new oil, which has mandated companies and businesses to rely on an excellent database to store their vast amounts of data. Every millisecond, the tech giants are accumulating vast amounts of data that need to be stored. The database comes with features to update and effortlessly manipulate data, and not only that, these database provider companies ensure the data to be safe and secure. They also provide tools to extract useful information to help the companies make meaningful decisions. After knowing about the database, let's see how SQL communicates with the database to get desired results. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. The Structured Query Language is the standard language used by database operators and developers to carry out different operations, from manipulating, updating, and retrieving data from relational databases. Now let us see how we write a basic query. There's a customer table with columns, customer ID, customer name, age, gender, date of purchase, address, item, and price. And we need to extract the customer ID and customer name from this table. So we will write a query, select customer ID, customer name from customers, semicolon. When we will execute the query in MySQL Workbench, we will get the desired result, that is the output table, with customer ID and customer name. This is how we write a query to extract the information from the database. We'll see some more queries as the session proceeds. Now we'll see what the features of SQL are. SQL lets you access any information stored in a relational database. With SQL queries, data is extracted from the database in a very efficient way. The structured query language is compatible with all database systems from Oracle, IBM to Microsoft, and it doesn't require much coding to manage databases. Now we will see applications of SQL. SQL is used to create a database, define its structure, implement it, and lets you perform many functions. SQL is also used for maintaining an already existing database. SQL is a powerful language for entering data, modifying data, and extracting data in a database. SQL is extensively used as a client-server language to connect the front end with the back end, thus supporting the client-server architecture. SQL, when deployed as Data Control Language (DCL), helps protect your database from unauthorized access. After knowing SQL with its features and applications, let's go through some basic queries in SQL. That is DDL, Data Definition Language, DML, Data Manipulation Language, DCL, Data Control Language, TCL, Transaction Control Language. DDL or Data Definition Language consists of the SQL commands that can be used to define the database schema. Let's see DDL commands. Create command is used to create the database or its objects like table, index, function, views, store procedure, and triggers. Drop is used to delete objects from the database. Truncate is used to remove all records from a table. Alter is used to alter the structure of the database. DML or Data Manipulation Language consists of the SQL commands that deals with the manipulation of data present in the database. Insert into command is used to insert data into a table. Update is used to update existing data within a table. Delete is used to delete records from a database table. Select. This command helps you to select the attribute based on the condition described by the where clause. TCL or Transaction Control Language. These commands deals with the transaction within the database. Commit commands commit a transaction. Rollback command rollbacks a transaction in case of any error occurs. Save point. It sets a save point within a transaction. Set transaction. It specifies characteristics for the transaction. DCL or Data Control Language. It consists of the commands such as grant and revoke, which mainly deals with the rights, permissions, and other controls of the database system. Grant command gives user access privileges to database. Revoke It withdraw users access privileges given by using the grant command. Now we will have hands on some basic queries in MySQL Workbench.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we will see some basic queries executing in MySQL Workbench. So we'll start, and first query we will run will be use SYS, that is the database. This command is used to select the database in which we want to create or manipulate any data. Now we'll see another command that would create a table. Now we will add attributes to the customer table. That would be the columns. First would be the customer ID, and we will act at it as a primary key. The next attribute we would add would be customer name, customer underscore name, and its data type would be varchar. Next attribute we would add would be age with int data type. Next attribute would be gender with character data type. Next we will add as date of purchase, with date data type. Now we'll add another attribute that would be address with data type varchar. Next we would add the attribute item, that would be the item purchased with data type varchar. Next would be the price. Okay, for price we will make it as float. And let's shift this to next line, and now we'll execute this command. Yeah, you can see that the table is created. Now we have to insert values into it. For that we'll write a command insert into customers values, and I have all the records written in the notepad, so I will copy these and paste it here. These are 20 records. Like all the attributes, they are in the order, so we have written all the records in the order only. Like customer ID, that would be 101, customer name, that would be Joseph, age, that would be 22, gender, male, date of purchase, this is the date of purchase, address, Pune, item, that is vegetable purchased, price, that is 80. So now we will run this command, and all these records, they would be inserted into the table. And these are 20 commands, 20 records. You can see insert into customer values. The command has been executed and they have been inserted into the table. Now we'll see the table. For that we'll write the command select star from customers. Here you can see the table in the output grid. Okay, I will make sure you will see the whole table with all the 20 records. Yeah, you can see all the 20 records, they have been inserted. Now you see another command, and for that we would just get the output as customer ID and customer name in the output grid. For that we'll write the command select customer ID, comma, customer name from customers, semicolon, and we'll run this command and we will get both the columns customer ID and customer name in our output grid. Now we'll see another command, that would be drop. The drop command just removes the component from the database. So we'll write drop table and table name, that would be customers, and semicolon, and we will execute this command. Now the table has been removed from the database. To verify whether the table has been removed from the database or not, we will run a command select star from customers, semicolon, and execute this command. And what we will get is select star from customers, error code, table says customers doesn't exist. The table has been removed from the database, so the drop command worked here. Now we don't have any table, that is the customer table has been dropped from the database, so we have to create that table again. So we'll go at the top. Okay, yeah, and we'll create the table again, and we'll insert all the records again into the table. Both the commands have run. Now we'll run this command to see whether the table has been created and the records have been inserted into the table or not. Both commands have worked. Now we'll see another command, that would be truncate. The truncate command just vanishes all the records from the table. Truncate table, table name, semicolon, and just run this command. The command has been executed. Now we'll see. Yeah, you can see that all the records from the table has been vanished. So the truncate command worked here. Now to carry other operations, we have to insert all the records again into the table. We'll do that. We'll again go upwards and run this command, insert into customers values and all the records, and we'll execute this command, and that command has been executed and all the records are again in the table. We'll run this command and check it. Yeah, you can see all the records are inserted into the table. Now we'll see another command, that would be alter. Alter command is used to update any record into the table. We'll see alter table, table name, that is customers. And now what we should do, okay, we'll drop the column age from the table. So we'll write command drop column age semicolon. Now we'll run this command. The command has been executed. and now we'll check whether the age column has been dropped or not. Select star from customers semicolon, and we will execute this command. Yeah, you can see the age column has been dropped off the table, so the alter command has been executed successfully. Okay, so now we'll see another thing. Like if you want to comment something during the execution, you can do that. Just write two minus signs and the text. This would be the comment, and you can also use slash star and the text inside it, and star and slash. So this is also the comment section. You can write comment with this syntax or with this syntax. They both work. Now we'll see another command that would be update. This is also used to manipulate data in the table, to update any record into the table. So we'll write update table name, that would be customers. And what we should update? Okay, we will update a record. We will change the customer name and address, and we have the primary key as customer ID, so we will use that. So update customers, set customer name equal to James, comma, and address equal to Boston, where customer ID equal to 101. Okay, you can see here in the table 101 customer ID, the customer name is Joseph, and the address is Pune. We have updated command and we will execute it. Let's see. Okay, we have an error here. Yeah, that's correct. We will execute this command. Yeah, the command has been executed successfully, and now we'll check the table with the command select star from customers semicolon. You can see the row has been updated. The customer name is James here, and the address is Boston. So the command has been executed successfully. Now we'll see another command that would be delete. So delete command is used to delete any particular record or any particular row. So we'll write the command delete from customers where customer ID equal to 102 semicolon. So the second row, that is with customer ID 102, that would be deleted when we'll execute this command. Now we'll check into the table. Yeah, you can see the record has been deleted. Now we'll see distinct command that is used to return different values. So we will write command select distinct and the column name for which we want different values to be in the output grid. We would select address from customers, and we will execute this command. Yeah, these are the address, or these are the cities in the address which are different and which are unique, and we have get that through the distinct command. Now we will see minimum command. Minimum command is used to get the records or get the data that is minimum of all the data. So for that we will write the syntax select minimum like min. In bracket we will write the attribute name or the column name for which we want the data to be minimum as less price. This would be the attribute name from customers. So we will execute this command, and what we would see is that 60 would be the less price. Like the customer table, they have the column price, and in that we have all the prices, and from that the minimum price is 60 and we have get it at less price. Similarly, we have the maximum command. To get the maximum amount from the column, we will use the maximum command. Select max. In bracket we would write the attribute name as max price from customers, and we will execute this command, and what we get is 3400. It's the maximum price from the price column. Now we'll see another command, that would be count. Count command, it returns the number of rows according to the query. So we'll run the query and see like how it works. We'll write select count and the attribute name, that would be customer ID from customers, semicolon, and when we'll run this command we will get 19 as a result. That is, it counted the number of customer IDs, that is 19, in the table. Now we'll see another command, that would be average. So it just gets the average of the numbers, and how we do it, let the query select avg and the attribute name for which we want the average from table name, semicolon, and we'll execute this command and we'll get the average of the price from the customers table. Now if you want to add up all the prices from the customer table, you can use the command sum. So how we will execute that command? Select sum. In bracket we will write the attribute name, that would be price from customers, semicolon, and we'll run this command and we'll get the sum of the prices from the customer table. Now we'll see where command. Where command is used to filter records. Let's see it through syntax. So we will write select star from customers where address we will where address equal to Pune, semicolon, and then we will run this command, and this is the table. We will get the records with address as Pune. So this is the functioning of where command. Now we'll see group by command, that is used to just group the number of rows that have the same values. We will see it through the syntax. Like we will write select count, attribute name, that would be customer ID, comma, address from table name, and group by accordingly with address. Here the comma will not come. This is the command. Select count customer ID, comma, address from customers, group by address. when we will execute this command, we will get this table. That would be, these are the different addresses and these are the number of times, number of persons who live in this address with the count with respect to customer IDs. Now we'll see having close with the help of an example only. Select count attribute name, that will be customer ID, comma, address from table name, that will be customers, group by address having count customer ID greater than 30443 only. Semicolon, and then we will execute this command, and you can see the output we have got through this command, that is group by command, was this. And when we have added having close, having count customer ID greater than 3, we just got the customer ID count with 4. Now we'll see another command, that is order by. Select star from table name, that is customers, and we will order this output by address, semicolon. We have got the output with respect to the address. The address has been assigned alphabetically here.
This particular topic which we have already decided to work on, it is very interesting in this current scenario, because if you see carefully, many companies are moving towards NoSQL database, and there is a reason behind this why MongoDB is very popular. So it is not actually replacing your existing RDBMS which is there in the market, but it is giving you complete different approach where you can be completely free from all those restrictions what a traditional RDBMS is going to offer it to you. So in this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document based, when you talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDBMS approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document-based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open on a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows you can select appropriate option. Like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD. And after that you have to say --db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoD starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoD, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time you start your MongoD without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called --db path /datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimplyDB. If I say use SimplyDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimplyDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimplyDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB and it will show you that your current database is SimplyDB. That's it. So your database is set and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection is stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB compared to the relational database, here the table which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see it is collection is created. In typical language I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show DBS, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples we have seen like how we can create a collection and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show DBS. But there's another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.createCollection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student.insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what does that meaning is? When you say db.slstudent.insert and I hit enter, you can see this an inserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So DB is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.createCollection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.createCollection. Look, db.createCollection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.createCollection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collectionName.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.createCollection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true, so you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size we are providing the size, suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880, that is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.createCollection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.createCollection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with 2 different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we're using that is known as called country. Here we are saying IE, that is called India. So it is closing here. Okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db.student.find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you are inserting it, so by default with every single document MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So the same record, if I try to add, let's go. I'm using call student2 and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what? 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now the records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional IDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the another ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, you have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record. Here again I'm adding another one that is called EMP ID :2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again :3 and QA. Added. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp. Okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db dot new emp dot update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id. We have called emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin ID name. So I just do one thing, I just change the IDs 1 2 3, I just say 4, I say 5, I say 6. Okay, and I call this. Again the 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what? Name, I say emp name colon, I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with $set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results, and that is something which is I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in the similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have a one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager 2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's one concept available in called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we are using something called name, and we are performing this update part. So in this update part, we are using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you will be seeing now we have got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager 2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager 2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is what's called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is now called collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an EMP name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order, that also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay, so that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too, because if you see in our previous records we have some records added. Okay, that is let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find you can provide the specific properties, like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon, I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this, and that's it. Okay, so we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find 2 records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. Apart of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear, where the range which you would like to consider, so those are also possible. Like you can see we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? EMP ID. We are saying EMP ID here, colon, here we'll be using $GT. GC stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit. as I can say find EMP ID the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in EMP ID, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing EMP ID, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in colon. Here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346. We are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new EMP. So db.new-emp.find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have these 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find a result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after the execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, I'm giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means 1 result is returned, and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, That means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is by default index is applied on your underscore id db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.getIndex is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes. And that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name, call new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply, okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on two properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see it will tell you total document examined 1. See now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search your document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new emp, which contains two different properties. One is called emp id and second is called emp name. Just now we have applied index on our emp name, but in case if I want to apply index on emp id, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db.create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying EMP ID, and in this EMP ID we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db dot new emp dot get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db dot new emp dot drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called EMP ID. No, it has to be EMP ID underscore -1 or EMP name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying EMP name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the EMP name because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say EMP name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call EMP ID and underscore ID. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no EMP name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used lot many operations. In our last video we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works, and to work on an aggregation we have taken some default database name called aggregatedb, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about call aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate. Like in RDBMS, if you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. Dollar project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? Dollar match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about dollar group. Talk about dollar group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call dollar sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there are so many operations that are available, which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a called student record with me, which contains the student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out, I would like to use dollar match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces, and then use dollar match. With this I would like to use another curly braces, and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate should be always associate. Match is now the aggregate functionality section A. Hit enter and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say dollar and again colon, again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon, and once again we would like to start curly braces, and here we use dollar GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have a call 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket, okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we are using this db.student.aggregate, we are use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use dollar match. Okay, after the dollar match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks, colon, $JT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that, we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this $match, we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now, I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a called student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We're using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say $project. What we would like to use? $project, and colon, we are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1, comma, I'm saying section, colon, 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks, colon, 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section, and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, ID is not, because I really don't want ID. By default ID is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the ID will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section, and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section, and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A, okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this, okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name colon, we are using 1 comma section colon 1 and 1 marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in sum, AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use dollar group. Okay, that is called group by. In RDBMS is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces. Again here we are passing this underscore ID. Okay, you have to provide underscore ID in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $ID whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying dollar section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this closing, and here we are using what? Total marks colon, here curly braces, again dollar sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say dollar marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks, but if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here before I talk about called dollar group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called dollar match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in dollar match we are giving this call section colon, here we are giving A. So closing this followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. hit enter, and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken call group underscore ID section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that, we can also use the average. Okay, so this is, we have taken call group underscore ID sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use dollar sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here, and we use average, and inside this average I will use, in curly braces we can say dollar AVG. Okay, colon of what? Dollar marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind the replication is what? The idea behind the replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me, hence more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location, okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier, and now we have called slaves. Automatically when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default it will be 3 node cluster, where the 1 will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free, I'm gonna get, or I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time no setting is configured. You have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, and remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise what you can do, you can see here in my options I have given 0.0.0. that means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next you have to talk about called database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default it is username and password is given. So you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL, okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember, this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. AmarDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database and collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called EMP SL demo and employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through Mongo Shell, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a Mongo Shell with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me, so you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this, you can see this username, okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this, I open my terminal, okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo Shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you, you call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It will ask me the password, so I've given the password admin, and now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, see, now see it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name, okay. Now you can see some exception is raised. So you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee, and I say db dot employee dot find. So I can see we have got new collection name called. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted.
And so with that, we come to the end of this full stack Java course. If you have any doubts or queries, let us know in the comment section below. Thank you so much for watching. Keep learning and stay tuned to Simply Learn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simply Learn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.